Halo semuanya, selamat pagi everybody. Good morning. What is up, what is up, what is left, what is right. Everything is going to be alright because we are going to watch the second round of playoff day 6 between FNATIC versus NRG and PRX versus DRX. Pang, 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 pang. Woo! Alright everybody. We are back. Selamat pagi semuanya. Gila ya, gak berasa kita udah masuk hari ke-6 di nobar Valorant Challengers Tournament Masters. Valorant Champions Tour. Kok Challengers Tournament? Valorant Champions Tour Masters Tokyo Day 6. Kok ada Joko langsung ya puso pasti kayak gitu langsung. Anyway, we are going to watch the first match between DRX and PRX really soon, guys. Jadi bersabar saja, bear with me, okay? Hari ini gue streamingnya bahkan lebih early dari biasanya karena gue tahu kalian pasti pengen nonton bersama, bukan? Kalian pasti ingin nonton bersama denganku, bukan? Mari semua dansa denganku, nonton bareng sama aku. Yang main FNATIC dulu kah? Iya, gue jujur agak lupa ya. Seinget gue, harusnya yang main pertama tuh PRX lawan DRX. Tapi kok jadi FNATIC lawan NRG dulu ya? Apakah ini tandanya pihak Riot atau Valorant nungguin something dulu? Interesting bukan? Selamat pagi semuanya. Guten Morgen. What is up? Han sampai bangun pagi juga buat nobar. Wah, temen gue udah mulai menjadi ini kah? Jadi apa nih namanya? Valorant mancing mania mantap. Luar biasa loh temen gue loh. Nunggu something OTW stage, iya kan? Kayaknya sih gitu deh, ya nggak sih? Kayaknya nunggu something deh. Kalau nggak buat apa kan ditungguin? FNATIC atau NRG, Vin? Gue sih FNATIC. Gua dukung dua-duanya, honestly. Jadi kalau gue disuruh pilih antara mereka berdua, I'll probably... Gue mungkin lebih condong ke NRG kali ya. Karena FNATIC mantan juara, meskipun technically NRG juga mantan juara personilnya. But gue bakalan mendukung NRG in this case. Aduh. Karena gue yakin kalian semuanya mendukung FNATIC, bukan? Hah? I knew it. Dukung yang menang. Capek banget. Menunggu PRX versus DRX. Nah itu nanti siang lah mungkin ya. Aku sih 2 akun dukung FNATIC, 2 akun dukung NRG. Anaknya netral ya. Mantap banget dah. Gokil. Netral kan. Tumben gak telat. Sorry deh, biasanya gue telat. Biasanya hari ini lumayan gue tunggu-tunggu. Jadi gue gak mau telat juga. Teng tong teng tung tung teng tung tung teng teng teng. Udah olahraga hari ini bang? Jujur belum guys. Aku hari ini nggak olahraga gara-gara bangun pagi tadi langsung luluran, tau gak lo gue? Gue habis luluran guys, gila. Biar kagak bau, biar gak bau kayak mendo. Gue habis luluran kan, terus habis luluran kan mandi ya. Terus kalau habis mandi gue olahraga lagi kan bau lagi, olahraga lagi, mandi ya. Jadi ya udahlah. Keren kan, gua kan luluran kan. Kalian pasti tidak menyangka bukan? Gila, abis luluran gua. Ekstra mulus, ekstra wangi, ekstra ganteng. Anjay. Match-nya jam berapa bang? Match-nya jam 10. Ini masih kayak introduction-nya lah. Baratnya tuh introduction-nya. Kita main TFT dulu kali ya, sambil nunggu ya. Selamat pagi semuanya. Kita main TFT dulu aja guys ya, sambil nunggu ya. Gabutnya. Sambil nunggu aja, sambil nunggu. Loh kok dia nggak muncul sih? Gua kasih Twitch. Mana Twitch gua anjay? Nah, Twitch dulu aja. Keren amat luluran jir. Kok luluran keren sih? Luluran kan tradisional ya. Kalau yang keren tuh spa. Nah, baru. Capek TFT. Iya, gua enggak. Nggak usah diganti kek, kagak usah diganti, tetap watch party aja. Nanti kan gue ini cuma main segame, nunggu ini nih. Meski chance NRG ini cuma 30%, aku terbocil som. Kenapa cuma 30%? Bye-bye Alan Elin. Ini live sampai jam berapa? Ini live sampai kelar, sampai PRX DRX kayak kemarin lah. Jam berapa tuh? Jam 3 mungkin. Anjay, booster. Jam 3 atau jam 4 tergantung sengit atau tidak matchnya. Kalau matchnya sengit berarti sampai jam 4. Kalau nggak sengit mungkin jam setengah 3, jam 3 udah kelar. Ada yang bening-bening dulu guys. Mau lihat yang bening-bening nggak? Nih yang bening-bening dulu nih kita lihat. Anjay, quarter jet, cakep banget. Gila dia bare face gak make up aja cakep ya. Jody. Tuhan Yesus. Kalian liatin dia aja ya. Tuh, liatin dia aja lah. Gak usah liatin gue main TFT. Cakep banget. Kayaknya mau nonton Mbak Jini. Ah, bosan gue nonton Jini anjir. Tiap hari gue nontonin Jini. Saatnya lihat muka Asia lainnya. Aku mau lihat muka Asia yang lain selain Mbak Jini. Backgroundnya TFT. Tapi kalian pilih mau denger background TFT atau suara Mbak Jody nih yang lagi streaming nih. Pilih dah. I'm fine with both. Cakep banget ya Allah. Jadi kalau derang stream cakepan lagi bang. Waduh. Yang mabuk-mabuk cakepan dia ya. Emang pemabuk beliau ini. Kalian maunya nonton TFT? Nggak sih, cuma lo doang sih punten. Pagi Pilo. Cuma lo yang ngerespons. Makasih ya responsnya punten. Kalau pakai suara Mbak Jody copyright kan nanti? Nggak dong. Nah copyright lah. Streamingan kagak inilah. Kan jatuhnya kayak gue nobarin dia. Tapi iya sih. Udah lah ya, kagak usah lah ya. Ring boy. Ya udah, kalian nontonin Mbak Jody lagi makeup aja cakep. Nih kalian lihat ya, ini transformasi cewek nih. Bare face ke super duper astagfirullahalazim. Cakep banget. Siap-siap. Liatin aja muka yang press guys ya. Cakep banget Mbak Jody. Your changer units gain 75. There's all unit. Get a hand of justice. Ya aja. Yang dukung FNATIC banyak banget, makanya gue dukung NRG biar asik, ya kan? Biar asik, digoyang asik sik para kapum. Ten. Ntar malam juga TFT, besok juga TFT, lusa juga TFT, betul. Pinter. Karena aku sedang kehook sama TFT mau belajar. Jadi bear with me. Because TFT is love, TFT is life. Abang-abangan FNATIC siapa bang? Satu tim abang-abangan. FNATIC mah anjir. Kemarin yang dukung lot juga banyak, 2-0. Bener. Makanya aja dulu. Ya ampun, gue menang anjir. Capek banget. Kenapa sih kalian tuh gak bisa bahagia kalau lihat aku sedang asik main game gitu loh? Daripada gua bingung mau main game apa, mendingan gua main TFT bro. Mau sendiri mau ada temen, aku TFT bro. Ya gak sih? Itu kan lebih asik gitu loh. Daripada dipaksain main yang aku tidak ingin mainkan. Bener. Aku kalah, shit. FNATIC semua abang-abangan. Ya itu dia bro. Itu dia bro. Player yang usianya paling tua siapa bang yang ikut turnamen ini? Namanya Christopher Devin. Usia dia tua banget. Saking tuanya sampai dah tuh. Sampai nggak ikut main dia, ketuaan. Nggak boleh main katanya, kata Riot. Ya kan kita yang nonton, abang mah tinggal main aja. Brengsek, kau pikir aku babu? Abang tinggal main aja. Kalian semua tuh babu gua, bukan gua yang babu kalian, oke? Reverse trap card. Wah. Berikanlah orang-orang buta TFT. Nah, mendingan yang buta TFT ini belajar TFT. Maksudnya kita yang nonton Mbak Jody, abang mah tetap main TFT. Oh iya ya, ini gue lagi main TFT deh tadi. Mbak Jody cakep banget ya Allah. Ini kayaknya Mbak Jody jadi good luck charm aku deh. Kalau aku menang TFT berkat Mbak Jody ya guys. Hidup Mbak Jody, hidup Mbak Jody. I love Mbak Jody, 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 Jody. Oh. Cantik kakaknya, cantik cuy. Emang nggak apa-apa bang streamingin Mbak Jody? Nggak apa-apa, kan dia streaming, kita nonton streamingnya. Nggak apa-apa cuy. Sambil nunggu TFT. TFT kalau udah mulai, TFT nunggu Valorant. Kok TFT sih? Kalau udah mulai kabarin ya guys ya. Lu mulai kan Valorant kan? Kalau udah mulai Valorant kita ganti Valorant cuy. Oh, lagi interview. Ya, aku mau yang seger-seger aja. Ya bisa ya Riot yuk. Nah, kata Riot lah urusannya apa sama gua gitu. NRG versus FNATIC dukung siapa? Gue dukung NRG karena semua orang dukung FNATIC. I love NRG. Nggak sih sebenarnya gue juga suka dua-duanya. Jadi kalau kalian suruh gue pilih, tentu saja aku akan memilih milih siapa yuk? Gue akan memilih NRG supaya nggak anti mainstream. Lah, sama kayak gua nih. Itu Jody lagi di mana? Jepang. Atau nggak lihat judulnya Get Ready with Me in Japan. Guys, bantu bilangin gua kalau seandainya udah mulai ya guys ya. Please tell me. Tell me why ain't nothing. Aduh, mati gua anjir. Brengsek. Gak pernah ada kan sambil watch party main TFT, kurang bagus apa lagi nih YouTuber parah. Beliau ini nggak tahu ya perjuangan saya ya. Saya ini berjuang loh. Saking cintanya saya sama TFT boys. I love TFT. Mbak Jun ini biasa streamingnya apa? IRL kayak gini? Bukan. Dia biasanya main game gitu. Cuma terakhir-terakhir ini dia lagi bosan main game katanya guys. Jadi dia lagi jalan-jalan aja.
Cannonball is the best icebreaker.
Darkness gathers around us from every depth.
Ding ding. Penonton itu cerminan dari streamer, what do you mean? BTW di Beyerdynamic kemarin jadi Christopher Devi. Iya, itu nggak baru sih, udah dari 3 hari yang lalu sih, Frey. Ketinggalan. Ketinggalan. Tapi iya Christopher Devi. Dajal bener-bener. Udah salah sebut nama gua. Capek banget. Kita cek lagi dulu palolang. Wah, ini juga cakep lagi. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Aku suka yang bare face. Mbak Jody OTW udah cakep, OTW makin cakep ini mah. Mbak Jody, ya Lord. Holding an item can random component hit. Benar. Halo Bang Devi, bacot kau Heri. Dilihat-lihat banyak bener makeupnya. Lah, cewek makeup emang banyak layernya, brother. Ada yang namanya foundation dulu, terus bikin kulit mulus dulu, nanti baru ada ya layer berikutnya. Ribet dah. Bang Dev udah jarang nonton Gini ya? Bukan jarang, gue tiap hari masih nonton. Bentar lagi kan Gini udah keluar Weddleton ya tuh. Cuma ya gitu, belum sempet pengen lihat yang muka yang lain dulu aja gitu, kira maksudnya lo. Tebel-betebel tuh muka. Guys, kok kalian kayak seakan-akan kayak nggak pernah lihat cewek makeup gitu sih, guys. Cewek makeup emang begitu, guys. Ya Lord. Astoge. Makanya kalau jalan siap-siapnya lama ya guys ya. Bener. There is a reason, bro. Aku tim suka cewek with natural face. Aku juga sukanya natural. Tapi kalau misalnya dia emang hobi make up, mah nggak apa-apa gitu loh. Natural is good. Tapi skill makeup juga penting, karena kalau dia nggak bisa makeup lebih pusing cuy. Asli dah. Bener, gak usah munafik deh, gak usah munafik. Munafik, males munafik. Jari gue hilang. Emang lu udah sejak apa pengen cewek natural? Ouch! Keisha sakit banget. Kalau ngomong fakta tuh ouch. Itu pertama kalinya aku support Keisha. Ouch, Keisha, ouch. Anjay. Kena roasting chat aku bang. Makanya jangan aneh-aneh chat lu. Enggak sih, chat lu nggak aneh sih. Emang chat gua aja yang aneh. Tapi lu juga aneh. Jadi aneh lawan aneh. Balance. What the hell? What the hell? Kok ada suara TFT bang? Karena gue lagi main TFT. What do you mean bro? Sudah ya. Sudah. Setidak inginnya aku cewek. Tapi memang kadang ada gini loh. Gue luruskan aja opini cowok-cowok yang tidak bisa mengopinikan suaranya dengan baik dan bilang aku sukanya cewek natural. Oke, jadi sebenarnya dulu juga gue sama guys. Gue tuh sukanya cewek natural. But the thing is, make up, selama make upnya itu bukan make up menor, ya makeup yang ibaratnya apa ya, makeup yang masih oke, masih normal, itu menurut gua tetap jatuhnya masih natural. Karena sekarang cewek kalau nggak makeup sama sekali itu udah nggak bisa. Event-event tertentu mewajibkan cewek-cewek ini harus bisa yang namanya makeup. Kalau dia nggak makeup sama sekali, itu malah jatuhnya sulit gitu loh. Kayak, dan cewek yang bener-bener nggak mau make up juga jatuhnya buat gua aneh sih. Kenapa lu sebenci itu tuh? Kecuali kulit lu mungkin sesensitif itu sama bahan kimia dari makeup gitu ya. Ya selama makeupnya normal, bukan makeup yang menor ya. Kalau makeup menor ya udah lah, beda urusan. Nah, kalau makeup menor gue juga nggak suka lah. Soalnya menurut gua makeup menor tuh too much buat gua gitu. Ini sini di sini ini adaptive implant while above 50% health gain. Ini zone ya. Ntar gue lagi main TFT ini, nggak fokus nih anjing. Edge of Night, Spear of Sojin, Hextech Gauntlet. Emang ada hashtag? Dia nggak butuh hashtag Gauntlet, dia butuhnya glove. Benar, nggak ada makeup pun tetap ada skincare, dan skincare itu tidak murah, itu betul. Main TFT aja dah. Enggak, aku mau liatin cewek cakep lagi makeup. Kenapa nggak suka, ha? Champion sebagai first year since he was you need no item I could gain double health for the next.
Oi, Ben.
Oi. Belum ada orang, Bang. Maaf bang, belum ada orangnya bang.
volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Mana? Oh, makan apple dulu ah. Oke, intinya aku masih suka cewek guys. Dan sampai kapanpun aku akan selalu suka cewek. Because cewek is love, cewek is life. Lagi beri kita. Oi, Mbak Jody udah mulai ekstra cakep. Jadi kapan Vin? Guys, doain aja guys ya. Doain aja guys ya. Doain aja. Aku cepet dapet jodoh. Aku suka cowok gepeng. Ih, fetisnya yang 2D. Udah mulai belum sih? Oh, udah mulai kah? Ya, Mbak Jody belum selesai makeup anjay. Welly sama Igoy jam 10-an bilangnya Pip, bentar ya. Lo kemarin jam 12 sudah?
Belum.
Oh, belum. Jadi dua-duanya belum ini lo.
Belum. Sebenarnya bertiga juga udah kuat kan.
Iya sih.
Makanya gue bilang di ntar koko sama ini dipisah gitu.
Bener sih. Sekarang bertiga juga kuat nggak salah. Tapi nggak apa-apa ada si Welly sekalian. Oh, udah Mapic ya, sudah Mapic.
Itu si Vertok langsung ngejar,
Kostum.
bukan ngejar.
Oh, collection.
Collection dia.
Iya.
Habis gue share 500.
Side on mine.
Langsung ngegas ya.
Kemarin ada temen gua yang bilang kan, player gua juga. Pip, ini lu top up dapet meletnya dapat gitu. Ini ada yang mau ingin ke gua. Siapa nih ya? Verto.
Ada yang mau top up.
Iya.
Dia top up di lu.
Enggak.
Anjir.
Jadi itu apa ya, dibilang nggak inian gua lah, bos gua lah itu.
Pertok. Tapi dia udah sakit sekarang.
Apa?
Udah sakit dia sekarang.
Iya sakit tuh, orang PATK 7.000
Iya.
sekarang dia kan.
Udah nambah berapa? Kok susah banget ya mau nambah 5, gue baru nambah 250 anjir. Tapi gue yang ungu-ungu belum sama sekali sih.
Ah itu ungu sekali sampai full 80 pin dapetnya pin.
Oh, sampai plus 12.
Iya.
Aduh.
Gue yang plus 12 yang belum blim doang udah tuh. Lime sama Zaid ya, Zaid.
Oh.
Lime sama Zaid. Madeline sama Elim udah kelar. Kemarin ini banget soalnya barangnya. Yang susah dicarinya tuh yang kenet. Kemarin kenet lagi pada banyak, gue beli-beliin aja dah.
Bentar deh, gue lagi kagak sempetnya mantengin ini anjir.
Untuk Sarayan kerjaan gue mantengin market doang nih. Ada
Nah iya tuh, mesti mantengin market terus anjir. Gue kayak aduh.
Nah kalau plus 7 doang sih nggak apa-apa ya, orang udah bikin tempat. Ini harus plus 12 asli.
Gitu dia boys. Ada.
Ah? Iya, ini mau record. Gue record dulu dah ya, anak-anak mau pada datang kan?
Ya nggak apa-apa. Ya either way ntar kalau misalnya ini, ya sih nggak apa-apa. Lo record dulu aja. Sejam berarti.
Iya. Enggak setengah jam aja. Gue record baby
okay.
Nilo doang kok.
Sip.
We did it. We're out of here, baby. Let's do it as we got these two teams making the stage. Apologies for that, but you know what? The crowd in Tokyo is bringing the energy, and that is all that matters as FNATIC makes their way to the stage. NRG makes their way to the stage. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Two teams who have never had their paths crossed before, but they find themselves at a crossroads here in Tokyo as they get ready for what can only be considered one of the greatest matches that we're going to be served. It's NRG, it's FNATIC, it's time.
And not only that, we are seeing that these two teams specifically have not faced against each other, but we know that Artis is on NRG. We know that the story is definitely there. Also, Chronicle, when he was in Gambit, that win that they got at Masters Berlin was that 3-0 against Envy, right? So
yeah.
There's history there. I feel like Leo, when he was on Guild, they also played up in Copenhagen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Copenhagen, where they Optic lost, right?
Yeah. Actually, I mean, if I'm correct, you know, it's funny because my brain doesn't work right now given the situation. That being said, though, I do want to be upfront and say one thing that Optic team didn't have before, but they do now, is Artis. Because Artis knows this FNATIC team. He has squared up against them so many times in the past, a part of FPX.
So many
he knows what they bring to the table.
And playing under an RGO in the form of Angel, that obviously had that rivalry with Boaster regionally. So that's a key matchup that I've definitely got my eye on here. Whether or not Artis is going to be the one to step up to play. Obviously, we know Artis has a little more flexibility in terms of agent pool here, but definitely a head-to-head that he. Well, I mean, he probably has some...
I feel like Artis has been through a lot.
Yeah,
my boy's
some emotion behind it.
Do you remember when he was in G2? Like, we've been here for a very, very long
Let's
time.
go Windah London.
Under a lot of big minds.
Hari Windah London.
You know, fitting in every roster differently. I feel like this is the best interaction that we're going to get of him. So let's see if this is the artist that can take on FNATIC.
I'm actually curious about that, genuinely. Like, is this the best version of Artis? But here's the agent select, and out of the gate already, we're going to get a few changes here for NRG.
Yeah, we are. It looks like, I mean, initially here, obviously,
let's go full screen mode.
Much we've seen EG pick this up and make it look really, really good. This time around, obviously, going for the breach alongside the Rage in this composition, I think it unlocks some of those combinations that we've seen EG really geek out on and take advantage of some of those free picks, utility alone.
I'm really got my eyes set on that fade and crashes on Sova, how that initiator battle is going to play.
Yeah, of course. Also, because this is a map that FNATIC did not play at all during the regular season. We only got to see it in playoffs. So the fact that they have selected this map, knowing that also for NRG wasn't the strongest, now that the compositions have swapped, I think that we're in for bang.
We have a colossal matchup today, and we needed two colossal casters. It's the one and only Doug and Bala. Fellas, have fun.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Every intention of doing so, because Bala, we're going to witness the greatest story that's never been told. Such prolific histories between these two
Dukung siapa bang? Aku dukung NRG biar FNATIC yang menang.
Des did such a good job highlighting the different factions within these teams who have actually played against each other. Artis going up against his former EMEA rivals. We have Chronicle as well, who has actually taken down the other side, at least the core of.
Akan nonton dua match kah? Yes, of course, nonton dua match.
Other than that, have never faced off against each other.
Windah London, saha Artis guys. Brengsek emang teman-teman gue ini.
And the possibility of them maybe meeting later in the future, but this is going to be such a good litmus test for both of these squads. We've talked about how FNATIC are coming into this having lost in the grand finals. How do you get that past you? What sort of adjustments do you make, and how much do you mature off of a loss? Right? They talked about it on their side. They lost in the grand finals too, right? They look good, but human against Loud.
This is second seed versus second seed. You might not expect that for FNATIC being the super team that it is. But on the other side too, you're thinking FNATIC is the one who's coming in to prove that they have new stuff that they've prepped before this event, changed up the meta a little bit. But it's actually NRG who's adapted this Sova composition on Fracture. They love stealing stuff. So here we go with the Sova. A very unconventional pick to start things off.
A very unconventional
I've only
pick.
played this map once in the regular season. They looked great at lock-in on it. And it's the same comp.
Let's go. Damn, son.
Approach already. Sam is the one playing by himself on the southern side. It's normally the KJ, but here's where the action starts. It's Artist who gets the first kill.
Oh, Crashes doesn't follow up. That does leave. Oh, he's getting the orb. That's a free kill. I thought he was going to let
Let's
it go all the way. But we got
go.
Victor all the way up, too.
Position was never
Got
shown.
this,
They're a bit
boys.
slender
You got
because the spike
this.
is going to the opposite side of the map. You've got Moser who's going to swing around. He finds the first. That's a spike. He's getting peppered. A little trouble as he's overwhelmed. Swarmed by some.
I mean, great crossfire right there. Chaos in the middle of this A site.
Vic is still on B.
Yeah. And remember, he broke that turret. So Alfir is looking for him, struggling to find him, which means Leo's left in a 1v2 on the other side of the map, but NRG's still not committing.
Giving him a little bit of room and a little time to find a bit more damage.
Oh my goodness, Victor's really lost about where Alfir could be too. He thinks he's following him up in tower.
As is Alfir lost on where NRG are, really.
At least FNATIC is regrouped. NRG's trying to do the same, but they're doing it by clearing more map space, which is a bigger risk, but they're going to have a bigger reward here. This site is going to be free.
Coach Anton mana nih masih bobo? Kayaknya gitu. Oh ininya. Oh mesti ini.
Dude, the mind games being played on the opening pistol is insane.
We're in for a good time. You hear the fault line go off. Leo spotting the first. Finesse gets one. It's traded back, leaving Alfir alone. 13 HP. In desperate need of a miracle, and he's not going to get one. NRG take the first.
NRG takes the first.
Complicated. The beginning of it was too. Yep. Right off the bat, you're seeing NRG fake off of an EG strat. They stole this composition from that team, and they're expecting, especially actually we heard from Boaster that he was really watching pistols from other teams while he was waiting to play in playoffs. They fake that they're taking that tower control, but they insert Victor as well. And that baits out the push from FNATIC on this dish side where they're grouped up.
Alfire, Boaster, Derke.
They're
sending all four down dish. The turret's gonna spot first. There it is, cleared out. Does Artist dare swing? He does. It's just temporary though. And now he's the one who's surrounded because Alfir's here to greet.
Yeah, well that kill might net them the north side and a whole kill. None of the weapons retrieved there. Obviously, Artist just had a ghost. NRG still with 3 Bulldogs up, the Stinger as well. They're gonna have a free A site with the pivot that they've made.
Ayo, go NRG, go. Ini yang nyerang NRG duluan ya. Bisa lah NRG lah, belip gua. Belip when NRG, bro.
Find the information or hear the information about what's coming in spawn.
Here's a Bulldog.
Belip.
Victor does too. He's going to be the first to take contact.
Woo!
In the fault line, he drops a nade, tucks away.
Poster.
You mentioned
Poster.
You heard that.
Poster.
He knows where Poster is.
Yeah, big gamble from Boaster there. Couldn't really do many things to clear all the angles that Som could be in. Now the rest of this information is very, very nice anti-eco after what could have been dangerous, but could have NRG to keep Artist alone with only the ghost. Losing weapons, this is not good. Goes from clean to very, very poor. Should be able to recover one more. No, Finesse. Where's that Bulldog? He's not going to get it.
No. Oh, that's a Stinger.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He ran all the way up halls. Nothing laid on the ground for him. And that goes to show how quick these situations can change. That was a clean anti-eco.
There was a clean anti-eco.
You lose 2 of your biggest rifles.
I mean, you see the repercussions of it. The Stinger and the Bulldog still just the sheriff for some.
Not quite a canceled bonus, but almost there.
Artist taking ropes and joining up with the rest of NRG on the southern side. No early push.
And the Spike is heading all the way back under past Arcade to clear the space that Artis had to leave. That's part of the protocols there for NRG. But look at the setup from FNATIC and Halls. How advanced is Alpha here setup? Got the turret to swing off this off angle, got the stun as well, hiding from the drone now. Leo does a great job canceling. They can fall back into that setup. But now look at NRG's reaction off of that. Beating out the stun, breaking that drone. That's enough information for them not to want to play with it. And seeing Leo as well.
Sekarang full buy. Set. Aduh, gue pikir bakal smooth. Ternyata tidak. Gue pikir akan smooth. Ternyata tidak. Tidak. Ya nggak bisa nonton PRX versus DRX. Why? 为什么？为什么？
This looks like an unwinnable situation for NRG. And it's just Artis. Manages to take one with him. A second follows. 45 HP. Dropping the nano on the spike. Had to swing and take a fight. And it's just too much.
Put some damage into that 1v5 opportunity. Just not quite enough. All his teammates fell before that Som. Had to push in because of the tree pressure that was coming into Canteen. But is not confident enough to go off. All his teammates fell before. With Artis
Day broken.
live up in tower there.
Day audionya broken.
But like I said, not a completely canceled bonus.
Kodep sarapan apa? Hari ini aku sarapan risol sama minum jus. Sarapannya itu doang sih.
And this right now is a key round. With this ult, NRG want to be able to win, but Boaster has his as well. FNATIC is one of those teams that is so good at farming up these orbs, no matter which side they're on. Normally it's super attack.
Audionya ke-trigger. Iya nih. Audionya ke-trigger anjay.
But it's a key point. Even funneling specific kills to FNATIC. Players close. Alpha went off of his as well. And they've got this trap play. Usually it's a aftershock into a breach ult.
From the turret contact or something like that.
Aftershock pushes them out into a space that they can get trapped in really, really easily. NRG taking the rope. All the way back, they've again put Victor up in drop.
Oke, TF3 sudah kelar. Kita bisa fokus menonton sekarang adik-adik.
See this trap. This should be known from NRG if they're prepared. They should just fall off of the aftershock space, but I don't think it looks like they will. Aftershock. That's the other one.
Yeah, it's Finesse's. Chronicle still has his.
He backed off way off because of Victor applying some pressure.
30 seconds left.
Vixel has a satchel here. If they want to commit to this wall scrunch, they can, but there's no one there. You hear the rolling thunder. And that's going to push them up and over.
Oh, Alpha, he's
stuck. Oh, Alpha mati.
Nowhere for him to go. The Molly intends to delay for just a moment.
Bang Victor.
But with 13 seconds left, they've got to get a move on. And Boaster still has a tool that can secure the round.
He got his ult.
Oh ya ampun, Ardis nge-whiff. Buset, dibalas sama Boaster. Wait, what happened? Oh, yang menang.
What a battle of ults.
Yang menang NRG. FNATIC. TFT-nya kenapa? Nggak baru selesai main tadi TFT. Gue main TFT tadi sambil nunggu. Aduh. Al-Fajar berusaha guys.
But not considering Boaster's ult late in the round too, and he goes in a position where he can't even bait it out. That's a big mistake there from NRG, and it will force them to save now.
Tied it to a piece, the only rifle in the hands of the attacking side.
Crushes. Set. Al-Fajar. Nih Al-Fajar juga ngeri nih guys. Al-Fajar, Dirk, Boaster. 3 orang itu yang paling ngeri di FNATIC. Tapi Chronicle sama Leo, Chronicle sama Leo, gue nggak inget sih sebelumnya di FNATIC. Ya, FNATIC.
I wouldn't even say that shock dart was super prepared or anything like that. He just kind of threw it out willy-nilly. Crashes is definitely the goat at improvising shocks, but we'll see how that continues to play out throughout this series. And they're so interested in just using util and dry peeking. Not placing their smokes, not committing to any of this fight. And that would cause them problems in the last round.
Aduh, Som.
Remember, Som's the only one with a rifle and was not able to convert on the opening engagement.
Pivots back and forth. Finesse really trying to heat up and think about how Boaster's calling is going to be. We're already
Boaster
only in
jadi
round
Brim
5.
ya.
30 seconds left.
We're seeing the indecision.
Oh, Alfajar sih instingnya kuat ya. Bredet semuanya, bredet ayo Fnatic, bredet.
They got Crash's ult with that plant, with this lockdown too.
Waduh, lockdown,
Boaster, remember, he used his ult last round.
Iya, ultnya dipakai sih.
This would be a massive steal if they could pull this off.
Look how deep that lockdown is too. It's not in the regular space. Because it's used for post plant, they have to fall all the way to the other half of the map.
And fall right back in with the stimmy from Boaster.
And look how far Crashes is playing too. Finesse on alert, that's not going to find
Finesse
anything. But
offset.
Artist has mollies, Crashes has ult. This looks like a
Oke,
one-round.
Ardis line up.
It's just insane to consider too, given what they came into the
Ardis
round with.
nge-line up adik-adik.
But what a conversion.
Oh, NRG saving ya.
Little hesitation while walking back
Yeah,
towards
NRG
Halls,
saving.
indecision at all. Whether there's some sort of information that I'm missing. Because that
Ngeri
was
juga
a
nih
really
NRG
call.
nih.
Coming back into A. Remember, they started poking that baited out a smoke, that baited out some of the util from FNATIC. It's not like they put too much out, but then they pop through with these smokes, and it's free sights. And you noticed, actually, on the pistol, on the anti-eco, FNATIC has been playing off-site on this A side. And remember, the KJ is constantly playing, sorry, on the B side is what I mentioned that last round. The KJ is constantly playing on the other side, the A. Always has his util over there.
Fnatic yang saving. Hah?
NRG managed to steal the round, and they still
Yang
have the
kanan
100
tadi
streak
saving si Som.
they can use into this one. And again, aggression towards Dish. Prowler in the faces. Victor goes forward with the satchel in hand. He's sent to the next round.
Oh, tadi Fnatic saving juga.
Push as well, forcing
Oh, punya
these players to
senjata
commit
anjir.
to this
Oh, enggak
dish
deh.
push. Some has to find
Oh, ini
both.
pistol ya tadi ya.
Unable to,
Oh, udah
but so
pusing gua.
close.
Oh, aduh.
Finesse tries to swing
Leo.
around and apply some pressure from the opposite side, but what a beautiful call
Derke.
from Fnatic.
Derke. Oh, Ardis.
I feel like these two rounds, barring a 1v4 from Artis, which he certainly
Oh,
capable of,
dihancurin. Waduh.
but
Waduh,
these
gila
last two
dijaga
rounds,
banget ini, Bang.
48 HP
Oh,
These last two rounds
Ardis.
are a perfect textbook indication
Ardis
of
tak
why
bisa
people were so excited for this match.
apa-apa.
Oh, absolutely.
The calling between Finesse and Boaster.
PRX udah kelar, Bang. Belum. PRX belum main, guys.
Every single round.
Wait a
there's
minute,
been
gue mau ambil.
Very, very five-head outplays attempted. And even in the mid-round too, Finesse, the other player coming through halls with him, try to dive and punish that attack that FNATIC provided on the north side. It's really, really nice stuff. Not necessarily cutting edge or anything like that, but just incredibly deep prep. I'm looking forward to the rest of this game so hard. And again there, FNATIC recognizing that NRG is often going for these 1-4 defaults where they're committing to taking map control, especially when they go dish. And they're leaving the other side of that half of the map open. In that case, nobody in Arcade allows for that breach ult, which, if there was anybody, is getting ulted while the rest of the players can't even help because they're getting crunched through dish. I mean, you compare it to some of the very basic Northside crunches, and you can tell the delay alone is enough to not make that work most of the time. You have to be really, really aware of how the underpass and tree control might affect it. You have to be really confident that NRG is doing what they're doing to make that call.
Set. Gak ada cemilan aku. Siapa yang time out?
And to have a read like that this early is just outrageously impressive. On the other side of this timeout called by NRG, we're tied at 3 apiece. So light buy for the attacking side, but still 2 ults to their name, while the defense has the same. Zerka's already pushed off in the face of the fault line. They want to go aggressive with the showstopper, but he doesn't get as far.
Yeah, but it does force them to run away from the showstopper. And again, there's prep there. You saw as soon as Durka goes out, as soon as they get a stun, there's a counter stun out of from Finesse.
What? Whoa!
Durka gets a kill onto the
How?
leader.
And Dirk in the
Why?
last round, they min-maxed
Kok
his
bisa
orb
dia
while
ngeliat
there
through the
was only
smoke,
one player
anjir?
out there.
Wah,
He's
dibales
a
loh.
showstopper now.
Traded. Victor still healthy.
Aduh, tipis.
Stays alive. I'm not really sure how.
Wah, dua Rosa.
Close battle. Two players ready to swing through the smoke.
Wah, nice banget, Som.
Weird buy. It's two stingers on the side of NRG.
Oh,
and they're
nice,
converting.
nice.
Artist getting moved with the frenzy.
Oh, nice Ardis.
I mean,
Gila,
what a
sadis-sadis
proper
aimingnya.
dismantling.
Mereka mainnya trading pick terus, nggak sendiri-sendiri.
FNATIC is being forced to push through A halls multiple times with players who are needed on the retake through Generator, through Canteen, Alfir and Leo. In this
Go
position,
NRG, go
both have ults
NRG,
that would have
go.
been perfect to be used in Gen.
Wah. Wah, ini main aman ya mereka berdua ya. Mereka nggak mau spend terlalu agresif, nggak mau sampai mati gitu loh.
Specifically for the Sentinel. The KJ of Alpha here.
Frenzy. Kenapa sih ngeliatin orang pakai Frenzy enak banget? Gue pakai Frenzy cacat.
Remember when I mentioned that they could push through that smoke? Those are two players with only
Pasang turret
Frenzies.
di molly.
And the seconds. Light buy win for NRG now. Right there. Crashes, by the way, in that first one, we thought he was a big key point of why they might win that, but he hasn't used his ult yet.
The one real opportunity he had, they secured the round before it was fired off.
Zipline mancing mania, mantap.
Pressure on the northern side, and it's going to be another hit towards B.
Oh,
This time, Crackle finding gorgeous timing. Darkness too.
marah
It's
bang,
back
FNATIC
and forth again.
bang. Buset,
There's just no
sengit.
backing down from either of these sides.
Oh my god, sisa babang Ardis.
Over and over, too. This is not heroics from any one player to watch, anything like that.
Sisa bang
This is pure
Ardis.
prep from the coaches. Mini and Chet.
Ngamuk FNATIC
Pure
bang.
calling out a boaster.
Iya, FNATIC ngamuk bang. Aduh. Buset.
Every round comes with a
Kelihatan itu.
definitive edge, strat-wise, tactics-wise.
Gila.
I actually thought NRG was going to get the better of them right there because FNATIC was going for an insert of Durka in underpass, and that left him isolated. You saw the initial push
Kali-kali
with
ini
no
bro
fighting.
FNATIC
You see
Chronicle ini ya.
Victor deep on site, but they're recovering in time, and Durka as well able to join Chronicle at the perfect moment.
The Chronicle mantap bang.
Those two guys together. That's why this is a super team. When moments
Nobar
like that,
sendiri
so the
aja
two
ya,
players
Vin?
holding the site,
Iya,
they're holding
masih
the drive
sendiri
until
gua.
the site's already lost. Here comes a clash in arcade though.
Victor mati.
Dark is the first to go. And they're just going to continue to push. I mean, Crashes can go out. He takes him with him. Somehow
Nice one,
survives.
Crashes.
Jiggle peeking while stunned there.
2v1 sisa Crashes doang.
Fair leaves things in a 1v2. Crashes in a clutch. We've seen the story before, but this time it's a different ending. FNATIC take the lead.
Nice try.
And now it's starting to get brawly. Now it's starting to have the impact of
Itu tradingnya
minor
bagus banget berdua-duanya.
calls made out of, you know, Durka, something like that. Chronicle happy to
Nice
take
one,
fights
nice one.
after what was a momentum swinging round for them.
Tradingnya dua-duanya bagus nih. Jadi mereka tuh nggak mau sampai mati sia-sia lah seenggaknya. Nggak apa-apa mati, tapi teman lu bisa ngebunuh yang ngebunuh lu gitu. Dan temennya lagi ngebunuh yang ngebunuh teman lu punya teman, dan ntar yang teman lu yang ngebunuh teman lu punya teman ngebunuh teman lu dan ingin ngebunuh lagi gitu.
They like to go full armor, by the way. That's
Gua
not
nggak tahu
just
gua ngomong apa.
them committing to that. Again, this push.
It's going to be another clash. Durka is the op. And he's already met the first.
Oh, they saw Boaster.
A counter flash to try to swing. It is pretty. It's very well handled. Very well done.
He gets the dink too, and now they need to even consider Durka's op. Where has it moved to?
Hasn't rattled off since that opening shot onto Victor.
Dia ngitung.
Oh, perfect.
Ardis.
Now Durka's down to 3v3.
Gila Ardis, boleh-boleh lu.
And Alfir and Leo have been holding
Nge-ambush dia, nge-flank. Waduh.
There's the first used.
Should be Brim ulting this or Sova ulting this. Artist will counter ult. There's a gap here. They're not going for either. They're going to try to allow this to push him all the way back. Remember that second half? We saw this KJ ult before.
Waduh.
Same
Ulti
value
dibalas
here.
ulti,
There could
guys,
be a
ya.
follow-up ult on either side from Crashes or Som, but they hold on to
Ulti
them to play
dibalas,
close.
ulti.
4 HP. Orbital strike teed up.
Orbital strike.
On the flank.
Orbital strike.
Down Crashies.
Crashes mati. Crashes mati.
And there goes that.
Sisa
leaving
Som.
alone.
Som
And there's way too much to handle there.
mati. Som, kok bisa? Kok
dude.
bisa? Lu nggak sadar ada granatnya Killjoy di situ. How lu nggak sadar?
He's actually re-clearing to make sure that they're not running back towards that A side. And if not for that, Crashies is in a position to use his ult. They're not getting those kills.
Ngeri juga nih FNATIC nih. Sebenarnya aku dukungnya FNATIC, tapi aku dukungnya NRG biar FNATIC yang menang.
Seems like that was forever ago, but that was actually in this round. And you're right, the timing and the space that Leo was able to find there and secured the round, really.
Yeah, he went on like a neon sprint line across the north side.
Pamali ini menang tapi timeout Pamali. Kadang-kadang menang pun di timeout supaya lu nggak overheat, istirahat dulu, minum dulu, itu loh. Susun rencana lagi dulu, enggak lah nggak Pamali. Gak selalu timeout ketika lu lagi lose streak aja. Bisa digunakan banyak hal. Bisa aja ada hal penting yang mau disampaikan sama coachnya. Aduh, gue pikir itu dapat, ternyata itu masih di belakang ya.
Waiting for the first.
They hear the door. I think they were right there at the beginning. But if they didn't, they don't know that this is open. They don't know this is an angle for Durka.
He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, but he's going to satchel his way out. But Victor's gone in right behind him.
Victor udah.
She's got two with the ult.
Wah, bagus banget.
What an explosive start to the
Wah,
round.
bagus banget timingnya. Orbital strike. Orbital strike, ultinya Sova di push juga sama Victor. Wah, rapi. Itu dipepetin cuy. Scan-nya dapet lagi kan.
In a meaningful way. There is plenty of money to go around though. So you figure you take a chance, you go for it. And it's meticulous. Alpha, you're creeping forward. The Han on the other side of smoke cleared out, not finding any value.
Oh,
Leo
nice.
somehow just destroys Crashies.
Oh.
They've gotten back to it, but Victor
Sayang
shuts
banget.
the door.
No time for that situation. They're just trying to get the guns down from NRG. What a round.
Last round in the half. Tinggal ultinya Victor, terus tapi ada ultinya ini. Waduh, enak banget tuh, dapat 3 orang ngetek anjir. Aduh, mati. Poster gak bisa apa-apa coy. Soalnya di situ sempit.
FNATIC's not the team that's supposed to be getting comboed with ults. That's
Hari-hari Pamali beneran.
Here comes the push for them, using the same type of theory to push Durka deep here.
Wah!
He's got him! I thought he saw him!
Gak ke kiri!
Victor with the second,
Gak
Leo
ke
dancing around,
kiri
somehow
dia!
avoiding death and finding a second.
Aduh, gak klik kiri. Klik kirinya gak klik.
3v3 as the dust settles and Sam gets the spike down.
And Boaster's going for that same push that Leo did late in the round. Both the turret and alarm bot might be up, and they've taken gen control right now. So it's not going to have the same sort of impact.
3v3 nih.
Rotating from the northern side last round of the half. And much like we've
past
seen
the turret, but won't get past the alarm bot here.
Cleared out.
Still a molly for Sam here.
Aduh.
where he is. You see Victor trying to go across, Some gets a kill. There it is, rewarded for the advantage.
NRG,
In height,
nice
Som
one.
gets 2, and we're tied at 6.
Remember, FNATIC was the one who called the timeout after one of their round wins to get to 6 in the first place. You thought a major win condition here was to get those last
Pamali
two rounds.
guys,
Instead,
6-6 guys.
NRG get
Sial
both.
beneran Pamali.
This was insane because you even see it on the screen. Durka was looking and then turned away.
He just doubted that there was ever gonna be
Hari-hari
somebody
beneran
there.
Pamali.
One
Capek
See him
banget.
checking the corner, but you saw no confidence in the fact that there could be a possibility.
A 6-6 half in this opening map, and we wouldn't have it any other way. We'll throw it back down to the desk to break down the first half.
Thank you so much, fellas. I'll tell you one thing, TikTok analysts are going to have a field day with that one. Am I right, people? What a half, 6-6 tied up. But really, Kakuka, it felt like just what these players have been cooking up. The set pieces with these ultimates have been nothing short of extraordinary.
Time after time, all the ultimates used in the game were so specific, so well prepared. We saw it from the first round, in this round 4, then after, it doesn't matter what it is. There was so much preparation coming onto this and onto those set plays that made the difference into the game for both of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt tailor-made in some of these rounds. Bespoke to kind of target an individual. One thing I will credit though, NRG started this so cautiously, and I thought they were going to execute this composition almost how you feel it should be played, right? They were feeling out the FNATIC trap plays very efficiently, but then FNATIC,
There they
that's the
are.
advantage in terms of the adjustment. This was absolutely beautiful, by the way. The pathing here on the Hunter's Fury to actually catch both, and it's Durka that gets pinged by the recon bolt. He satchels away, and then there's 3 teammates.
Itu bagus
that just
banget sih ronde yang itu sih.
all of these ultimates in the choke point.
Chronicle is touching the Hunter's Fury because the Orbiter strike is like, man, I'm dead. I don't know what to, but I'm dead. But the adaptation
Man,
was
I'm
also
dead.
coming into play. Like, we saw FNATIC not being aggressive at the beginning, and
Hello?
until they didn't have that Rolling Thunder, they wanted to take a little bit more space. But
Hello?
also, Energy reads onto that, and they're like, okay, let's
Yo.
run onto them. They're not going to be opposing. 2 rounds
Gue
after,
belum ada.
things change. I think it also has to do
Bertiga ya
with
dulu,
composition.
ntar dia
Again,
sama
just
gua.
take this with a pinch of salt, but I think
Okay.
actually coming out here 6-6,
Well,
NRG with that 1 execute away from an
Yeah,
8-4
coba.
half, so this is a huge win for them.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But this is truly the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we knew it was going to happen this way as well. We're going to send it back over to Doug and Ball, and I'm officially
Yo.
jealous that you get to commentate this game.
Amen.
Invite.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you're here to enjoy it with us, though, because it has been a gift. We saw so many minor instances at the very first half that were
bikin
just
dulu
fun.
party.
I'm jealous of myself. I feel like I'm in an out-of-body
Lo aja
experience
Pip,
right
bikin
now,
party Pip.
watching these
Lo
two
deh.
teams.
Nah, pinin barang dulu.
Get breakdowns
Ayo,
on the
aja,
ult
aja.
usage, and that's going to continue. I mean, they're just swapping halves, but you know
Kokom
that
udah
sort
gua
of
kick ya.
pattern is exactly what's coming in the second half.
Parah.
Bodo amat, biarin.
Ah, kok
All
dikit?
line there, and look, they're
Beban
pinching.
habis
They're
Kokom.
all heading towards the northern side or Fnatic.
Derek is
Anjing.
counting his lucky stars that he doesn't get hit by that stun by
Gua
Finesse.
tabuk lu ya.
Otherwise, he's dead to that nade for sure. 5 players here from FNATIC. Look at the re-clear going on right now. The dart from Crashies. But this is,
Ben,
while they're going to find nothing in halls,
gua mesti
they might
ke
find
sana, guys.
everybody
Lu pakai
outside
kokom apa Pips?
behind them.
Apa? Pakai kokom.
Kokom.
Karena ada lu
Utility
kan.
dumped out onto the site, and the space is filled. NRG happy to give the site up. So they're going to fight for a retake.
Kokom.
Spike planted.
First shock dart.
Woi, kok fail to invite lu? Well,
Leo's pushed his way into it. He's behind him,
Bentar,
and he
gue
gets both.
pindah-pindahin dulu ya.
Chronicle with the third.
woi lu lagi di party.
Victor with just a shred of health.
Enggak.
Like an artist.
Kok gua gak bisa
Smash
invite lu?
this thing back.
It's much
Coba
more
lagi.
aggressive than you're
Fail
normally
to
used
invite
to with
party.
Leo.
Nah, di party.
Oh! Artist!
Waduh, Ardis anjing.
Gua
How is he
relock dulu
snatch
deh.
this thing back? It's fallen down to
Gua juga
one.
relock.
Victor weak! Alphair with the kills, and the Red Bull clutch for Fnatic.
This is what it's like to witness these two teams play. Yeah, we've gotten all the strats, we've gotten the tactics. That's first half. Now we're in playoff mode. Playmaking mode. From both artists.
One enemy
And
remaining.
then Alphair as well.
Ardis sadis banget,
Bring this back.
Bang.
Enemy
That's a
remaining.
dink. Full HP on Artist too against the Sheriff from long range.
Yang satu pakai Sheriff, yang
That
satunya pakai
instance.
klasik ya guys ya.
Victor being low definitely hurts.
Score to Fnatic.
His chances, Alphair. What a clutch.
Sementara menang siapa, Pin?
Masih sengit sih Fnatic NRG 7-6.
We've already seen instances of light by the rounds winning.
Gila Boster.
Here's the classic from Fnatic.
Kengkeng lu Boster.
Funneling ult orbs. towards key players here. Boaster buys the Marshall specifically to leave a gap in that Gen smoke.
That's just
Dapat
not. Yeah.
pirate kostum,
Oh,
kagak
he got the
dipakai
bulldog.
jester
Yeah.
anjing.
Still maintains control of tower.
Tapi kostum lu sih +11 ya. Gue udah lihat ya, anjir.
Kemarin kan dupenya banyak, Pin.
Iya, itu sih nempanya sih sadis juga.
Leo is in that position still.
Main dah.
So unexpected, leaving Finesse all on his
CP
own.
lu sih kayaknya gede gara-gara mythic lu dah.
And Boaster
Mythic
should
lu
be hunting
+11 anjing.
Already gotten 2 kills in this round. 2 off his
Ngaruh kan begitu ya?
Chronicle.
Ngaruh kan CP naiknya cuma dari rarity.
Maybe because they made this slightly
Bukan dari
uncomfortable
status.
for Fnatic. You don't go for the
Ntar
full
lu pas
farm.
ganti
anjing.
equip
There he goes,
52
creeping
CP lu naik lagi
just
karena
like we
ungu.
called. The stun is perfect for him too.
Tapi naiknya
Finesse
nggak
knows
gede
he's
sih,
hunting.
mungkin kayak naik 5.000, 6.000.
Bin, lu mau lihat stats
Well handled by
Zaid gue
Finesse.
gak?
Apa?
OPT Zaid gue.
Just out of reach. Leo cleans him up. Fnatic take a 2-round lead. You're right, it was a little uncomfortable there.
Nih, dari pala ya.
Secure the round.
And they eventually fall back into the, the win
Damage.
conditions of some of those
Okay.
anti-ecos, which is for them
Lihat
not just
ini.
winning the round, getting
Wah.
up. The bonus is key.
Oke.
Actually,
Pede.
didn't even really need the kill on Finesse, by the
Ini
way.
juga.
He's still 1 off ult.
Oke.
So I was thinking to myself, that's a
Ini
great
di bawahnya juga, Pin.
Ah ya.
job
Oke
by
lah,
Finesse, but
udah oke
instead,
tuh.
no, it actually doesn't matter at all, that
Bak.
engagement. As
Udah
long as
bagus
Boaster
itu.
dies.
Iya. Kemarin yang
long as he
hasil
dies.
dari event ini nih,
Oke.
habis semuanya habis.
All right, let's see where he goes to get this orb right now.
Anjing, bener anjing.
Alfear's gonna hold the
Coba.
turret out. Finesse and Victor
Jangan
are
dikotak-atik
looking
lagi
to
dah,
trap.
biar nggak pusing.
Iya.
Lu
Lu
nggak mau ngapain?
baju yang lama lu jual nggak, Pin?
On this map,
Enggak, gue
Fnatic is
simpan
known
semua.
for going for
Kan bagi
bonus
yang lama
orbs.
gue kasih ke Warrior.
And you
Nah,
can use that to
betul.
your advantage here if you're Fnatic. You could just
Betul
completely
sekali,
ignore that
betul.
possibility. It's hard to
PRX DRX
do so
belum.
when it's such a
Ayo
powerful
mana
tool.
kokom
And yeah,
anjing?
now Victor knows.
Sebentar, kan saya mindahin dulu, Pak.
Oh.
Ya Allah, harus
They should be considered.
harus beli, Pin, anjing.
Iya apaan?
There's the orb that you were just mentioning, and now
Beli
orb will strike
pilihan
online. And the question is, where do Fnatic go off of this?
Isn't it ridiculous that
Goblok.
NRG
Banyakan
is
sih
already
kostum
trying
lu.
to play
Anjing udah
anti-orb
pakai dragon lu.
on the perfect
Yoi.
choice? There's 4 orbs
Kostum
on
lu
this
udah
map. They
lengkap
could
ya?
have
1, 2,
guessed
3
any
ya?
other one of them.
4.
And either way, it doesn't matter because Fnatic is
Legend
just
lu udah dapat
waiting
semua
for
ya?
their setup to fizzle out.
Legend belum semua, Pin.
See the pings on the
Yang
minimap, the
nomor
intentions are clear.
berapa ya? Nomor
You
4
want to go
belum
towards
semua
B,
lah.
perhaps the
Ngox
tower.
juga, Ngox.
And they've quietly made their way over. First the Prowler, then the Flash. Space not filled yet. They want to go down low.
Chat di guild.
Dirk is met with an Nano. He's going to try to satchel
Well,
across it, and he does.
That's a good hunt. It cleared the entirety of the site right now. They just have to avoid crashes as dart, and then they'll get this plant down with 24 seconds.
I mean, they're so
Ini
close.
material-material ini
tagged up.
semua nggak gua?
Separated
Ya, 700
and
udah
Psalms
pin
the first to
anjing.
fall.
Udah
Dirk
banyak
is satcheling
bahannya
back out. Alfear holding
anjing.
a line on the other side. It's a 1-for-1. But the numbers for NRG continue to crumble.
Ya,
It's just
invite,
Finesse
invite.
left alone in the 1v4. He's not able to get away. It's another round for Fnatic.
Keren kok.
And the mind games begin again, by the way. No ult used from Boaster there. In fact, he never had intentions. He's the guy who planted. He uses a failsafe using the post plant, but NRG was prepared and playing offsite specifically to
Kalian di
avoid
game
getting caught
48
in
aja ya.
positions where he'll get ulted. That's the moment
Iya.
where I lost my mind. Crashes
Di
his
game
dart
48 harusnya
does end up scanning
Pet
Boaster.
heart, small pet heart.
Maybe it's a drone.
Lumayan dapat
That
4
first
biji.
hits.
Kali 6, 24.
Lumayan bisa.
And that's a bonus
Upskill.
converted from Fnatic
Yoi.
right now. We started at a tie up half. Oh, Brim won't possible if the C's catches. Doesn't catch anybody. But there was 3 players possible.
And off of the pace of Fnatic, they're showing NRG's going to try to fill with some of their own on the southern side.
Oh, nice
But they've got to be able to hold it back
banget.
for now. On the side, in the sand, Durka drawing all over the place, getting the kills that he needs.
Durka. Wah,
It's another
Finesse.
dominant round for Fnatic, but
Wah.
an opportunity.
Finesse hop sapping
only
gak
in
sih?
sight.
Ah,
Make
mati lu.
something out of this. Finesse
Mati
has
lu,
himself in
Finesse lu.
position so many times.
Ah, mati lu.
And the
Udah
outcome's the
ditungguin
same.
lo sama Alfajar lo.
Nah, lu mati, ayo.
Gue yang mati, bos. Gue salah nih
How
pet
can you
gue.
prepare for all the possibilities from Fnatic on this map? Right there, you already saw NRG again backing off of that
Tap,
C's.
tap.
Ini kasihan juga ya, kagak.
In some
kagak ini,
instances,
Cok.
you have to just start to ignore some of those possibilities and bring the fight towards them. Test their deeper protocols. Fnatic, though, getting away with winning the bonus and converting that anti-eco without using any of these
Si Igoy
ults.
jam 12 gitu, Pip. Ntar lu temenin
I
aja
think
ya.
right now the comfort for NRG is looking
Kenapa dia?
while pressing tab right now, looking at their own ult cycle. It's about to come up, and that will be a factor for them on this defense. The funny part is crashes. I thought that was going to be such a big part of this defensive side for NRG because they stole this comp from EG, so I'm looking at what EG does in this instance. But he's so far away from being involved in that
FNATIC time out.
conversation.
Ini map pick siapa guys BTW ya? FNATIC atau NRG ya? Lupa gue.
This will become the swingiest of all swing rounds right now. What a game so far.
Lu senjata sekarang sama senjata yang 51. Lu udah pakai 51 belum sih? Belum ya? Masih 50 ya?
You're just referring
Siapa
to the
dah?
screen now.
Nggak,
4
masih Apip.
members away from having their ult
Masih
online. Just by
41
1
gua. Nyatanya.
This is
Ya, lu
crazy. This
beda
is the
berapa
first
senjata?
time these
Nambah
two
berapa?
teams have
41
played
ke
each other,
51.
and it feels like they've played each other like a million
Beda,
times. It feels like they're scrim partners
Beda
with the amount
PRX-nya
of
berapa?
anti-stratting
PRX-nya
that is
kan
going
ada
on.
bisa lu bandingin
It's
PRX.
ridiculous.
Kayaknya 304. Belum level 51 gua.
Iya ya, beda nambah berapa pas 51?
There's a dart
Jadi
setup.
8.000 dapat ya?
Harusnya dapat
Does
sih.
get Finesse's
Mantap.
ult online. That's the entire intention right now.
Kenapa emang?
That's also so
Nggak apa-apa, udah
nicely
enak
done
udah
by
8.000
Crashes
mah.
at the opening of the round. A dart on the northern side, the drone on the southern side, and all of a
Iya.
sudden you can turn attention.
Itu lu berapa tuh? Petek pin. Nih yang ini.
The problem is they're
8.400.
trying to deny some sort of space
Anjing.
for these orbs that FNATIC is
Nambah.
picking up right now.
Bacot.
Dirk has now got his ult.
Nambah 300
Finesse is gonna have
lagi
to try
nih
to
kalau
counter with
collection
this.
gue kayak lu.
Oh,
Another instance in which Druk is not able to get it
Iya,
off.
gas.
The orbital strike, artist down low,
9.000
falling.
nggak sih?
Pengennya juga
Sight so
gitu
hell
coy.
to some finally gets cleared.
Lu kemarin
Now the
gara-gara
knife fell
nempa
fast,
ini sih,
unable to
Vin.
hear a thing, but still trying to
Nempa
find
Nempa
one through the
baju,
spam.
Zait.
A
Kenapa?
3v3 for the site, no ultimate
Boncos
play
ke
yet. The Shock
sono.
Dart gets
Kalau
one.
lu
It's Victor who's close to
budget
his
lu
sub.
dari nempa baju Zait
Out
ke
there is to
collection
Chronicle on
sih
the swing.
ngejar
Crash,
itu.
he's dead.
Oh nggak apa-apa Pip. Gue satu-satunya
Falls control
jester
site
yang
control,
defense-nya
and
paling
Chronicles
gede.
just kind of doing it on his own. Finally falls to the nade.
Defense gue
Showstopper, they're out
MDF gue
close right now.
3000.
He lost 2 satchels.
PDF gue 2600 ya.
And the Roomba. There's the first. Trying to get across. Spotting
Anjir.
one. Guessing on the second.
Gue udah kayak
Not behind that door. Swinging.
aduh mati
Not
lah lu
found.
Victor. Gue mentingin
FNATIC
defense
get
sekarang.
another.
Kalau mau hunting solo udah nggak bisa coy. Kok gue
Both are
mati?
starting to have some fun with the crowd too. The
Karena
audience
defense
here.
menurut defense attack 8.000
NRG
tuh
have not won a
menurut gue
defensive
cukup
round
sih.
there, and I honestly think that they did a decent job.
Kok ini kayaknya
countering
kita
out the
nggak
ideas
menang
from
ya bang ya?
FNATIC here. The
Iya,
showstopper
kayaknya nggak
gets
lewat
canceled
nih Pak.
because Finesse is ulting at the same time with his breach ult, which they collected early in that round.
Aduh kena.
That's the moment where you're stunned up and naded in the corner while getting the spike down. My goodness.
Kayaknya tetap harus ngemop deh.
5 rounds in a row for
Biar
the attack.
aman di sininya. Kita tadi benar-benar full auto. Kalau mau full auto kalau berempat kayaknya baru bisa.
Berempat.
FNATIC now have free reign.
Masih ada yang ngemop dikit.
Brimstone opping. It's back, baby.
Kuat sih ini. Kalau gua nggak kena hit,
It's
bisa gua
back.
skill terus.
Wow. On attack, no less. And he finds value. Of course he does. Showstopper from Victor. Not hitting its mark.
We were having conversations about Kong Kong being the best attack side out.
Kalau
Both should be
kita nggak
having
kena
that
stun bisa.
conversation.
Ayo
Why?
semangat.
Because he's
Semangat
the only
Kokom.
person to do this sort of thing.
Ayo
This reminds me when he pulled it out in overtime. Back in
Nggak
Copenhagen.
bisa.
Another one for Boaster. They swing into him. Saw him on the trade.
Tai.
Finally punished.
Terjadi.
Harus ngemop.
That Rolling Thunder is very aggressive from Chronicle. They're in spawn.
Oh, there's a line here for Alfred to follow up, and Psalms full
Jim.
stunned.
He's gotten 3. He's had himself a map. He may be the only bright spot on this side for NRG. But he's played
NRG.
well.
Oh, aduh.
The position, the potential to get more.
1v3. 1v3 Coronikel.
They
Veronikel.
aware of Chronicles are out here.
Coba lagi.
Well, they have to be now.
Pin, lu
This would be
dari
backbreaking.
daily
Yes.
mission
Cleans him up.
poinnya buat apaan, Pin?
Daily mission koinnya buat apaan?
Response
Nggak tahu
finally
belum
just
gua
in
pakai
time
kayaknya
before
dah.
match point is possible here from
Itu kan
FNATIC.
cuma buat soul doang sampai 2000
I thought it was
sebenarnya.
Boaster's op that was going to put them there. He's doing it again, guys. I'm
Itu
looking right
nungguin
now
sampai 2000 terus
at the
naik.
spend. He's doing it again.
Iya, palingan gitu.
I mean, he got 2 kills, might as well. And
Aku
NRG is
mobbing
so
dulu.
focused on trying to deny some of these ult orbs early. They're peeking them.
Let's make some chaos.
I mean, it's a pretty decently considered idea.
Ini lu level 54 hunting di mana, Ben?
54 masih di Crow. 55 gue pindah ke
really close by afterwards. If he
needs to
night
Pia palingan.
with Chronicle stun or anything like that, he can.
Kalau nggak Night Pia, Cats. Tergantung ntar gue lihat statusnya enakan yang mana.
And then have Boaster again with the op right behind them.
I'm looking at the lockdown to be a potential way to take this site, but no, I think Boaster just wants to ISO up. And they're finally taking a look at pass control, so Alpha can creep forward, and that's going to take some time, so still not sure if that is the entire intention.
Gue nge-mop lagi deh.
The thing is, if they overwhelm Artis up in tower, or up on site, all of that utility that he has currently protecting Som and the site is gone. But they're gonna go. And it's all just a delay. The orbital strike is gonna get Boaster out. Durko's going aggressive. There it is. There were questions around whether an Artis would be overwhelmed, but he's able to keep them back for the first. Traded on the second. A 4v4 quickly turns into a 4v3, perhaps two.
Some trap.
There's just no real way for NRG to hold them back.
Ayo lo Crashes.
It's been so labored.
Kena.
He's gonna get the kill.
Oh, nggak
mati. At least getting that tag. 10 seconds for the plant right now. Nothing left. Still.
Chronicle is that could have secured the round. I believe it did. I don't think there's enough time. There's not.
Oh, Crashes. Udah gila lo. Udah gila lo Crashes. Gak pakai otak. Aiming Guardian-nya. They talk about my one tap.
Chronicle thought for sure.
Anjir, enak banget bunyinya. Dong, ting,
after that first pulse went out, he stopped planting the spike, moves away. Second pulse doesn't come forever. It misses, and third pulse still hits him somehow, where he doesn't have information for about 10 seconds. That's ridiculous. NRG needed a streak. That's 2 in a row right now. Their first 2.
Artis has the op. But there's no challenge towards B, where he's currently sitting.
Yeah, but he's getting droned on the angle. That's going to hold a lot of space right now. But yeah, you're right. Barely anybody here. It's just Som.
And he's playing off site. He's giving it up. What do they have? Are they looking to play around the lockdown?
It definitely could be a factor here. But also, look at this double play up through drop 2. Afier's going to be able to place his right now. I think he's waiting for their own lockdown. So NRG might not just place it. They might just play against it.
There it is. There's the attacker one. Still held on to by Artis.
Maybe they go for a sand one. No, it gets broken by a nade.
And Chronicle goes down. And now they put theirs through. Victor's already satcheled out onto A.
And it's planted in such a way, the lockdown in this case, that it's so deep right now. Dirk is just trying to get this nade off. It might actually count.
Oh, Som got it all the way.
Anjir.
He just held the defuse.
Ras. Di-ignore kan?
We gotta see that again because it looked like it was lined up well.
And also, how did they break that lockdown? I guess just coming through. FNATIC for the first time doesn't consider that as a possibility. Just coming through drop, just banks it off the wall. That nade is the best. The paint shells from Raze is the best util at breaking lockdowns.
It is insane that we're having rounds come down to nades.
Kalau udah dibolehin watch party nggak bakal kena copyright. Oh, tetap kena dong. Tetap kena lagu-lagunya, tetap ada copyright nih.
Happy with the situation. I think maybe even just a little bit of trolling going on.
All right,
there's that nade.
Yeah, we take a look at the first nade that cleared the lockdown and gets a kill on Chronicle.
Oh, Chronicle dead.
Up too, just not able to get out.
Well, that's right there. That's Victor. You saw him spam that little angle. The place where he might run away from. That is beautiful stuff from Victor. Gets the tag, slows him down. And eventually the frag.
Nah, gua nge-mop lagi.
Back in the swing of things, Artist still with the op. And he's already being pushed. Are they just going to continue to brute force their way into him? Off of the Prowler, they realize he's not holding halls anymore. They're going to simmy their way into sand. Artist is in trouble. He's not in a position to be able to get out. He's got to hold him back by himself. He gets the first. Looking to provide some resistance, and that's all it was.
He just lost his place right there while flashed up.
Orbital strike straight into spawn, excuse me, Rolling Thunder. They push them back. And they've left
Bang, ada yang miss, Bang. Gua kebejauhan baunya, Bang.
matter though, is the rest of the team is getting the kills.
Berjauhan.
It's Chronicle and out there,
kejauhan
leaving
gua nariknya.
Crashies alone. A 1v3. Some utility,
Aduh.
but not much.
It's tough to use here.
Mati lagi bang.
He's got the dart, he's got the shot, he has no help. FNATIC get to map point.
Crashies dan siapa tadi?
Has to try to
Alfajer
approach
ya.
silently, can't use any util. His position not known yet. But it doesn't allow him to break up those crossfires. He's just hoping that there's a gap, a timing window where he can walk into it. Very nicely done from FNATIC.
One enemy
The
remaining.
breach ult to maintain all this control of sand while the plant continues to go through, while they take down Artist. Artist could have gotten a second op shot off, but that flash delayed him for so long and he lost his position and exposed himself to the players pushing sand.
No up this time for the Killjoy. It's just rifles for the defensive side as they try to make their last stand. I mean, they're funneling, they're pushing, there's no crunch, it's all just a fight from one side! And it's turned in favor of FNATIC.
This might be the end here. NRG, they go for that drone, re-clear, but you had such a deep satchel from Victor, nobody's able to follow up on it, and the rest of the FNATIC
Ayo
players
FNATIC udah
just
match
group
point
up.
nih. Let's go FNATIC.
This might be it. 3 players for NRG, 4 from FNATIC. FNATIC so cautious. This grouping here of Som and Crashies might be perfect though.
It was Durko who had the off a moment ago, just handed it off to Chronicle.
Wants to use his satchel.
Placing swarm
take
grenades.
The one benefit for the defensive side here for NRG is that 2 of the 3 members that remain are on this site.
Oh, Crashies is tucked here. Leo does have his haunt, a Prowler too. They can clear it out.
Sam is
Aduh.
Molly.
Sorry guys.
Crashies with some util. Are they going to rotate? Oh, they're going to go in through sand. They just don't have a ton of time here.
And the Molly should be able to hold them off too. From one side at least.
Assuming they identify where it is. Leo has been left behind. Crashies
Yeah.
falls. All onto Sam, again, who's had himself a great game, but he can't convert here either.
It's just perfect from FNATIC, mauling out the last player on the site too, finding Crashies on the swing. They both got stunned by that breach
Ya
stun from
elah.
Chronicle. It's perfect.
Cepet amat
It
sih.
really is. It's a
Stun
little, I mean,
mulu
it's
ini.
not even like they're just trying to diff them with gunfights. Everything is so fastidiously considered.
Iya.
Mobbing bang. Kalau udah mobbing skill mobnya
Have you
mana
ever
bang?
asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from
Cancel
impatient
itunya,
friends?
Bang.
Or browse
Matiin dulu
desperately for
autonya.
answers that only bring up more questions?
Lupa bang.
Mission ada di konten terus mission. FNATIC sih keras juga ya guys ya. Ini para pejuang playoff ini keras-keras loh. Berarti so far orang yang masuk playoff yang kalah baru Loud ya. Kemarin tim Liquid menang. Harusnya FNATIC bisa menang juga sih ini. 2-0 gak sih? Iya kan? Ya. Enak banget sekarang skill area gue jadi cepet cooldownnya 30 detik dong. Aduh, kena. Ya Allah. FNATIC kalah lucu sih. Tadi tuh mapiknya ini kan guys, tadi mapiknya FNATIC kan. Jadi bisa aja FNATIC kalah habis ini, why not? Kabur well, biar gua hit terus. Gara-gara gua mati agronya jadi telu dia. Lari terus aja. Skill sekali lari, skill sekali lari. Enak nih gue nih bisa ngehit terus. Kocak. Larinya yang bener woi. Capek. Larinya nyamperin anjing. Larinya terus. Tapi jangan kejauhan. Muter-muterin kita aja, muter-muterin kita. Bagus.
Mati dia nih.
Capek.
Bisa lah ini.
Ya bisa. Siang Rainman baru masuk babak 2. Ini masuk babak 2. Map pertama dimenangin oleh FNC atau FNATIC. Di map tadi map Fracture. Abis ini map mana ya guys ya? Tadi gue nggak ngeliat lagi. Di game 48 dulu guys. Bind, wah Bind seru nih. Bind mappingnya NRG kan? NRG pasti, kan itu optik ya.
Box yang ntar 59 sama 49 sama ya Pin ya?
Kenapa?
Box ntar 59 sama 49 sama nggak tuh?
Box apa?
Box 59 sama 49 nanti.
Box apaan? Box 5949.
Dungeon.
Oh. Iya, hadiahnya sama. Mungkin jatuhnya lebih banyak aja kayaknya. Menurut gua, kalau sampai gak lebih banyak sih keterlaluan. Lebih susah terus reward sama anjing. Tapi game ini kan anjing, jadi bisa aja anjing.
Betul.
Halo Kak Devi, diam kau humans. Jangan panggil aku Devi. Aku bukan Devi.
penasaran sama Assassin weh.
Penasaran sama Assassin?
Iya.
Si lama bang.
Jester ntar mau jadiin apaan tuh?
Ya kalau dari seal-nya kan jadi trickster atau jadi assassin. Masalahnya job 2 nggak tahu
6
sih.
bulan lagi lah.
6 bulan lagi. Maksud lu 60 bulan lagi.
Nggak bakal ada dong kalau begitu.
60 bulan lagi itu 5 tahun. Bisa lah kita main ini 5 tahun. Dan nonton movie Black Clover. Gua kan nggak nonton Black Clover.
Tahunya nanti pas ini lagi Pin, pas 60. Anjir, 60 update. Job baru. Wah.
Nggak mungkin. Dia kalau job baru pasti update bareng sama cap level. Aneh banget kalau cap level dulu terus baru 60 apa. Itu bisa berubah next update 60 terus aneh banget.
Kan mempermudah hunting Pin. Orang kalau misal udah 60 dan huntingnya tetap damage-nya si monster lebih gede daripada kita ya.
Kan memang itu tujuannya biar kamu top up lagi.
Di top up apa lagi coba Pin?
Nah kalau misalnya ntar udah 60 update 70 misalnya gitu kan. Ya equip lagi. Attack-nya 10.000 kita. Duitnya minus 100 juta.
Equip lagi anjing amat.
Tapi emang lu sadar kan sekarang udah gak ada yang bisa kita lakukan selain equip. Udah. Ini collection aja nih mulai ada mini microstats nih.
Yang lu ngomong tadinya microstatsnya itu jelas ya. Ternyata enggak juga.
Iya, mulai
anjing.
muncul nih ketidakjelasannya nih. Tapi seenggaknya baru 1 lah microstatsnya lah. Baru collection Dajjal ini. Ya iya makanya. Ntar muncul lagi yang namanya tekotek.
Lumayan emas 1 dah.
Cuma pay attack doang ya yang worth ya.
Iya, yang worth cuma pay attack doang. Defense kan lu kalau misalnya bunuh cepet ya juga sama aja Pin.
Ini lagi XP 25%.
Oh iya anjir.
biar bisa hunting dulu. Lumayan nih gue mau 51.
The ultimate, and that was not enough to make FNATIC feel like they were
Wah,
under pressure.
autoin gue pikir lagi dungeon loh, kok lawan pro.
Lo huntingnya udah di crow ya, Pin?
Yap, dari 50 52 gua. 52, 53, 54 di crow.
Bowser was great on this map. I was looking at him, and you can definitely tell that he belongs on the stage.
Royokan tetap
Karena dia
Windy.
Ya Windy cuma satu, jauh di ogre semuanya datang.
Gue sempat di ogre loh, 40, 51, oh 52, gue 52 di ogre, 53 gue baru pindah ke crow.
Ya beda darah doang ya berarti ya.
Karena gua lupa ada crow. Jadi gua kayak buang satu level di ogre, gua kayak shit. Gua pindah crow di situ.
Di Giant Octopus aja, Pin. Sabep.
I think we just have to be more decisive in how we want to play and take certain parts of the map in the mid round.
Alright, thank you very much for joining me, chat, and best of luck.
Pacarnya FNATIC wawancarain NRG, wawancarain Boster dong, baby. Insu.
I'm a little confused actually. I mean, if NRG have done their homework here with the composition they like to run, and if FNATIC stick to the Cypher pick on Bind, because that's something that enables FNATIC so much on the defensive.
Dukung NRG gua biar FNATIC yang menang. Reverse psychology supporting pro.
It's one of the few times actually
Harbor di Bind
really guaranteeing value.
Wow.
Prime Gaming Agent Select as we get ready and see how this is going to play out. But Kukuka, we got the Cypher. We'll see how this plays out, but on the other side, the Harbor
FNATIC ada Cypher
Yeah, exactly.
nih.
That is something
Susah
that
nih
we do
guys.
not get to see a lot in EMEA. And of course, I think that the Cypher is going to be very important. We know that those setups needs to be a little bit reinvented, knowing and adapted to what NRG is going to put on the table.
NRG 6 times split di bind.
FNATIC, we're ready for this, right?
1,000%, of course.
I think they're feeling comfortable in this composition.
Oh, yes.
Even versus the Harbor Viper.
All right, well, we'll see how this one plays out. We're ready for map number 2.
I suggest
much
you
to break down
move.
as we get ready for bind. Let's send it over to Doug and Bala yet again.
Let's go.
Thank you, Golden Boy Ball. It always feels like a privilege to see NRG play bind because they're so freaking good at it. But now we get this matchup with FNATIC on the other side, and you know they're ready for this triple wall comp.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, though, FNATIC has barely played against some of this Harbor Viper stuff. It's not really run in EMEA ever, and they barely played against it at Lock-in, only against that Furia game, and then a little bit in the grand finals against Loud, which, you know how that game went. But for this, it's a new map where it's running that, right? It's bind, of course. FNATIC's very comfortable. That was a historically good map for them way back when, last year even.
Yang kaget itu Cypher di bind bukan Killjoy. Lah kagak lah, bind Cypher bukan Killjoy, coy.
A little bit of Sage added in for flavor. It's the new mix of this Ascent
Justru
comp that ended
gue
up
lebih
being
demen
the downfall of
Cypher
FNATIC's
dibandingin Killjoy kalau di bind.
at the beginning of this game.
Tripwire, mainan smoke-nya, screen-nya, waduh.
Reinvigorate and refresh their success on the map. They find themselves on the attacking side.
Oh, they're not ready for this hookah play. Whoa!
So many people through, and you're right, NRG had no idea. Now throwing a brakes on the rotate.
Lagi bang.
Iya bang, bentar bang.
He goes straight to the skies, and he takes Som down. What a start from FNATIC.
Catching them completely unaware. I wonder if there's a flash that gave them misinformation there, if FNATIC dodged it somehow to get a timing up through. But you can tell NRG really interested in getting that orb. And then falling back towards that A side, hoping that they can stack the correct side. Instead, now they leave
Gila,
Ardis
tiba-tiba
alone.
sisa Ardis gini. NRG di wakwau anjir.
The opening of that round again to see what it was that led to a false sense of security.
Aduh. Aduh,
Might just
Predator
be
lo
that there
malayo.
was nothing, and they just had some sort of false sense of security for no reason. That's not the way you want to start off here if you're NRG. Remember, they're down a map. They could already be facing an 0-2.
Ini sih nggak siap sih ini NRG.
They were gone, man. They were out. They were fully convinced.
Aduh, untung nggak mati. Oh mati. Tapi sebenarnya sebelum mati dia ngebunuh ya. Nice wonder. Derke.
They lost one player. They still reacted fairly well. It's just the fact that there's so much explosiveness from FNATIC there. Again, boasted with that Marshall on this anti-eco. It's consistent. Masters of the economy right now. In the game. They're the best at it. Everybody else is trying to copy them. And for NRG, actually, it's been a story for them where they, after lock-in, they copy FNATIC, they start playing some light armor stuff, but they give up on it.
Yeah.
At some point during Americas. And you can tell already in this game, too, they've given up on it on Fracture.
Victor mau ngambil orb nih.
3 from NRG pushing into showers. Boasters waiting on the other side of this wall with it.
Enak nih. Enak nih.
Nothing but a green line keeping him back.
Bang Boster, lari Bang Boster. Aduh, hampir aja mati Bang Boster.
Is it going to be enough? And that tells them that they're in deep anti-eco position still. And they have plenty of time to catch up. Nice cam in for Alfred to spot finesse.
Derke. Gila, Derke udah beli Vandal anjir. What the hell?
Derke's already passed all of the utility that's intended to deny the push.
And look at this double molly too. Boaster from way far away. Chronicle as well.
Gila. Pede banget ini 2 Vandal anjir FNC. FNATIC woi.
And the rest of the players, he's trying to hold on to that space for them to flood in behind him. Instead, they can't get anywhere near.
I mean, look at him now. NRG are stuck in spawn.
Yeah, they're just hoping to die to Spike eventually.
Yeah.
Heal up, squad.
And Dirk is starting to hunt, you can tell.
Biasanya yang botak
He
jago
swapped the Marshall too. Boaster picks up the Vandal. They're masters at this. He has plenty of time to chase still.
There.
3 points away from having the ult online.
That's a nade.
Where's that cam? A cheeky cam looking to spawn.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Orang-orang yang udah ngejar
Dirk, still close.
emas gimana itu kabarnya ya? Kemarin belinya 2000.
Emas.
Iya, itu
One step
legend.
closer to having the showstopper.
Any engagement's good there.
Yeah.
Maksudnya Jester
That's why
Lamp.
they buy that Marshall, just the 900 credits, really not a big investment. Still fantastic for the one-tap body shots on Anti-Eco.
Bukan Jester
But still
Lamp
so
ini.
well
Oh,
considered.
legendary
Switch
weapon
off and
komponen.
exchange weapons
Iya.
So that you aren't potentially giving a Vandal over.
Kalau mereka udah beli, berarti duitnya udah banyak banget, Pip. Udah nggak mikir.
Bener.
Mereka beli harganya 6.000 satunya, terus butuh 70.
Sounds like the
Berarti 420.000 ruby.
go full
Anjing. Enggak sih. Terima kasih banyak.
42 juta tuh ya,
Short,
kurang lebih.
making it so difficult for the attacking side to push through.
Terus sekarang jadi sampah nih.
Sekarang jadi
Satchel forward, it's just complete
1000.
disrespect. With the judge.
Wah, der ke
Sam
offset.
stops him.
Wah, sumpah ngebug gue Pin. Gue relock bisa nggak Pin nih? Masuk ke ini lagi.
Bisa. Kan kayak gua kemarin bisa.
Oh, Fnatic does gain control of Lance.
Belok
They've
aja.
lost 2 now. And the trades coming from Alpha, yes.
Ardis.
Pinpoint accuracy, top of the box. Pops 2.
Finesse is still playing on the other side. He's still towards B.
Waduh. Cage
Pause for
trigger.
Fnatic. Just instilling a little bit of doubt.
It's coming.
Mati.
Eventually, NRG are going
Lemah.
to try to get some information. It should just be off of a Crashy's flash.
And they're here. They're ready for it. There's a flash that you mentioned off the swing, but he was just a little
Oh,
ahead
nice
of it.
one,
Crashes falls.
Boster.
It's too staggered.
Oh, nice Ardis.
Artist taking one back.
Nice reflex.
Spike towards
Finesse
Finesse.
still
Finesse
in.
has not left.
Oh, nggak jadi.
Come on, man.
Those are
Nggak
Spike's
jadi.
senses.
Wah, Boster sih Spider sense
The
anjing.
fact that Alfio doesn't even TP,
Oh,
he holds on to
itu
this
kelihatan,
space
Bang.
right now. Artist reposition.
Oh,
Are you
Alfajer.
kidding me?
Boster nge-cheat. Kok dia bisa tahu nggak jadi gitu, dia nge-fake anjir.
Just a needle for a pixel.
Finesse in a 1v2. He's healthy. He's got a Phantom Boaster. Alfie are not
Aduh,
nearly as lucky. He gets
aduh,
one.
kenapa
He
nggak
gets
pikir
both.
sendiri-sendiri sih, anjing.
Avoiding disaster, avoiding another bonus, and getting NRG on the board.
Hari-hari
What a fun
nge-picknya
round.
sendiri.
And they go for a little double swing. It's almost well timed, but just a slight misstep. And Finesse able to convert a 1v2. That's happening more and more often.
Never mind. The first one might have been the best.
Nah.
Gila, buset.
That's nasty.
Itu
But here,
nasty.
the double peak. Slight gap in the timing between the two. It's a good idea, but it allows Finesse to easily convert it.
Itu mah aim labs buat Bang Penes.
Especially, I mean, Finesse getting going here. Okay, they're going to dodge the flash. No info given. Crashy's not committing to picking up the orb. Could have been a massive mistake and a great counter from Fnatic instead.
He manages to get info off the jump peak too. Doesn't take any damage. Understands there are at least 2 guns that were fired.
Buset, langsung dihancurin. Belum sempat keluar, keren.
Very clear coming in. Cam from Alfia spots them. It's the key for them to bring up, make sure there's nobody punishing. And the wall is well timed for the players on NRG to receive these players on B side from Fnatic. Derker will eventually go for this orb.
Face of the flash, he jumps through the telly.
Well, Fact says he was left alone. That's one, so had to be ready. You already saw him tucking into that corner so he could easily backstep. Now he's ready to join the hidden. He has both satchels.
Alfier's on the prowl.
Aduh.
But there are 2 players
Oh,
here.
anti-flash, nice.
In A, Sam being one
Oh,
of the
Sam.
first to fall.
Oh,
Victor on the
Victor.
swing is great.
Aduh, keculik.
Deny the plant. He's still around. He's still healthy. The spike still hasn't made his way out of
Victor.
sight.
Mantap Bang Victor.
Boaster's
1v2.
gotten it down to a 1v2.
1v2. 1v2 situation.
He might have the info. Remember last round when he TP'd, Finesse was all the way back. NRG always leaves one.
He just needs 1 kill here.
Aduh.
But Artist is actually, he's already shown up and he's got to judge.
Pretty crazy that he gets the plant down.
It is. There's the flash. He knows where he is. Crashies cleans it up.
Dapat duit lumayan.
Fnatic are just diving through that high tide, which is a fantastic one from Som. Once that wall comes down from Fnatic, their intention is to leave lamps, take the front of site. In the last time they took that A side, they actually pushed into lamps. This time you see Dirk is positioned, the molly's on the back of truck, trying to deny.
Trot.
But Psalm's High Tide cuts it all off. I'm very surprised. Maybe it's a time
Lumayan guys, lumayan.
All the messing around on the other sides of the map.
Dua-dua. Aduh, dia tadi gini mulu nih. Kejar-kejaran mulu nih. First half nih.
They're definitely buying into this.
Pagi, Jok.
Despite losing 2 in a row.
Hawk out. Hawks out. Aduh. Udah di-push anjir sama NRG. Ke aja bang, ke aja bang. Bang, kalau udah 2 orang nge-push gitu bang, ke aja bang.
That's the most extreme wiggly wall of all time.
Yeah.
Ke aja bang.
And there are plenty of setups that you can do from A without having to go through teleporter to control that area. I wonder if that's intended to make them think he's playing B.
This is a crazy deep B hold from NRG though, as well. Might not matter at all. And double trip to hold the flank here from Alfier.
Blinding. Nggak dapat.
You've got the Seekers pushing them back into spawn. Showers control still there. Alfier starting to re-explore.
I think they just jumped one of the trips.
Wait, can you get past 2?
I suggest you move.
The Trailblazer is going to clear the second. And you see it. I mean, they're here. Leo's waiting. Alfier is too. The flash is well considered by Crash. So Victor going aggressive. He's going for the flank, and he never goes off. He never shoots it. He was too close.
These Razors are having such trouble placing these showstoppers.
Oh my God, Victor! What are you doing, my friend?
In the cascade, Tom has to tug right
back
nice. Out. Durka doing well to keep him back. He's gotten 2. He gets 3.
Gila, Derke. Alfire, Derke.
It's too easy down the line there.
Animasinya belum keluar, jadi nggak bisa ditembak. Iya, kedeketan dia. Masih belum selesai ngokang roketnya ya.
It's just crazy.
Fire in the hole.
This time's showstopper as well. Getting the proper timing for that animation to not cause problems.
Nice! Good job there.
Nice, good job there.
And it is finally a response here from FNATIC. It's 2 in a row for NRG. Off that 1v2 from Finesse.
Two stingers and then pistols. And that's all it is. They've tucked Victor and Hookah.
Kemarin yang menang tim Liquid sama.
Go that way.
Gue lupa.
Orb as well here from Chronicle.
Hey, that was a cue for Sam to put the cascade down.
EG, oh ya EG. Makasih bantuannya teman-teman.
Clear in front. You saw actually they put down the wall and the orb immediately to try to catch somebody. That's a shot.
That's a massive W, bro.
Pretty clears the Trailblazer, and of course Dirk has followed all the way right behind it. They've gotten some control of the U-Haul, but they're starting to step back, and NRG want to take the fight. Remember, they have lighter weaponry. They want to close the gap. They want to get in their faces.
Crashes.
Can they stop the attack here?
Crashes. 3 orang ada di lamps.
Showers control. They have U-Haul control. I mean, it may not look like it. They have full sight control
nice.
Too. And once again, the defense looks like it's at a loss. Dirk is just playing with this food right now.
It's too easy to contain here from Durka. Especially with that short.
Nice, Dirk.
And the constant threat.
Nice, Dirk.
From FNATIC to go through that TP.
Gila FNATIC. Mojokinnya mantap juga.
It's all over.
Dukung siapa match 2? PRX lah, bro. Indonesia.
Sam is usually so good in this position. Usually such a phenom in lamps at getting multi-kills, but you can tell Durka doesn't even really want to fight until super late. Just holding that space, making sure that they get the plant down, making sure they can start to take the rest of sight. With the info too.
Shorty emang mengerikan adik-adik.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. There's just not much more to say, is there?
And the idea from NRG is really good there too. Leo's swinging onto the stairs where the old TP was, so he's not even in that fight from Alphair. Alphair goes in front of the Viper wall, does not get flashed, which is key.
Yang kalah pulang nggak? Enggak. Yang kalah kalau war bracket nggak pulang. Oke, kelar teman-teman. Terima kasih.
They invested a lot towards holding this site. And so far they failed, but perhaps they can reconsider, perhaps they can reestablish as the Psalm falls one more time.
I mean, they have so many different variations of holding this A side too. They're just abusing this at this point.
Yeah, they are.
Durka can sometimes be on boxes, they can be playing post, they can be holding short.
You're not limboing your way through that. You imagine a timeout has to be on the cards here pretty soon.
Definitely.
Because FNATIC, you're right, they just continue to pound A. And just exploit the defense.
Last player standing.
We've seen good halves from NRG on this map on both sides, so not quite getting worried anywhere about keeping this game close. FNATIC is putting on a masterclass though, and eventually that conversation will start.
Welcome to my world.
There was even a flash setup from Crashies through teleporter to help that fight.
Semua pet heartnya cuma satu ya. Mana egonya nggak ada?
Jam 12 kan bang?
Oh iya. Record dulu kali dia.
Ya recordnya dulu. Gue sih udah suruh dia ke Discord gue.
Similar setup from Psalm. The one small difference I'm seeing here is Finesse's wall.
Recordnya dulu.
Just a little different. This time set up from A.
Yeah, that's the old bathroom wall, essentially. Ignoring the possibility of that, or the fact that the new Showers TP is there.
Spike drop. Got the spike.
Apa kabar DG di bawahnya? Berarti DG di bawahnya juga satu small pet heart, nggak ada bedanya. Yang DG level 1 ya.
Victor's got a lot to deal with, but Crashies is close by.
Lebih gampang, lebih cepat.
He has one flash and seekers. Push off the angle. And it's just a
kena
trap.
tuh.
Do they check him? No, they don't.
Wah, nggak dicek corner kirinya. Dipikir cuma di kanan, untung di backup. Nice FNC Chronicle. Finesse. Aduh, Boster. Oh, Boster. Nice. Oh, Leo denger nih, Leo nih. Oh, nice Leo. Good shit.
FNATIC starting to wonder, but this might actually end up being underwhelming of a challenge.
Apakah NRG akan kalah di kandangnya sendiri?
At least on bind. It does look that way.
I'm concerned if they start to find ways to punish this B side. And most of these, they've been ending up A, trying to abuse specific factors of that.
Kalau jalan atas low-nya Sage ada suara kayak es pecah. Yes. Ada tetap. Jadi kalau lo nginjak pasti ada suara, makanya orang tahu meskipun lo jalan. Cek. Waduh, di-push. Waduh. Buset. Di-push om. B-nya 4 orang the hell?
But they end up all flanking, and this time there's going to be a Showers TP with the Trailblazer to follow up on. Victor's stuck here though, and FNATIC is not committed, so they're happy to wait this out and challenge.
Ya,
more than he could chew.
FNATIC gak komit anjir.
Stuck in teleporter. Everyone from FNATIC is here to handle him. But
they just used a Reckoning to try to clear him out, and yes, it will get him out, but leaves a lot of gaps and loses a lot of tools.
Such a heavy investment to preserve his life, and then he eventually falls. Alphier once again getting a 2K from what looks like the same spot.
And right now, these Seekers might all get destroyed. Yes, Artist is going to get the rest, but Chronicle's inserted in such a good position.
Oh, nice banget.
So smart.
Crashies, can you hold the line?
2v2, 2v3. Wah, 1v3. Tinggal crashes.
It's crazy. They could have crossed there, but they're just
Pasang nggak sih ke A, Bang?
Crashes' position is, and they're just gonna use that space. Don't even bother.
Tarik Bang ke A, Bang.
Take all the time that you need.
Plan Bang.
Right there
Nah,
from FNATIC.
gila. Berarti besok lower bracket ya Bang, live lagi nggak? Iya besok lower bracket live lagi besok. Besok live lagi kok. Yang gua nggak bisa live tuh hari Senin. Hari Senin gua nggak bisa nonton.
Of course he is. He's had such a good read on the game.
Aduh, timing.
Timing was bad, but still able to get around. Forgot where that corner was. And that, as soon as he spotted, he doesn't get the kill. Crashes is going to save. FNATIC up to 7. A chance for a 10-2 half with 3 rounds remaining. After Fracture, I didn't think that was in the cards, but I didn't think that this defensive side issue right now for NRG was
Saving crashes.
it looked at first. Yeah, they got a streak of rounds on that defensive side, mainly due to the ult cycle.
7-2 guys.
Especially now with the wasted Reckoning, the tools in this comp are not as major. In fact, they used a
Apakah akan 10-2?
resurrection from Sage too.
That's a lot of
Senin
Bentar WhatsApp gue Pin ya.
Apa
Buka
tuh?
dulu bentar. Ntar WhatsApp dulu gue aja kalau misalnya anak udah di sini.
Oh iya.
Thank you.
Yuk.
By the way, FNATIC too.
Dukung NRG biar FNATIC menang, ya kan? Senin bokap gue ulang tahun, jadi mau ada lunch ulang tahun bokap, jadi gak bisa nonton. Kalau Selasa, Rabu, Kamis, gue kan record. Jadi pengen nonton paginya doang kayak biasa.
Yeah.
I mean, every single one.
And the crazy thing is, they're not having to change very much.
And so I'm already using not only the high tide, of course, that you want to use. Oh, hold on, 2 players up close. They're reclaiming. Chronicles in trouble. It's barely out. It's just light weaponry.
Yeah.
And the funny part, Crashies, while you might be surprised to see him there, this is like the 4th round where they're there. They're just not able to get anything done.
It's another deep cascade in short, and then the high tide right behind it. They want to go forward. Look at how much they're investing just to slow down, just to keep the FNATIC attack at bay.
I mean, that's important. They just wasted a few mollies on that one.
He's going to be able to get anything. No, Dirk is too high, Boaster's too low, and the health is too short. And the nade in the lap of Sam, forcing him to swing out, now without damage being taken.
30 seconds.
They're rolling them. They're just rolling them.
Yeah.
Gila 5-1 bang. 5-1 bang, 8-2 bang. Oh. Gila 8-2 coy. Coy, NRG dibantai di kandangnya sendiri coy. What the hell?
And that scoreline that I
Jesus.
posited is very much within reach. 2 rounds left in this first half. We've gone from Fracture, an insane battle of the minds, to NRG being faced with potentially immediately an incredibly difficult It wasn't perfect during the regular season from them, but it was good still. And they're challenging. You're right. NRG, who has a historic bind, that
Bang.
might start to slip by the wayside when you see results like this, when you see some of the domestic results on this map as well. FNATIC not struggling at all to deal with this defensive side Viper Harbor.
What is Artis doing here? Waiting for an early flash. Deep flash from Crash. He's down long, zigzagging its way through.
Udah lewat loh. Wah, mati dah. Langsung mati. Cakep banget, Boster. Sentinelnya langsung hilang, bos. Wah, cakep banget. Langsung konkas di ulti, nggak pakai lama, anjir. Anjir. Komsnya bagus banget. Ya, Lord.
And it's always set up with
iri, aku iri.
Durka was jumping, and now the showstopper out, clearing the site. Crashies has managed to slip the net and tuck back into elbow. Oh no.
Oh. Gokil.
Of course.
Berani banget, anjir.
Showing off the tech.
That's so hard to land because you know 99% of the time people are hitting a wall on that. NRG once again forced to save.
A high tide fadeaway. This is crazy. Right out of the timeout too, and they hit with an ult combination that they just can't consider at this point. No. There's way too many things that they're dealing with. Finesse's brain's got to be overheating. On Fracture, I mean, it was such a awesome battle to watch the two. But since that second half,
apa yang terjadi kalau roketnya kena tembok tadi? Ya damage-nya sakit. Apalagi damage-nya sakit lah.
I don't even really feel like FNATIC on this map is particularly caring too much about the specifics of NRG's play. Yeah,
ini bagus banget nih. Langsung di ulti, coy.
This is so nice.
Oh, bagus banget.
NRG's book. In my mind, NRG's the guys who consistently got value out of.
Gila, itu bagus banget. Diprediksi kena, lu mau lompat kan, gua ulti langsung, lu kagak bisa jalan cepet. Last round. Apakah 9 trigger 112? Kalau 102, kalau sampai 102 FNATIC, udah sih GG sih.
On this attack side.
Handing them around.
Chronicle had it, Durka had it, Boaster had it, Alfier. Leo, it's your turn next. Oh wait, you won't even get another chance.
Ardis nggak bisa apa-apain itu. Ih, Ardis udah pasrah.
Unless they hand it off mid-round. Really min-maxing things here. It's just so ominous. What you said a couple of rounds ago, the fact that there's a 10-2 is a very good reality. We find ourselves on the precipice of it. Showstopper up top.
Oh, gak kena dong.
Wow, where did that go?
Oh, nice.
Crashy still gets a kill.
Rosa. Wow, Rosa.
No, they're leaving it.
Victornya jadi Rosa.
On the side of NRG.
IGL's battling and the gun fight goes in
Nice,
favor of Boaster.
Finesse didn't have his gun out.
Spam through it once again, no complete disrespect of Sam's
Oh,
utility.
di-push
They're
dah lu.
just fearless in pushing past it.
Di-push dah lu. Wah, kelar. Kelar, udah kelar. Ah, udah kelar, GG. Sudah. 10-2 udah. 10-2 ini mah. Aduh. 10-2 coy. Coy, FNATIC nih coy. Untung gue dukung NRG biar FNATIC menang. Teori dukung NRG, pas ditanya dukung siapa supaya menang FNATIC. Karena sebenarnya gue dukungnya FNATIC. Emang kelas guys kalau tim veteran mah. Tim veteran mah kelas. Kelas, boys. Holy moly,
Good old-fashioned butt whooping. I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. NRG getting completely outclassed on bind.
Tapi bisa aja di comeback kalau emang mereka sejago itu.
It's not even a
defense-nya ya.
It's not even a composition thing. FNATIC are just out aiming them.
I think
really?
it has to do with maybe not expecting this kind of preparation,
Reverse
this
psychology,
kind of
yoi.
level coming from FNATIC.
Gak, 2-0 dari PRX cepat main, bener. Terpantau NRG tidak berkutik di sini, saudara-saudara, bener. Kayaknya ini Ardis perlu ganti agent buat di-bind. Sebenarnya Sage tuh bagus. Cuma tadi keculik terus. Bagus banget nyulik ya, FNATIC rapi banget nyuliknya cuy.
Sure, but I think NRG's strength lies in playing this composition tailored more towards the retake.
Gigi bet, bang.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm glad Baller actually noted it. The only time the NRG have lost a defensive half was versus Nav, and it was a 7-5.
Yeah.
Time and time again, FNATIC are being rewarded for this default by an overswing, an overchallenge on one of the extremity. They were lacking value from artists once again on the Sage, and that's not even individually. Just as an agent.
Bener, FNATIC itu kayak mereka mentalnya udah siap gitu loh. Tradingnya juga bagus. PRX tim Cina, PRX tim Singapura.
It feels like it's a lot of for a team that we praise for being so good for the individuals coming
Map
together.
defender gini mah susah comeback. Lah, kan setelah ini yang jadi defender NRG.
Things not working out, you not getting to the place in the round where you want to be. It's going to be very tough, but maybe this is going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala to send us home.
Oke, kita lihat apakah akan langsung 13-2 adik-adik. 13-2 kah? 13-2 kah adik-adik? Atau di comeback jadi 12-12? Ini pistol roundnya harus menang sih NRG sih. Oh NRG, FNATIC yang defend ya? Waduh susah deh bang. Iya ini map defend ya, bener juga. Anjir map defend aja FNATIC menang ya. Sorry salah. Waduh, what? Wow. Wall yang baik.
You actually do still have Chronicle here.
They're still here. They don't bite on this at all.
Aduh, kalah aiming. Jeder headshot ada di B, spike drop. Udah kelar. Kelar, dah. Setengah bulan lagi batch ungu. Mantap Hanta. Udah GG ini mah. I mean. FNATIC aimingnya ngeri banget. Brengsek.
And FNATIC just so disciplined, so well considered.
They kind of bit.
Aimingnya stabil banget FNATIC.
Actually cut off the spike, but Molly's come in. It should outlast it.
And they put the Trailblazer right in front of it too to clear it. FNATIC are playing borderline perfect balance.
He got it.
Ya ampun, Potato, anjir.
Must have been so close.
He felt like he was on top of it.
Potato, cu. Nah lo.
Artist now joins the frame with 10 seconds left, and utility
mati, flawless.
Into their depths of prime gaming flawless for FNATIC.
Yeah, I'm betting he thought the same thing I thought. Because Artist stood on that A side the entire time, holding that space, so they could fall back into it.
Gila. Aduh, 12-2 deh. Aduh, 12-2 deh. Match point deh. Match point deh.
To be so close yet so far.
Aduh, NRG anjir. NRG ngeri banget. Aimingnya kalah jauh gitu sama FNATIC.
And it's straight down into laps. It's a good start. It looks like Alfir was just ooh.
Dude, this is what I mean.
What a good trip.
Udah ini mah 12-2 guys, sudah guys.
The trip was great. Alfir's setup was actually a little late.
Alfire.
But the trip was great. Even in the face of the cascade, Chronicle just goes.
Nice. Oh, TP semua langsung.
An attempt at flipping the map from the attacking side. They take the teleporter. They leave Finesse behind. See if he can cut off any
Ada Leo di B.
But anchor, because it looks like they want to rotate back towards him.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Victor just stays in lamps, holds that space.
Oh, more fake rotation.
Taking that front of sight.
And look at this, FNATIC just barely fight, but you're right.
Oh, nice trade. 3v2.
There's only one player here right now. They still thought that there might have been a double step back. But Monster will now have this flank. Victor in spawn. Can he take down Leo? Coming around the corner right now.
Oh, dia mau nyulik si Leo nih.
Victor on it.
Oh, nice banget. 2v2.
Still has a stinger though. Is Durka
Ini Boster ngapain ya?
Can he pick it up?
Waduh, Boster ngapain anjing?
They're going to be able to convert this force unless Durka wins a 1v2. The tap on the spike, the reposition. Victor showing a little leg, giving him a little bait. Crashies once. I mean, they're just like gnats. They're just annoying him. They're being pests. And they're securing the round.
Upgrade to a Bulldog for Crashies too.
Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one.
Off of Boaster's body down short.
Nice one. Anti-eco, anti-eco. Nice, nice,
They
nice.
needed it. And they got it. That's 3 light buys. Well, the full force right there, obviously, but the only thing they can buy is stingers.
NRG dapat 1
That's
poin.
3 light buy wins for NRG so far in this series. There's one thing to walk away with after it. Maybe that's the success point for NRG, which isn't really a major part of their toolkit overall. Last year, they were one of the few teams who really just never bought any sheriffs. They just always stuck with classic ecos.
Oh.
Push through Hookah right now.
Victor nafasnya udah berat yoi.
The flash, the turn!
Oh, nice
That shot was
trade,
gross.
nice trade.
That's got to be an accident.
Flashnya di fake, flashnya nggak
Better
diledakin.
lucky than good, I guess.
Fake flash. Fake flash.
Against Fnatic, overall better lucky than good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not even enough. It's ridiculous. These guys look just so strong. High cam, spotting the lurk through the orb.
See that attacks that wall from Som. Above it. Wall's only one spot.
Wallnya bagus nih.
Given everything else that you're hearing.
Wallnya NRG bagus.
See the flash shoot. They want to try to fight back sight, and they managed to get what they were looking for.
Nggak Alfajer doang.
Alfier Sheriff.
Oh shit!
My goodness!
Oh my
like this,
god!
with the neural theft, he knows where he is, and he pushes. But Zom's there to greet.
Gila, tipis coy. Itu
Yo, I can't believe
itu
he
kalau
knows that
headshot
was one
sih
bullet.
pusing itu.
Low key, I do.
The guy's been hitting almost every shot, so yeah,
Gila.
gotta respect it. Here's that first, I mean.
Gitu kalau menang clutch banget itu.
Spike planted.
Dong.
That
Dong.
won't happen.
Hampir itu hampir.
That's just crazy.
Aduh. Tipis banget Alfajer.
That would have been one of the clutches of the century.
Yep.
I don't care what game. I don't care where. That would have been insane.
NRG managed to white knuckle their way to 4 rounds, but it's still so comfortably in favor of Fnatic.
Maksudnya apa tuh?
At all for the Fnatic players.
Secel.
Chilling.
They're as loose as can be. Alfier 2 has been the star on this map. Anytime there's a chance for NRG to get back into it, he's the guy who's shutting it down, almost did it again. Multiple 3vx situations that Alfier was a part of on that first half. And you need
Kan trap bisa hancur kena secel. Oh.
There's too many trips.
Kupikir mau ngancurin kamera. Nice aim, nice aim.
They pushed him through, but he just kind of ran out willy-nilly, not expecting them to still be in the default setup. Which gives advantage here for NRG. They're really working the map. You've seen multiple times now where it's late fakes.
Som grabbing the orb, and now dumping util.
Leo's playing to get walled up.
I've got your try on.
He doesn't actually go for the wall. Artist made a misclicked. There's a slow on top. Artist
is pushing right into him.
Oh. Wait, what just happened?
With 10 seconds left, I don't know that
Itu
NRG
wall
are going to be able to
Ardis
get
kenapa
out.
kayak
He just
gitu
had a
ya?
meltdown.
Alfier still here.
Oh, GG.
And Alfier gets
GG.
2. Chronicle gets the last of that series point for Fnatic.
Iko kan?
No, but Doc, what
NRG
just
Iko kan?
happened?
Itu wall Ardis kenapa?
Artist just had a mental breakdown on stage.
Ardis, wall lu kenapa kayak gitu? Itu wallnya ngalangin teman lu sendiri anjir. What the hell?
They're just spraying him down on top of that running.
Itu wallnya aneh banget.
What is that wall?
Wah, Iko.
The game is over when a mistake like that is made, not in playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting an earful right now from Finesse.
Iya pasti force. Cuma lu lihat tuh, no armor, Vandal.
Keep this game alive for NRG. Final attempt where it has to be.
Wah, ini mah sulit anjir.
A scattered by, Salmon crashes with the weapons.
Enggak, mereka tadi nggak ada yang eco, mereka semua full buy. Mereka semua full buy tadi. Sekarang mau nggak mau NRG half force buy ini.
Any of the trips though. And unfortunately for them, crashes.
Tuh Chronicle ngeri banget lagi.
Starting to creep up, but he's got one of the Vandals, so he can't really spend time breaking with the Trailblazer.
Chronicle's positioning
Offside
is just
too.
perfect. Just around the corner, understanding that if someone gets up in the box, he'll have the sightline on that. Victor's going aggressive.
Wow!
What on earth?
Wow, dah. GG guys.
I mean, it's over.
GG guys, it's over. It's over.
It's just 2 left.
It's over.
For NRG.
It's over.
Artis has gotten on the site.
GG.
Meanwhile, all of that.
GG. Sebelum mati dibunuh dulu race-nya anjir.
Coming in from the side of FNATIC, they just started the retake.
He's pushing Spawn with the Spectre. Potential to leave
udah
alone
GG.
is exactly what takes place.
GG.
He has a rifle.
Dah.
So it have to be a 1v4 to pull this
Bisa
thing off.
AP lu, bisa AP.
And that just
Bisa
seems impossible.
AP.
And it exactly is. Durka with 3, and on the graves of the fallen, FNATIC raise their flag.
Gila, FNATIC rapi banget mainnya. Aimingnya gila, coy.
That simply looked way too
Aimingnya
easy.
gila, cok.
That bind looked way
Gila,
too easy.
13-4 dibantai, dibantai,
13-4.
Wah, kalau PRX masih udah dipisah tuh. Gila, Chronicle positioningnya bagus banget. Poster utility-nya bagus banget. Alfajar aimingnya perih banget. Dirk juga. Wah, GG sih. 2-0 cok, NRG cok, langsung lower bracket. Dibantai sama FNATIC. Emang mantan champion kita ini. Mantan champion kita ini adik-adik. EMEA Super Team. Anjir.
Simba.
There's so many different adjectives you can use to describe this FNATIC roster, man.
Is that the flag they're raising on the fallen?
Iya, FNATIC satu tim bagus semua. Ini balance banget timnya, gue suka. Oke, next game PRX lawan DRX. Ini juga bakalan seru banget. Tapi gue ambil makanan dulu buat makan siang, oke? Gue mute dulu, gue play. I'm gonna take my lunch. Kita makan, gue sambil makan, oke? Bentar ya. Baru ingat kalau ini hari Sabtu dan gua nggak ada makanan. Gua nggak ada makanan, jadi gua mesti pesen makanan dulu. Capek. Saatnya kita main TFT lagi. Mau ngambil makanan, pas gue turun, set kagak ada makanan. Jadi gua mesti pesen makanan dulu. Pesen apa? Pesen Tokyo Katsu. Tokyo Katsu. FNATIC tim Liquid lawan EG. Kita lihat guys. Ini matchnya kapan BTW? June 18 besok jam 1. Ini June 18 besok jam 10. Oke. Terus ini June 19. Iya nih. Gua nggak bisa nonton yang upper bracket hari Senin. Shit. Siapa yang menang? FNATIC yang menang, Kay. Something absen kah? Gak tahu guys. Kemungkinan besar sih iya. Sedih aku. Aku nggak bisa nonton upper bracket. Ini kalau FNATIC ketemu PRX seru sih. $20 21 21 21 22 break. Oh, 22 23 break. 22 23 break. 22 23 tuh Kamis Jumat. Oh, Kamis Jumat depan. Gua nggak bisa nontonnya besok nih. Shit. Karena udah mulai seru-serunya ya. Kalau EG bakal seru kalau ketemu siapa ntar? EG bakal seru kalau ketemu FNATIC atau PRX seru lah. EG ketemu siapapun seru. Ini udah keras semua nih aimingnya ini. Asli dah. Udah keras semua aimingnya coy. Sambil main TFT dulu guys. Apa nih pilihannya nih? Oh, itu komponen, nice. Nggak bosan apa PRX ketemu DRX mulu? Makanya juga udah bosan Josh. Cuma kan ini kan bukan mereka yang tentuin ya. Yang tentuin kan tim Riotnya ya. Dapatnya begitu terus. EDG menang lawan Loud. Tim Liquid turun lower jadi rematch. Buset, cenayang lu, Algi. Gue liat-liat lu udah mulai cenayang gaming lu. Nonton cupot lu sebelum PRX sempet lah ya. Bisa, sempet. Jam berapa next match? Sekitar setengah jam lagi lah, 12:30 kemungkinan besar sih. Tim Riot settingan nih berikutnya Asia Derby PRX DRX mulu. Ya kalau nanti kalau bisa dibuktikan mah dibuktiin aja kata mereka. Lihat bang, lihat apa brother? Lihat AP. Lihat dia main SMS aja. Pak Jody udah kelar. Jadi udah kelar, kan dia cuma get ready doang streamingnya. Gak kelihatan gini bang gamenya, pada nggak mau lihat tadi. Pada maunya nonton Valorantnya aja. Jadi ya udah, gue kasih suaranya aja. Main TFT di HP nggak paham sama sekali. Welcome. Tapi emang udah rilis ya TFT HP ya? Ding 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 ding. Noxus. Pada main apa sih? Noxus, Ionia, Build Over, Ionia. Wah. Ionia, Noxus. Noxus. DRX jam berapa bang? Mungkin bentar lagi mulai. Tungguin aja. Pakai VPN lu? Enggak, gua gak pakai VPN. Oh, yang akses TFT mobile. Maybe. Browser. Kayak browser aja deh daripada main ini deh. Oh, main Build Over dia. Oh, dia emang mau kalah terus ini mah. Brewster. Bruiser. Tadi ada Void Emblem, gue ignore. Sial. Ya ambil bruiser gue. Ah, diambil. Ah. PRX DRX menurut lu siapa yang menang, Bang? Aku no matter what dukung PRX, guys ya. No matter what, I will always dukung PRX. Ya Allah. Noxus, Ionia, Slayer, Rogue, Bruiser, Void, Bastion, Sorcerer, Piltover, Slayer. Oke. Technically gue bisa main Void juga nih. Nah, ini simpan baik. For now kita kasih ini dulu. Kita kasih ini. Item tank gue sih jadi ya. Dukung PRX supaya DRX menang kan? Reverse psychology enggak. Kalau ini gue beneran dukung PRX cuy. Aku bener-bener dukung PRX kalau yang ini guys ya. Jangan kalah ya. PRX ya. Bujet dah. Ada bruiser. Ini jual, naik level, masuk. Bruiser. Ada Juggernaut. Ionia tuh yang ini. Ionia Rogue Slayer. Ionia Invoker. Ionia Bastion Invoker. Ionia Challenger. Udah gak ada lagi sih. Kayak gue main Bruiser aja deh. Gak pakai strategi tadi, dukung DRX biar PRX menang. Enggak. Loyal gua kalau sama ini nggak bisa pakai strategi tadi ya. Ini harus menang coy. Harus menang coy, nggak bisa coy. Harus menang coy, nggak bisa coy. Kalau nggak menang marah aku coy. Bang, lihat TFT-nya nggak mau. Bang, votingnya betul diganti itu nggak? Udah ganti match. Oh iya bener. Paul, makasih sudah diingatkan. Ganti butuh bruiser 4. Mendingan kita main Challenger, Juggernaut. Gantinya aja lah ya. Gua skip Ionia deh. Start a poll. Kedua PRX. Ionia still stands. Gak sabar lihat Coach Alex marah kalau timeout nanti kalau PRX ketinggal beberapa round. Loh, kok kamu fetisnya Coach Alex marah-marah? Bener-bener. Siapa di sini yang fetisnya Coach Alex marah-marah? Attack Fighter. Ini aja ya. Jadi kita main ASPD. Seperti biasa, kamu netral. Buset, kagak mati-mati, ini orang, Buset, Z. Keras. Big grab back in a dead blade. Champions holding dead blade have blah blah blah. 8 gold generation. Dead Eye emblem and an ash. Dead Eye emblem. Menarik. Dead Eye itu nambah damage 6 biji 3 4 5 6. Ya bisa. Juggernaut. Ionia. Biar tebalan dikit. Kita kasih Dead Eye. Enggak ya, harusnya bruisernya gue ganti ini aja berarti. Terus ini gue masukin Dead Eye. Kok ini maju? Anjing kan lu 5 hex. Kenapa lu maju? Something main kah? Something absen ya? Kita lihat aja nih penentuan di sini guys. Apakah something akan main atau something akan absen? Penentuannya di sini adik-adik. Kita lihat bersama-sama ya. Daripada kita menerka-nerka, kita lihat saja di sini. Ini penentuannya, akankah something bermain ataukah something akan absen? Multicaster. Sudah mau dimulai? Sudah mau dimulai. Aku butuh bow. Butuh bow 2 biji. Itu bow aku 2 biji. Jangan diambil bow aku 2 biji. Oke, jangan diambil bownya. Jangan diambil bownya. Bo. Yes. Bow.
Let's start the show.
What?
As you guys can see, Berlin and Reykjavik as well. But Kukuga, the funny thing is, for PRX, since like May 20th, they have only played against DRX for like a whole month.
Yeah, exactly. So playoffs, of course, it was about them too. But I think the most important bit is that now they are winning. Now they're on the winning end, especially during those finals where they actually have to reverse sweep into getting that win. Being on the losing foot and being like, okay, this is not going to be like the rest of the times. It's not going to happen again. We're going to win it, and we're going to do it in the fashion in which we're doing it.
Yeah, it was a really interesting story to follow PRX throughout, specifically because to me, they were struggling struggling at the beginning of the league. They were struggling in the beginning of the season, even back to lock-in, having a disappointing finish there. But then they revitalized themselves. I think we all know why. Of course, there's one player who comes in as the name of something, but they really doubled down on the style that made them good in the first place, that made them those matchups really interesting between these two teams in prior iterations.
DRX bilang lu lagi, bener. ASEAN bertetangga versus Corsair opa. ASEAN bertetangga anjir. Pada susah kayaknya ya tanpa something. Belip guys, belip. Belip adik-adik, belip. Kalian harus belip. Kalau kalian nggak belip, gimana mereka mau menang? Harus belip adik-adik. Berarti dukung siapa bang? Biar siapa yang menang? Nggak, ini gue dukung PRX supaya PRX menang. Ah, CGRS. Tidak ada something. Something is gone. Tidak ada guys. Tidak ada something. Something is gone like the wind. Pakai CGRS. Cigarettes. I believe in VCT KRX 02. Capek banget. Hari-hari akun operator. Siapa tahu map 2 something tiba-tiba masuk ya kan? Gak ada yang tahu, ya kan? Gak ada yang tahu. No one knows, bro. No one knows. Nobody but you.
But I think with that success, they end up having a lot of confidence to go forward with whatever roster they might have.
I mean, let's
nobody but you. I want nobody but you.
Specifics is not here. We can confirm to you that today it will be CGRS that is going to be subbing in.
So something is not here.
I will give you guys some context. He is a Gecko geek. He is a Gecko main. My guy loves that.
Ini orang ngapain anjir?
How big of a difference is this going to be for them?
I mean, I think
something is not going to play itu. Kalah langsung pulang, enggak, ke lower bracket. Lower bracket kalau kalah.
Now, knowing that a player that has only played one official with them, in fact, I believe that only one map and then one show match, the fact that we know that also it was an Icebox, that is not even available now, that is going to be most likely on Gecko, and that PRX has relied so much on these crazy compositions and actually being a surprise on the server. Now that they're going up, not only on an international stage, but also against a familiar opponent, it feels like in one way, I think that this is the easier it's going to get for them because it's an opponent that they know. But on the other side, DRX is going to have an easier time finding the weaknesses on them.
Well, I'm as a paper girl, and now you're a paper boy. You've been a paper girl for a while. We are very, very excited to see PRX here in the building. So let's send it to Sideshow. Who's with the team?
Coach Alex, can I grab you for a quick word? Swoop on in here. All right, so you've been put in a difficult situation for this tournament, but how's the preparation been going with CGRS?
I think we had about like 10 days of practice with him over here in Tokyo. Could have gone better, obviously.
Coach Alex!
It is what it is. We'll try our best, pretty much.
All right, thank you very much.
Coach Alex!
That is the calmest I've ever seen Alex, and it's not going to stay that way, you guys know. But I think as a result of something not being here, I think one of the players we have to talk about is Forsaken, because Bala, during the regular season, he took up the brunt of being that flex player. I can't help but feel, though,
it is what it is. PRX Post Challenge Sky Rover di mana ya? Sky Rover. Pantu. Kayak lagu. Rover. I'm coming over. Over.
He maybe didn't have to play that duelist role. He wasn't the focus of the team. He was somebody who also reinvented himself, right? Became really flexible, able to play the Killjoy, able to play one of the most unique harbors out of any harbor player in a way that really enables PRX to continue to do just wacky things. Here he is on Neon, enabling them. It's just so important that he stays flexible in my mind.
PRX Challenge lagunya kayak Rover. Oh, nggak tahu deh. Gimana nasibnya sekarang itu?
But I think that also something that he was saying during the promo video that we had at the beginning of the day is like, we just play like this is a ranked. And of course in ranked, I play a lot of different things. So anything can work. Of course, I think that also coming here into international stage when you have so many people that are
biasanya pernah cover lagu Rover kayak EXO bang sama player Talon. I see.
I see.
Is
the only anyone that will make it look easy.
It's funny because I look at the list, the comparison between the two sides there, 2022 and 2023, and I'm like, wow, he's played the same amount of agents, but because PRX is just so troll. They just do anything. It doesn't matter. So low key, it doesn't really matter what we think about what's CGRS is going to play, whether it's going to be Gecko. He grinds ranked a lot with Gecko. They're going to throw whatever. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I just think that Forsaken is such a key player for
Forsaken!
He not only changed his role and
Forsaken!
last year, Kukuka, he was incredible at the agents that he didn't play last year.
Yeah, exactly. So that is why the reason why we understand that if something changes on the team, I feel weird every single time that I say something, knowing that something is not here. But if something changes on the team, he has to be one of the ones that steps up, that not only keeps up that performance, but also everybody feels like the eyes are on him, being like, okay, so what are you going to do now that CGRS is playing here?
And the IGLing issue as well, Baller, because we know that Jing...
What IGLing?
Itu udah dikonfirm nggak ada day 1 nggak ada something kecuali niat.
Yeah, it's interesting because something was a key part when you heard them talking about coming up with some ideas. So yeah, I think everybody adds a little bit of their flavor, and it's been working really well. So I'm not thinking that's a major issue here, but there is a lot more pressure put on Forsaken, put on Jing, those types of guys.
Well, you guys heard from us already. Let's hear from the players themselves. Here is Forsaken and Mindfreak.
Mindfreak.
Hello guys, my name is Jason aka Forsaken. I play for team PRX. So we decided to change new member, which is we bring something into the team, and I feel like when we play with something, our team is become even stronger with him because now we have firepower.
Hello guys, I'm Marlon Hart, known as Mindfreak in game, and I'm from team PRX. We kinda trying to adjust to our sub, which is Cigarettes, because he needs to step in because one of our players cannot get the visa in time, and yeah, I think so far so good.
So I think from the qualify into the playoff, it's been a long journey and it's been tough for PRX. I think having something on the team is really benefit for the team because he play without fear. He plays so confident with his aim. I'm the flexible role now and it's also new for me, and I think I have to learn more about flexible role, and I hope I can do better as well. When I was playing Duelist, I just shoot people around, but now I play on flexible role like Sentinel or Initiator. With the flexible role, you cannot push like crazy because utility support is important for the team. So I think that's the biggest difference. So I have to be more disciplined and play with the team as well.
Because all the players is almost the same, right? Like FNATIC, Navi is the old FPX, and then Liquid. Some of the Liquid members are like Gambit. We met them in Berlin. Then from NA is like NRG. And
yang menang pasti ada X ya, nggak salah.
I can't remember in any events. It's like all the same players all over again.
I would say all of the playstyle is a bit similar like last time because PRX is always be chaotic. In every tournament, it's always gonna be chaotic and it's gonna be fun to watch PRX.
I mean, of course, every team wants to win, right? We're trying so many times in Masters, and the best one that we get only second place. So I think we want to leave it the trophy in Masters. We'll see.
Gokil bang.
Trying our best.
I mean, we talk about teams that haven't won a trophy yet that are due for one, and Kukuka, I feel like we should put PRX in that list as well.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that they have some crazy runs, that they have been on the spotlight more than once, and I think that we can say the same about their opponents today.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about DRX. I mean, you guys spoke a little bit about maybe this is a good time for PRX to play against DRX because they don't have something. It's better to have a familiar opponent, but Bala, I can't help but feel the same because DRX has not been the same DRX we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I think during group stages, you continue to have that narrative about DRX not looking very similar, looking like they have some internal issues, and I think we could obviously see that with some of the external decisions that they're making. You saw Zest again in the roster and in the lineup just a moment ago, and that is continuing to be a question mark for people where they played Foxy9 all season long. And for me, I look at DRX against PRX and I think you might need to fight fire with fire. And use Foxy9 in that method, but it didn't work out in the upper bracket.
Rusia kenapa nggak main? Visa bermasalah, Visa. Safi bermasalah, Safi.
Make today, but I think it's just surprising to see that we have a tournament with DRX are not favorites, and the spotlight is not on them, and they barely made it out of groups.
But they still did. It's
They still did.
They still did. And speaking of DRX, they are standing by with Sideshow right now. Let's see what they had to say.
Marco, can I get you for a quick word? Thank you. Okay, we've got Jen here for the interview too. You've played against PRX a lot recently. Are you feeling more confident in getting the win this time around?
이제 PRX 상대로 올해 많은 경기를 펼쳤는데 이번에 복수하고 승리할 자신이 있나요?
사실 그 전까지 컨디션이 별로 안 좋았어가지고 졌던 것 같은데 요즘은 저희 선수들 모두 다 폼도 올랐고 컨디션도 좋기 때문에
맞고
I think the times when we lost to PRX, we weren't really feeling it on that day, but I feel like everyone is in a prime form, we're in a good form, and we're feeling okay today, so I think we're going to beat them with
Marco Sipatu kan something Rusia kan? Yes, something Rusia. Betul sekali.
Those are big words. If he had said that normally, I'd be like, yeah, of course they're going to say that. But Bali, you mentioned Zest versus Foxy9. It is going to be Zest today. Mako seems to think that that's, I guess, is working out for them. They're very, very confident.
He says they feel good. Yeah. And if they feel good, I guess that means DRX is going to be good. Not like the entire group stage. It was just constant struggles for them. And slow starts, which you don't see from DRX over and over. I mean, every single group stage they come out with fire, with heat. Even in games against PRX to open things up, they always look good. So you can't be confident if you're Mako, in my mind, heading into this game.
I feel like so many teams in the other regions have had their testing period of trying things out. To me, DRX have still this question of when is actually better to play one, what to do with the other. We saw rosters like football is moving completely away from having 6 players to just focus on 5 and trying to make the best out of that version. It feels like DRX still has that pending issue, that pending homework coming into this tournament. It is going to be CES, but obviously that affects the rest of the team. Now, is it going to be, is what they have prepared going to be ready for today?
It's really interesting to me because I think
Mako made in Korea. Damn, nice one.
Put in Demon 1 to start things off. All the other 6-man rosters are not here at Tokyo. They're struggling to move forward, and I think DRX is learning that. The funny part, though, is they learned this already back at Masters Berlin when they had Lakia, where they tried to sub him in. It's the exact same situation where it's like, what is the actual
Berlin, khawatir gak bang? Something gak main PRX jadi kalah? Enggak, gue believe coy. Gue believe sama PRX, no matter what happen, they're going to be great, bro. Believe, guys. We gotta believe.
사실 그 전까지 좀 많이 힘들었어가지고.
You gotta believe, bro. You gotta believe.
그냥 조금 울먹거리는 것 같아요. 근데 그래서 지금 기분은 되게 좋으면서도 그간에 이제 있었던 일들 생각하니까 조금 생각이 나가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
I mean, Kukuga, you can understand why he was getting emotional, especially being the player that does have to dig them out of every single hole when they're not doing well.
And also, everybody loves Mako. Everybody admires Mako. Everybody, has at least on the list of the best controllers in the world. And I
the best controllers in the world?
With all these changes going around,
what?
I have to be keeping this up. And not only myself, I have to pull everybody back up.
Yeah, sure. And particularly in this matchup, right? When you think of how to deal with PRX, you think of let's slow things down, let's be a little bit more cautious, let's try to use defaults to our advantage, try to spring the traps. Mako's the guy who's consistently being under pressure in those moments because that's what that playstyle requires. Other players like Zest too, I think, fit in that type of style, and I think that DRX in general and historically fit in that type of style. But it puts a lot on Mako, and especially when you see the form of Buzz and RB and just stacks, even you could add in.
Beneran dukung PRX, beneran guys, beneran dukung PRX gua, astaga, kalian nggak percaya amat sama gua. Beneran cuy, real ini mah cuy.
Here is Stacks as well, giving us his thoughts on fighting through the group stage before this rematch against PRX.
그리고 이제 첫 맵은 저희가 조금 비몽사몽한 느낌이 좀 있어가지고 진 것 같고, 그리고 2, 3맵은 저희가 이제 진짜 완벽한 커뮤니케이션, 완벽한 팀 플레이로 해서 이긴 것 같아서 기분은 좋아요. 제스트를 다시 넣게 돼서 넣고 이겨서 다행이고, 플레이오프 못 갈 것 같다고 생각한 적은 없어요. 솔직하게 말하면
PRX lower bracket, PRX belum lower bracket dong, ini masih upper bracket say. Lower bracketnya dari mana? Ini masih upper bracket sayang.
그리고 이제 우리가 이제 할 것만
Bentar lagi main nih. Belum pilih agent. Gue masih main TFT lagi. Dia udah mau kalah sih tapi. Abis ini gue mau ambil makanan. Makanan gue udah datang.
저희가 이제 다시 복수를 한다는 느낌으로 제가 다시 한번 이겨볼 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이제 다섯 명
makananku cepat datang. Makananku udah datang, kok cepet datang anjir. Makananku mau aku ambil, aku lapar.
제가 최고의 선수라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 때는 제가 세계 무대에서 타이틀을 땄을 때일 것 같고요. 언제든 세계 무대에서 우승 트로피를 딸 때까지 포기하지 않을 예정입니다.
This
is the thing, Stack said it. They were dethroned. They are no longer the kings of Pacifics. And Kukuka, I want to quickly talk about a map pool because we've seen DRX already in the group stage. They played a lot of maps. And in that grand finals against PRX, do you think the maps that we saw there are we going to see again here? Do PRX lean into those?
I mean, the thing is that PRX did have a couple of bans for that one, and DRX could not ban any map. Still, as I said, they had to, PRX had to perform a reverse sweep to actually close that one out. I think that this is going to be very close. Maybe it has to do with comfort on both sides, depending on who's going to be playing.
Wah, assassin gue hilang anjing. Oh my god.
How is that going to fit? And if he's going to be playing, maybe he feels very comfortable on Lotus, and he's like, okay, either this or Fracture. Like, I really want to do it, and I think that comes into play.
I think that's the key point, right? How do you want to fit in CGRS, and how do you actually expand again?
Okay.
How much do you care
guys,
that he's
beli
there?
makanan dulu ya.
That's
you don't want to change anything else.
Aku ambil makanan dulu bentar.
You do have an element of trying to get prepped with the ideas. For me, PRX is always a team that doesn't have deep strat books,
ambil
but they
makanan.
have deep ideas. They have so many, they have a list of things like, oh, it'd be cool if we stunned like this. It'd be cool if we did this. And they are able to capitalize on that. They practice those like little micro plays, and that is what makes it look like they have an expansive, I mean, you can combo any little thing. And that is really, really tough to get used to as a player who's coming in if you haven't practiced those specific maps. But it does allow you to end up being super flexible with that because it doesn't have to learn all these protocols, right? He just learns, okay, these are the types of things that you guys like to do. So it does take a little bit of time, but thankfully they have had time, right? They've known for a while that something is not going to play. They've known for a while, everybody's been here since the beginning of the group stage. They've been watching everything, and that's a lot of time to get up to speed and scrim. And you saw what Sometime did for FNATIC here. They looked insane in that first matchup.
Yeah, I love the point that you both made about, you know, the change of game plan. They should just be focusing on maps that CGRS is a little bit more comfortable in, because Kukuka, if we remember back in EMEA, Harmy, Kamek, Zeish, Weber, what they all, every single team unanimously said when they had to sub, what they unanimously said when they had to sub someone in was, we had to limit our map pool and just focus on 1 or 2 because we just don't have the time and resources to try and get 7 maps down. It doesn't make sense. So Kukuka, do you feel like maybe that changes things for PRX?
Yeah, I think that this is a very special situation because if PRX had a one strong IGL that has been head-to-head with the coach, just thinking everything out, have very clear compositions and a very clear idea of how they want to interpret the entirety of the map pool as having a very clear playstyle, I think it would be something different. To me, it really feels like everybody is bringing something onto the table, being like, okay, I'm playing this agent, so I'm just going to prepare, and the rest is going to be playing this. I'm going to prepare some combos. Let's prepare some micros that we can just execute on the spot.
I think the point that I've always been trying to make about PRX is no matter what we think they should do, they're always going to try to do the opposite. Like, literally look out for what the opposite is. I wouldn't be surprised they listen to, like, some of the pundits and say, oh, okay, we're just going to do the opposite. Unless it's Brendan. They just play Harbor Viper on Ascent when he asks for it. But there's moments like that. It just, to me, proves that PRX is super flexible.
Well, they banned Haven and Split the last time they played against DRX, but that was not on the international stage. They're about to face each other now. Let's send it down to the coaches and find out the picks and bans and the maps we're going to be seeing today.
All right, congrats both of you on playoffs since you guys joined us. So you'll be higher seed coming into this. Do you want Team A or Team B? Team B. Okay, so DRX, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first band. Lotus, your band. And so map number 1 from DRX. Split, side on split. Map number 2.
Big Vine.
Vine, side on Vine. Attack. So we're gonna go next to the band, starting with DRX. We have Ascent, Fracture, and Pearl. And Ascent, your band, you have Fracture and Pearl. Band Pearl. Map number 3 is going to be Fracture, DRX side on Fracture. Okay, going through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have Lotus and Haven. Map number 1 is Split with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with DRX on attack. Next set of bands are Ascent and Pearl. Decider, map number 3 will be Fracture with DRX on attack. Good? Alright, good luck to you.
DRX. PRX.
It's the two Goliaths of Pacific, but both weakened in their own ways. One without their star player, the other not in peak form. Bala and Kakuka. Who takes it though? Which one has the bigger disadvantage, do you think?
This is such a crazy rematch to have in the quarterfinals. The disadvantage aside, I think both these teams right now are looking to find their form as fast as possible, because not only is this an important match, but this side of the bracket is so difficult. So it means a lot. 3 matches played in the last month is crazy, and they really know each other regardless of who's playing.
DRX.
The loser plays NRG.
Let's go.
It's definitely not going to be an easy one, but you know, let's take things one step at a time. You know, PRX might have found the success in the region, but they need to prove it in the international stage. We know that maybe not everything is on their favor, but hey, they still have a lot of people cheering for them.
Yeah, and let's talk about the map vetoes. We are going to get the split, the one map that PRX took away from DRX in that grand finals, and DRX still haven't shown split here yet. Where do you guys want to go with this first? DRX, PRX?
I want to go with DRX a little bit here, because to me,
CGRS kayak Alison anjir.
the best performances on.
Kayak Bambang.
The movement on this map was perfect on that raise, and now you're gonna potentially put Buzz on the raise, put RB on the raise. It's like very, very different in terms of what they want to go. And we didn't see that in the grand finals. So.
And not only that, if you're going to get rid of that double duelist, maybe you have to move also the double controller. We'll see.
Well, let's take a look at the Prime Gaming agent select. I mean, CGRS is playing the Sky. Forsaken's slotted riding into something's roll of the Jet.
Oh,
Jet! Double duelist for PRX, but look at DRX's comp. This is like the old mech ideas with the neon, the old optic ideas. We haven't seen this for a long time, so they've been cooking, and I'm really excited to watch.
Oke, terima kasih infonya.
We were talking about the Gecko. We needed some initiating power. I love the fact that he's just slotting in on the Sky. I think that both compositions are very, very strong. Of course, the main difference is going to be between that neon and the Jet, but there's going to be a lot of walls, a lot of smokes, and I am just praying for our servers.
Yeah, but Forsaken's Sky has been exceptional this season. I don't know how I feel about taking him off of that, but then again, could see
DRX sama dengan Indo Xtreem. Woi.
Yeah, it had to be Forsaken, but
DRX Korea, woi.
Kind of thing that they're trying to go away from. Like, he was limiting them when he was not flexible because of how passive he was playing as the Jet. So it's good to see, you know, the OG duo back together in terms of the Jet raise for Jing and Forsaken, but that's not necessarily the direction that I want to see PRX, especially in the long term.
Well, this is going to be a crazy split. I can't believe the comms we've just gotten as well. Let's send this down to your casters and see what they think. Here is Sideshow and Brent.
Up your ball, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean,
this time.
What?
Oh,
come on.
This is a Pacific rematch, but at a global event.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're the guys.
Okay,
you chumps.
Get off. Okay.
You guys suck. Get off.
Get out of here.
Oh, they just want to take every DRX PaperX game.
DRX PaperX game.
It's unbelievable.
Time. I mean, they just shoved us off. We have to just come in here and kick them out. Anyway,
I know. It's
let's
unreal.
get into this. I want to have some fun with it as well.
This is going to be a game,
It's going to be a game.
This is going to be a game.
You could go into this with some nuance. You could go into this with some critical thinking. And like, well, you know, the chess match, the revenge for DRX, blah, 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 whatever else. Listen, mate, something's not here. They're playing with a sub. DRX have got roster problems. There's inconsistency with it. There's so many questions, but it's going to be a brawl. We've seen the agent select double duelist, a new comp for DRX.
Yep.
I just want to get into this. I hope it's going to be explosive.
Yeah, DRX should really be the favorites here to take revenge with something gone. And also the composition that they're running, it's not that different to the traditional Jet Rays double duelist situation. They've also had a lot of history in the past of running RB on Neon.
Sumpah, cigarette kayak Allison, asli.
But never as part of a
Mana badannya bongsor lagi?
setup. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the Neon stuns should be able to get huge amounts of value on this map.
Well, you can do the thinking. I'll just watch the game and talk over it, I think, Josh. About the theory of it all. There's a deep push down mid here with a flash to re-clear. Forsaken also taking a couple of shots off. He's still got the dash active. Does he want to make another go of it? Just the once and backs away.
Yeah, but he's the only person over there. Instead, the rest of this is coming into Marco.
Yeah,
who sat with just a classic, has to give the sight. By the way, Devi's got a sheriff in this round, so why not?
I mean, I love it. Fast plays around. RB's trying to catch. Again, just a backhead ahead of Forsaken when he's rotating back. The plant's already down. What's the post-plant position it looks like? They want to refight over ramp already. It's going to be 5 players stacked up towards main, and they're trying to fight for control of this one. Nobody is left onto the site. Got the one pull.
That stun is quite nice.
Yeah, one pull for the spikes. They still have a bit of time pressure as
no
well.
No one from PaperX on the side.
Yeah, no one from PaperX at all on the side. They do only have the one pull. They have to clear this. RB is gone down. Buzz, though, has to stand his ground, has to spray them down. He does claim the one. Already, players are weak, sticking onto the diffusers. Yes, but they don't have control of main. This Mind Freak to clean it up. Absolute chaos.
Nice, Mind Freak.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, PaperX are always going to have moves like this. They love dynamic post plants, which means that they don't just go into these same positions at the end, you know, one in elbow, one at ramp, that kind of thing, creating crossfires. They like to move around in post plant situations and put pressure on the retakers. It's one of their biggest strengths and something that I think a lot of other teams in the world need to catch up with, DRX included. But what a start there as Mind Freak picks up 3.
Yeah, what a beginning. I mean, by all of our expectations, you know, Something was doing so much for this team. There we go. Bit of an aggressive play on the eco round here for the DRX as they try and clear through, but they have just been
very clean.
Turned into mincemeat, haven't they? But yeah, all expectations, you know, just to finish the point that I started. Really, it should be that DRX are taking this series, but a strong start for PRX. They've only had 10 days of practice. Josh, you asked Alex earlier.
Yeah. Yep, and, you know, Alex likes to be humble. He likes to underplay things, but he did say could have gone better. Now, CGRS is coming in here to play Initiator. You heard from the desk earlier a little bit of a breakdown of this player, and he is mostly a Gecko main, but he has been known to play some of the other Initiators, and obviously picking up the Sky here as Forsaken moves over to fill in Something's role. Forsaken, too, is going to be probably the most important person, in my opinion, because he's replacing Something on a jet role that he started to struggle with towards the end of when he was playing that primary duelist. And he's talked about how sometimes when he picks up duelist, his brain turns off. He said he plays brain dead when he plays duelist, and he's actually quite liked playing the flex role because it forces him to think and call more, and he thinks he plays better like that.
It's part of the reason why he was taking up the mantle as well of being almost, you know, primary caller, not quite. It is evenly spread as a satchel with the flash as well. It's all combined together, and yeah, they're not wasting time. Stars have to be activated. Buzz seeks to again reinforce it. Oh, that Boombot was again just drifting around the corner. There's nades sailing this way, that way.
He's in the right city for it, that Boombot.
Absolutely. The snake bites at the feet though will slow this one down. PaperX get a bit bogged in the choke.
This would be a nice round for one of the PaperX players to have started over at A and get a lurk off. You see, RB and Stacks considering it because the rotate was extremely fast from DRX. Devi, I mean, he's heading in that direction, but he's going to take a long time to create any pressure over on the A side.
About 50 seconds in a round, though.
CGRS sends in the flash, which means he doesn't have one now for another 30 seconds, I think. That was the timer. takes away a big tool and doesn't really tell him too much. But it looks like Devi's going to be the player that's supposed to open this site up for them. Yeah, the spike is just so far away.
The goal is, what it seems at least, PRX make noise towards B, send in the flash and a spam there. Mindfreak was trying to drag over the rotations, which is quite successful. You can see the DRX players.
It's very dangerous crossing RB here. I mean, he might just jiggle and back up. Now he's going to stun and refight, and that's going to make it hard for Mindfreak to cross with the spice.
Yeah, that's a really great decision. Recrossing up onto the angle. There's 12 seconds remaining. The spike is dropped down. It's an unwinnable situation for Devi. Keep the rifle going. You've just got to save it. So a successful bonus round for DRX. You know, the aggression at the beginning towards B main doesn't quite pay off. They couldn't grab the openings like they were hoping for.
And PRX will throw in these kind of ideas where, you know, you don't know whether they're going to explode instantly or whether it's just a play for B main control. Well, I feel like most teams in the tournament, Brent, run a lot of slow rounds, and then they'll use that to occasionally throw in a fast one to throw you off. It is the opposite with
PRX.
They will throw fast round after fast round and then throw in a slow one, and suddenly you're like, wait, where'd they go?
Exactly.
Where'd they go?
The crazy thing about PRX is I thought they were going to trend away from this playstyle. Playing fast 80% of the time after, you know, after Copenhagen.
Yes, yeah.
When they lost in the finals.
They
But,
lent into it.
They lent into it more. They just went further in. The all-in aggressive playstyle.
And picked up one of the most cracked prospects you could possibly find. Gutting that he hasn't been able to make it here for their first match, but PRX will be looking to try and do what FPX did at Copenhagen, in fact, since you bring up the tournament. So this one is slow. This one's slower.
Yeah, really just put the pace down to a bit of a crawl. RB playing that common heaven position as well. Normally you see, you know, Jet and Sky players, they will play here with the double duelist comps. But we were talking about it even before we went into the game, Josh. You know, the idea behind it, the stuns are quite good at delaying. Now you start to see them taking a significant amount of space towards ramp.
Yeah, and they're stacking a heaven here because Buzz is on the monster lurk.
Oh yeah, he's got the timing through sewers. I mean, he's going to be able to surely get a kill. It's all about the timings, though. They're already exploding out into the side. Stacks with the anchoring. He spots many. Buzz just trying to get a knife out to play his timing, but footsteps abound. Enough noise cues were made, but it is cleaned up. Mako just, again, makes himself known onto the side, swinging out from heaven.
Buzz makes the play, though, that wins the round, in my opinion, even though he doesn't find a kill off the back of it. The info play with him and Mako doing that mid-round deep push down mid. They get all of the information in the world, and Stax is ready to collect this. Forms Mako. DRX knew what was happening here. That's going to be part of this match, is that... You've already won the round, man. You don't have to be mad about it. There's so much history between these two teams. So much. They've played 9 maps. This will be the 10th this year.
Yeah. That's part of the reason as well when the, well, enough about a bracket I was about to discuss. There's already a fast play out with a showstopper Jing in there, not getting too much value. The dash then comes in a little bit later. It's the 1-2 punch of the duelist and attempted a trade, but Buzz just is that guy. Rocket online, fires it into the smoke, blind fire, but the rest of his team now starting to converge on the position. Okay. Yeah, Mindfreak spotted out there with just the jump spot divide. Maybe he can get a bit of space here towards heaven. Tap through the wall.
Nice ideas. I think he's giving Buzz a haircut. But the spike is down in no man's land.
Something malah live YouTube.
DRX's land. It's very
Hah?
deep.
Dia live streaming di YouTube sih something.
And it's Buzz that has won them this round, assuming Mindfreak isn't going to be able to commit some kind of heist here and somehow get away with the spike. Oh my god, the timing there is just so brutal. RB threw down his, threw down the fast line and then just looked the opposite way.
30 seconds
It offered him the one. Mindfreak though on 47 health. A single bullet will really bring him down. It's a doubled up high-low setup. He actually spots both of them, hoping for it. No, straight through the wall to the cranium. That's Buzz.
Serious.
Again, being a difference maker. When these fast B hits come in, there's just so much utility that can be used to try and slow them down. Now, Buzz, of course, he's got his nade that he can use at the beginning there. That's just a raw fight. It is. But they also have the volleys as well that aren't really being baited out. I'd like to see
live streaming anjing.
Try and drag out some utility.
Big fast hits. You've got to remember that PRX are working on a very
Tapi
low
banget.
amount of practice here with this version. Forsaken and Jing take fights a lot of the time is heavily influenced by an aggressive Sky player. Some maps that's going to be Forsaken, some maps
Lu
that's
dukung
going to
siapa
be
bang?
Sky.
Gue bakal dukung PRX.
You know, CGRS just doesn't have that level of practice with the team. We were talking about it with DRX in all of their previous games, how difficult it is for them when they chop and change the scrim times and the match times with Foxy9 and with Zest. Well, it's even more difficult, I think, with PRX because they don't have a large history of playing with CGRS in the roster to lean back on. He just has to kind of find his moments to slip on in.
Not like you can use the old server time, the old preparation. It's really just building it from the ground up. I mean, you can plug and play like kind of what they're doing with CGRS playing that.
Aduh, Beyerdynamic. Beyerdynamic chemistry-nya belum dapat ini sama CGRS.
I mean, we'll have to see later on if they stick with it. But yeah, it's kind of like.
Waduh, Forsaken 1, Davai 1, CGRS 1. Waduh.
Forsaken said he sometimes turns his brain off when he's playing Jet, when he's playing as primary duelist. It causes him to almost regress in terms of that and his calling capabilities.
It's going to be a thrifty here for PRX. Divide the other player with a rifle. And they're going to start out slow, just contacting behind this wall.
Kayaknya Forsaken udah lama nggak main Jet nih, jadi kaku.
And this is where RB's Neon looks great because those stuns, I mean, he can get away quickly, sure, but he could also stun to refight in that situation, which Jet can't particularly.
Yeah, repositions back towards Heaven. Further back as well. First snakebite going to be used, a dash backwards from Forsaken. Trying to play for his life here. Jing is quite pushed up. RB seems to be quite aware of the possibility. Another stun. Minute down.
Emang boleh live di pesawat ya? Masih berharap ya.
Flanks, Zest, look at all that space he's just getting there. Into market, he's going to be calling the entire time to his teams like, guys, there's no one around this area of the map. Most likely still sticking around A. Now the util starts to fly back and forth. Taking a bit of space into Heaven. What is the pathing going to be here?
Ini gue yakin banget kalau sama PRX kalah pasti yang disalahin CGRS.
Ready for them though with the snakebite. Buzz, crossfire setup. Inside the smoke in his face. The nade there, they're trying to chase him all the way down. Satchels to avoid and adjust. He's being swarmed,
nice Mindfreak. Nice.
Re-exploration. Mindfreak was holding that down and he's still in position. He's tinking players all over the place. It's a real test for the observers. How are you going to catch all of this? It's all over the place, man. Zesto with the rifle. 2 necessary kills, but the site has been gained over towards B. Time was running short. They're going to be able to get this.
Nice!
Look at this guy. Like the fox in the pen.
It's ridiculous.
Sabar, bagus.
There of all of these players, Zest on his push through B
nice one, Aaron.
makes a very sensible, nice read. PRX, chaos, anarchy. Let's try and really mess with their protocols. Push into spawn, prompts this play. Buzz gets caught even though he was trying to be as aware as possible. Their mind freaking up in A Heaven, freaking their minds.
They really just could not remove him.
That's
Mantap Bang Aaron. Gila Aaron lagi panas guys, 93 guys.
Already the series just is, I mean, it's fun. It's fun, man. Always a pleasure to cast the PRX here.
Aaron udah butuh duit anjing. Kalau gue lagi jago, kalau gue mainnya lagi ganas itu karena gue butuh duit ya. Dia pernah ngomong kayak gitu. Apa yang bisa membuat lu jago? Kalau gue lagi butuh duit, gue bakal mainnya serius.
I feel like Zest may well get caught here though. Is he just going to tuck in this corner? It's a nice spot to play with a judge, to be fair. So maybe the action will happen over on A ramp instead.
Mindfreak might choose to take adjustment. RB, well, by jumping up in the air, firing off the molly. He was an easy target. Inside the smoke though, Forsaken is leading the charge for his team. So he's taken up that space already. They've gained access to the site, but they don't have Heaven control. It's lost for them right now. Safe behind him.
Medo, mode BU build different.
Notice in terms of where some of these players might be.
Mindfreak only had 1 star and he used it to smoke Heaven, so he doesn't have a pull on the plant right now.
Silent drops down, makes a bit of noise here. Cosmic Divide cuts through into the site. Now you start to see it. DRX moving forwards, high ground position. Forsaken still holding it. He's got the dash back and enabled. Brought down though, but the trades are online for them, and it's left just down to Mako.
Damn, nice one.
PRX are really finding their openings around the map here.
Good shit, bro. Good shit.
Right now. it feels currently like a battle between the Raze players in terms of who gets more impact in the round. Jing's been good for it.
One enemy remaining.
DRX are trying to play aggressive up at the extremities because that's really good if PaperX stack one side of the map, as they're prone to do. But actually, what that also means is that some to use his ult at the beginning of the round and push aggressively.
PRX yang Indo siapa? 4 second sama main freak. Tiba-tiba Jing 10 nih. Ayo 4 second panas. Kamu jangan kelamaan panasnya 4 second.
They could have bought, I believe, 4 rifles and then just had RB use his ultimate, but maybe they don't have fast plays like that in their playbook.
Yeah, but remember as well, as we've been mentioning, DRX with this roster, it's been chopped and changed and
ayo Aron, kalau menang dapat duit banyak. Semangat.
Theory is quite limited. Zest with the jiggle peek. Oh my god, they are so fast up and across their placement. Forsaken. It's on point with it. Dashing forwards though, judging the hand of Buzzy's dash. Stun, still takes the aim duel. Straight up close.
Bunuh dua ya.
Shreds them with the pellets.
Sabi ya, bunuh dua ya.
How does this get salvaged? Devi around the back as well. The tight squeeze.
Gila. Cepet banget bang. Bang, nggak nyampe semenit bang, what the hell?
Towards the end. Feels like Forsaken's waking up in his entry role too. He started this map 1 and 4. Since then, he's gone 4 and 1. So exactly opposite level of performance. Another round where Buzz has outsized impact, but DRX still not able to close it out. But we're going to head into a rifle round after this. Remember, that was just a half-buy for DRX, despite the fact that they had some dangerous weaponry on board. And this is now 3 in the round that they need to find an answer.
Flash misses, I think, actually. I went towards the left instead of through the main choke. Still PaperX.
So far, Tigret.
Play fast, the Boombot spots it, that's just really Jing! How are we getting away with that, man? Get out of here, the showstopper. It's an easy one, 3 kills in the round. That's unholy. What is he doing?
CGRS AFK guys, anjing.
A mockery.
Well, that's
CGRS 2 kali missnya blunder.
We got no chance if Jing's doing that through a Viper.
Bisa-bisanya blunder miss anjing. Itu CGRS flashnya 2 kali miss blunder anjing.
Well, he does have an idea that there's somebody there. It's a good read too to realize that people are playing that close by, but yeah, when the bullets are going perfectly like that, it's PaperX's day, I guess. And I do feel for the DRX guys. I really do, because they're in this kind of situation. And a lot of people are looking at it thinking, there's actually a little gun barrel that pokes through there too. So a lot of people are looking at DRX thinking, well, I mean, they've got a great setup here. They get to play against PaperX.
Burungnya nyangkut. Burungnya nyangkut kan.
This should be a nice path through to have a banger match against FNATIC. But actually, I think all of the pressure is on them here. If they win, it doesn't really prove anything. It's not
gak biasa main Sky dia.
Full strength versus full strength.
Gak bisa gitu, Bray.
Great for them to be able to advance.
Masa di latihan kagak latihan?
Doesn't really feel as sweet, I would imagine, the revenge. But also, if they lose, it's a disaster. It's a very tough position. It's kind of a lose-lose.
Yeah, going down to that lower bracket. I mean, the competition has never been higher at any international tournament.
Jing!
It's just a lower bracket. I mean, you've got Loud waiting down there, man. I mean, it's crazy. So another half-buy for DRX. Do still have the danger. They kept the 2 rifles going. That does connect right around the side. Stacks is spotted.
Gua pikir bakal di-push.
They want to try and refight this. That's the old overdrive. Ripped down in the hands. RB. He's going to try and open it up with a bit of galvanizing. Still, it's Forsaken on the high ground position. A flash play. Smoke at his feet. There's danger in it. Everybody's running out of bullets.
Nice.
It's just silly.
Nice,
I mean, that's amazing
Jason,
stuff.
nice.
I really respect the discipline there from PaperX too. They had an opportunity to dive into the site and try and
Tadi delay kan telat sama yang lain nobar lu.
Trailblazer, and instead they knew that there was a reactive play happening.
Oh, live gue yang delay ya, live gue ada delaynya cuy.
Made sure they fully dealt with it.
Live gue delay 5 detik, 6 detik gitu. Kalau gue nontonnya sih nggak delay. Nice one, Aaron.
Only so many rounds left in the half with that rifle as well. He will fall.
And so far, PaperX are winning almost all of their rounds by just battering A. It's just A ramp pressure, A main pressure, and DRX can't figure out a way to hold on. I thought that Neon here would be extremely useful to land some deep stuns in and be able to just take fights. And instead, they can't find the right timings to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Just the mid-game love heart. That's a new one instead of the fist bump. I like it. Coordination.
A change up here, though, in terms of the default, and almost pays dividends instantly.
Yeah, Forsaken trying to punish it. I imagine getting a read as well, knowing that Zest has been jump spotting that early on. Swaps it out, though. That was just Operator to his side, still has the rifle as well. And this is quite slow and spread out. Making noise in almost every area of the map. It's only Devi who's really playing quite slowly, trying to creep up towards A main.
GRS buat heal doang. Hari-hari figuran. Nah, gua masih believe guys sama CGRS guys. Yakin gua dia pasti bisa. Mungkin dia belum terbiasa aja sama panggung.
Pretty much the entirety of the util being used by Stacks. Do they still want to go off of this? RB seeks the reposition as well. Closer, trying to anchor onto the side. The knives out now with the dog. Satchels forwards. Over the top.
Nice.
Up in the air. The right click with the regen. Still
Nice banget, Bang Jason.
Forsaken's there, but right back at it. The 3 for Forsaken on 48.
Hari-hari yang kena CGRS.
What can he do? There's the trade. Where's the fifth? He wants it. He can feel it. Says shuts it down. So 1v3 to Pit.
Gua pikir bakal ace.
Doesn't know what the crossfire position is. Isolate one on the fight. Here's just
Devi 1 HP coy.
1 versus 1. Devi low on a 4 HP. A bit of spam.
Devi 1 HP bang.
What a moment to come alive.
Aduh, hampir ace itu.
Denying the ace and potentially grabbing the round. Just needs a bit of luck. There's no shot.
Aduh.
With the Phantom, the spam. 20 bullets left inside. Time running so damn short now with the decay kicking in Devi. Blessed by Lady Luck, hasn't he? Really getting away with that.
Mantap Bang Dapai.
Any one of those bullets could have landed and it would have been
dead.
Absolutely miraculous.
Untungnya nggak ada yang kena bullet nih.
If you want proof that God is a PaperX fan, contrast that round to where Jing got 2 up in A heaven by spamming through the Viper.
The God is PaperX fan anjing.
Some days it just ain't working for you. And Zest, I think he played that as well as he really could, spamming reasonable positions.
Itu ada 1 HP and living the dream, but untungnya ada ulti cuy. Aduh. Aduh.
Fast towards A. Satchel laid down ahead of time. There's a stun actually used to push this back, but there was a flash on top of that.
Di flash lagi Jing anjim lu CGRS. Wah kacau ini CGRS. Wah, CGRS kacau banget flashnya, Cok.
Eager to take a fight. It's RB who swings into him, actually. What timing! Rips out the gun in time.
Hari-hari Jing di flash lagi sama CGRS.
Buzz falls.
Udah nge-push jadi percuma, anjir.
Not winning the aim duel, not against Forsaken. This guy is popping off right now.
Langsung putar balik si Jing.
Any attempt.
Forsaken's individual turn-up has flipped my expectations for this thing without something on its
Jason Forsaken is back, boys.
How dangerous this duo looks. 15 kills apiece for Forsaken and Jing.
Aduh.
Wow.
Aduh.
1, 2, 3. I mean, it's just sheer.
Gila Forsaken tiba-tiba 15-6, Jing 15-7. Aaron 11-7. Boys.
Meanwhile, CGRS is getting put in the backpack by bottom fragging King sub.
Don't worry. It's like, no, your util's good. Don't worry, you're helping well.
CGRS kill 1 bangsat.
Split. What a strange series of events. Is this really how we're expecting things to go? I'm not too sure.
Aduh, CGRS, kamu jangan jadi figuran ya.
So let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you very much.
PRX Carnival more than PRX CGRS
not being here, but Bala, did we all just forget that Forsaken exists?
That's a good question, because this guy dominated 2 4Ks, what, in the last 2 rounds? Just insane stuff from him. It's the type of level that you remember from back in the day when Forsaken was that guy on this team.
He's still that guy. But let's take a look at Verizon high-speed moment from that half. Round 8.
CGRS NPC, nggak apa-apa guys. Kita nggak boleh gitu guys ya. PRX ngerekrut dia pasti ada alasannya guys. Mungkin dia belum terbiasa sama Sky aja nih.
The first one in, but he's not the only force. Buzz is going to find a couple of kills here, but everything happens in the just of what, like 30 seconds, an entire round. Everybody is rotating. The sandwich comes also from mid, and the round is over. Very PRX style.
I just love how they're able to pinch dynamically in that situation. Devi on the late flank through Heaven is just so perfect in that situation. That is the type of thing.
Nah, no need brain,
so
flash your teammate, cancel the offer.
You're seeing multiple 2vx situations.
Anjir, no need brain, flash your teammate, cancel the offer, hit brain stick.
We have seen the score line before. I think that things can change now on the attack. We were talking about the Neon and how probably that is going to have an impact.
Alasannya biar orang Thailand pada dukung PRX. Anjir, kok kalian jahat sih guys, gak boleh gitu anjir. Coba kalian bayangin kalau gue yang gantiin CGRS nih. Terus gue mainnya kayak CGRS. Kalian tega kata-katain gue. Jangan gitu tahu. Ada saatnya nanti CGRS akan bersinar guys. Lihat aja guys.
You're asking a lot here on this 9-3 half for this comp from DRX. I think it's just a worse version of the Jet Rays that actually works out.
Beneran Bambang itu yang main kayaknya, Bambang ya, Bambang.
I mean, we gotta see what they can do, right? Let's see as we send this back to Sideshow and Bren.
Yeah, let's find out as well. I mean, it really does.
Kalau kode aku tega, astaga.
Plug and play, removing the Jet, you put RB on a comfort role of the Neon. They have played
Teammates
Neon in the past on
buff.
Split when it was a solo duelist comp, so they do have some ideas.
Lu pernah bang main di Split sama Curutut yang lain debat, lu dapat ace, capek banget. CGRS tuh agent jagonya Kaisa, waduh. Kaisa nih. Thank you Zazam 10.000-nya.
On point for Forsaken and Jinga.
Tapi kalau beneran ada tawaran di PRX mau gimana, Vin? Ya gue terima lah. Iya bang, masuk bang. Sonali Baba versus Jokoprak anjir. Jokoprak siapa anjir? Mako. Mako Jokoprak.
Moving their roster around a long time ago. We know the history of these two teams and the history of the rivalry, but we had really no idea what to expect today. And even those slim expectations we were thinking about have not played out. The pressure's on DRX here. Very different tempo to start. An extremely spread default where they put down a little bit of pressure over here.
Davai Bang Jokoprak. Oh Davai. Oh hijau ya. Anjir gara-gara rambutnya hijau. Si Dapoy.
Yeah, maybe getting a read on the minimap there just from the tail end of it. Flash also confirming the suspicions.
FNATIC NRG udah lawan. Udah Sen. Yang menang FNATIC 2-0.
Of course, it's a heavy group up. Maybe setting up for
Apakah?
And Forsaken's very deep in A main, which means PaperX are allowed to put 3 on B.
Interesting stun. Rebounds towards the side as a glide and a nade used in response here. A lot of damage done.
CGRS udah mati aja anjim. Capek banget CGRS.
It's actually really popping out of the smoke. They're waiting for Mako and Zest to get in position. It's really disjointed here. Jing being shot from behind. No one's covering his back.
Dibokong.
The slow play. Well, it works out with 12 seconds remaining.
Waduh. Bang Porsaken.
So damn short there, but do a good job, DRX. They cut noise adequately enough.
Ayo Bang Porsaken, AC Rehe, Rehe, Rehe what tuh Rehe, AC Rehe, AC.
Forsaken was the player that was putting pressure over in A. He's forced to try and win a 1v5 here, which I think is going to just be a little past it.
Nice.
Well, spotted out where potential reswing was, but yeah, 30 health.
Extraordinarily difficult situation and a very good start here for DRX.
Oh, nice try.
In this half. They obviously needed the pistol to mount any kind of a comeback.
Yep.
I think the desk might be right with this being, you know, attack-sided on split. You saw the stats as well that they tend to win about 60% of their time. I think a little bit attack side. Historically, this is a fantastic map for DRX. It used to be, you know, back when they were Vision Strikers in the very early days, it used to be their absolute best. I think
back in my days,
90% win rate all time on split. But of course, the theme of this match does seem to be history doesn't really matter. It's what happens today.
And expectations, toss them out the window because really, I mean, everything was against PaperX. Still plenty more of the map, though, to go, potentially, so...
Absolutely.
See if DRX can turn the tide. I mean, they get that pistol round, like you said. Pretty important.
And CGRS is going to be a player that is taxed quite a lot on defense, I think. On the attack side, as we see DRX going into B, on the attack side, CGRS is just going to be feeding, you know, utility for his duelists and can rely on Forsaken and Jing calling that. I think mostly Forsaken calling that out. But on defense, CGRS is going to be asked to do a bit more on his own, especially if Forsaken dies early in a round, or if he's having to hard anchor A. He's got to pick his timings for the defensive
CGRS harus bisa step up sih di defense ini sih. Kalau enggak bakalan jadi ini doang.
Put a shorty up close, but everybody's getting mowed down here.
Oh, CGRX.
Interesting that, yeah, PRX, they don't go for...
Whoa!
Okay. Damage done, but time is running so low. That's a shorty. Not the weapon of choice, but...
Aduh.
But yeah, interesting that they didn't
Dipikir
opt
ghost
to,
kayaknya.
you know, wait and spawn, go down to the spike, send it all flying, hoping that...
CGRS harusnya flash Jason tadi biar nggak pick.
PRX have never lacked that vision.
Yeah, they certainly have.
They will go for them.
Yeah.
So, DRX with a chance to convert some kind of bonus. This is where you would usually see DRX cooking up some kind of set play, where both duelists...
Itu pasti dia kira ghost itu. Dia senjatanya reload soalnya. Dia kira ghost makanya diganti, ternyata shorty.
Quite slow for their attack side. Oh, here comes RB.
Okay, here we go. Stuns, flashes. Absolutely blinded up Jing! How's he finding that satchel to the side?
Nice!
He's grabbing all of them. Mindfreak also seeking
Forsaken tadi dashnya salah sih.
That was going through into B main. Forsaken did lose his life earlier. That's a wide double face.
Tinggal Mako.
Trade the necessary kill, but he's left alive in a
2v1, ayo CGRS.
By the way, there's only 25 seconds that are passed in this round.
What a difference to some of the teams that we've been watching at this tournament. Both of these squads quite happy to increase the tempo when it's required. Using the Trailblazer audio cue there, realizing that CGRS is looking for information and routed to the spot, so he's happy to just run through, catch a little earlier of a timing.
There's a ton of time to work with here.
Ini kalah pulang kan? Bukan. Belum. Ini yang kalah kalau overbreak.
The health really, but
he really is the rock that his team relies on.
Yeah. See that influence in his play at times as well. You know, when the team's not doing too well, it feels like he needs to step up. But man to man, he pulls off some insane moments.
Oh, nice, Devin!
I thought, I really did for a second there. The crosshair placement was looking quite good, but no, he gets brought down. So, PRX.
CGRS harus flash Jason biar revive capek.
So we did see a bonus round tactic there from DRX. Very fast play up through B heaven, but well responded to by Jing.
Iyalah Bang Jing.
Backed it up using a blast pack. And to be honest, the spacing difference was enormous.
Menang kalah pulang lah, masa di stage terus gak pulang nggak salah sih. Nggak salah sih. Menang kalah tetap pulang sih, nggak mungkin nongkrong di situ terus sampai besok ya, benar. Bang, nengok kanan, Bang. Dia nggak nengok kanan, CGRS. Woi, CGRS, nengok kanan. Lu kagak ngeliat itu ada si Mako di kanan, Mako. Capek banget anjir.
Mid is such an important part of the map for DRX to control, especially in this round where they have Seekers. It's just going to be so useful for Stacks if he uses them in that kind of spot to tell where PRX is.
This is so risky from Jing. He sees it, the shoulder, and it's a wider face by Buzz. He's immediately there to capitalize and punish it. Still, they want to try and play fast off this. DRX taking that B heaven control.
Sayang banget Jing. Kalau Jing lebih sabar dikit aja.
Mindfreak being swarmed. Smoke was propped up though. He managed to get the utility off. Needs to hold this smoke as well. And he has created a bit of an opening. Drop down. Where is the trade? Is nowhere in sight. 6 bullets towards the back. RB is playing it with patience. At its core, this could be momentous.
Dapai!
Slow it all the way down, son.
Ya Allah, Dapai.
Feel anything.
Capek gua.
Brought it to a 1 versus 1. He expects it as well. He knew what CGRS was. Spikes picked up 14 seconds. Lands the shot. 3 kills. And he salvages it.
What a clutch. What incredible trigger discipline there. more too easy than 2Es. He did not make that same kind of mistake,
Capek
same
banget.
error, and pays off massively, that discipline and patience that he shows.
Capek
I
banget.
was all ready to sing device praises too because he played that.
Masa kalah 2-1. Bangsat juga nih CGRS. Aimingnya anjing. Gue mau lihat POV-nya CGRS dong. Dia nembak kemana?
I mean, you can't be telling me you're watching RB in that situation and not just thinking of 2Es.
Yeah.
And
that was an amazing moment.
Here.
There's the half buy for PRX. So Economy really taking a knock after losing that one. DRX really bringing us back, or at least the possibility of it. I mean, they're winning the necessary rounds, but you've got to keep it together.
DRX have never got a read that PRX are only leaving one player A. They're using CGRS's utility to just, most of the time, rotate off.
Well, here we go. Satchels. Again, another glide forwards.
Oduh.
White face. Mindfreak still alive and kicking, but not for long. RB is there. Duelist player dropping down into hell. It's clean up duty for him.
RB.
He's looking crispy with it.
Ya, sisa
When
CGRS.
RB's firing off like this, he's on a comfort zone.
Ah, sisa CGRS ya guys ya.
Best taken, what's the rifle? Smoke to cut up the angle. Not quite a rifle, a stinger, but maybe he can do some damage with it. Yeah, bit of mistiming with that one. Wanted to get set up by the flash, but ain't gonna go with it. This is clean though from DRX. I mean, CGRS really no chance at all with just the classic or with the sheriff.
The ace.
Going for it. Wants it, and he's got it.
That's a crowd pleaser.
There's somebody chanting ace as well.
Yeah. But PRX still have a 3-round lead, and they're coming into this next one with rifles and all 5 ultimates. The team's going to take a tactical timeout too, as Coach Alex has his input. But to be honest, I don't feel like there's been too many major errors from the way that PRX are playing this on the defense side. However, there are tendencies to dig into here. DRX have been going B a lot. In the same way that PRX were favoring A ramp and A control, DRX have been putting a large emphasis on B. But I think the current way that PRX are playing their defense side makes sense. They're using the Sky utility to just set up Forsaken, then CGRS rotates off a lot of the time, and they have like 3 towards B, 2 towards mid kind of setup.
Just can't quite anchor it when the side hits start to come through.
Yeah, and also you had RB with a fantastic clutch play, which, you know, he's not going to be able to do that every time. Just because you lost the round doesn't mean you played it badly.
Chances for PRX though to get back into it, using that last time out. Look at the amount of ults they've got online. Forsaken, line up the operator as well. Potentially another answer to what's happening with, you know, the slower beginnings, these very wide spread out defaults for DRX. Just poking and prodding. Maybe there's something there to punish.
Yeah, not just that. Devi's got his Viper's Pit online and a Judge, so I would not be surprised to see him just rip that in B main to start. However, yeah, I mean, DRX have not really been playing fast in B main.
Viper's Pit in B main. Here's a showstopper, an exchange of all sorts of utility. It's all over the place, man. Jing still, he did the damage and he cleaned it up.
He's cleaning up his own mess there. RB had a phenomenal dodge and yet wasn't able to reset the aim to actually punish that showstopper from coming through.
That ult needs a buff or something. I'm telling you.
He just got 2 bread.
He did. He set himself up quite nicely. Mindfree with the jiggle. Stays down the star. Oh my goodness, almost goes down because of it.
Yeah, he also didn't have the pull to be able to work with. So he had to... It was kind of too late on the timing there.
There's up the util. Seeker's being used.
It's going to be so difficult to NB in this spot though because of Devi's ultimate. It just doesn't seem doable.
It really doesn't. That's probably why they've just slowed it down again, making sure that they explore into mid as Mako who's gained this position. And it's a bad flash. Well. He's pushed all the way deep, and yep.
Wow, that is so unfortunate. CGRS just used his flash in A heaven to make sure Forsaken was safe from that spot, and Mako dodged it somehow. Maybe with the Viper Wall?
Kenapa nge-push Jason?
Stacks gets that one down. 3 versus 3. Viper's Pit online. Place that one down into the elbow.
Wow, sebuah pit yang sangat aneh.
This is brutal to get through. If you are PRX, got to pray for
Sebuah pit yang sangat aneh.
I think. Maybe with the run and gun as well. Hope you collect an easy kill, spamming into the corners here. One upside is everybody is playing in the pit, so there's always that potential. You've got to land your shots properly. Flash round the side. The K kicking in makes it an easy kill to claim. Mindfreak forced to back away and save.
And that is an enormous round for DRX and Marco. There's the hole. I was talking about how I really liked the way that PRX were playing their defensive side, and they were just posting up Forsaken on A main.
CGRS, CGRS.
Split, but CGRS was still spawning it with utility. I don't know how Mako quite dodged the flash against him. Was he around a corner or something?
Kamunya ngapain?
What?
That is okay. I
he
mean,
just activates his wall as he hears the audio cue, and even though it's half bloomed, it gives the false info because he's behind the wall. I mean, that is that's crazy. That's what turned around.
Itu sih
Shout out the
brengsek
replay
sih.
observers for catching that one too.
Yeah, that is nasty as well.
Bisa gitu anjir, udah keangkat setengah dianggap gak dapet loh. Kalau dia ngeliat.
Phenomenal play and instantly recognizing the advantage he had there. That's part of what makes Marco world class.
Now you're starting to see. Got to turn up the heat.
Nice, Forsaken, nice.
Straight up into it. Taking a fight to Mako. That's a bit of a read, I think, that they know that Mako was playing so slowly towards that area. Two players.
Jangjing mulu sih, Jangjing.
The sound made Forsaken. Absolute genius at work here. Grabs the one, doesn't quite get the third. Still. He's made this more than winnable. Oh my god, okay, CGRS, why not? Go for it. Pop flash play around the side, but Buzz wasn't really blinded up. Double satchel now. Makes his mark. His claim as well towards the site. Got to try and get this spike down, but important to note as well, they do still have a main control.
And they have a pull that can go on the spike here. Buzz with a showstopper.
Flanked as well though.
CGRS ngaco anjir.
Buzz. Three in a round
CGRS ngaco banget mainnya.
And I think Mindfreak running. No, he's
mendingan gue deh kayaknya dah.
him versus Zest. It's quite important, and Zest falls. Now they know should be at least two players.
CGRS zong banget anjing sekalinya.
The squeeze on into elbow. Maybe some util to set it up. Showstopper's forced out. Trying to make something from this one. 55 health on Buzz. He'd love a kill from this. Again, just waiting it out. Time is ticking. It's getting shorter and shorter. Have to let rip. And you have to find some kills. Mindfreak, he wins his divide. Follows up and just in time. Just in time, man.
Yeah, I mean, they had only 3 seconds to spare, something like that. 2.5.
Tapi juga apa-apain beres corner lah, sumpah CGRS.
And yet, once more,
ngaco.
What I'm appreciating from this map with these two teams is that despite the chaotic moments, the players are so smart at when to be patient and when to play the time. They don't overrush things in this spot where Buzz is holding his showstopper. They know that they can play the clock, use it as a resource, and win things out. What a huge one for PRX to be able to take away.
Yeah, amazing.
PRX yang main 4 orang pin sisanya. Sebagian teks menghilang.
They've been almost perfect in those low
Sebagian teks menghilang.
It's been odd, hasn't it? Both of these teams really just excelling at the attack side so far, but not much breathing room if you are DRX. I mean, 2 more chances, or 2 more rounds. That's really what needs to be gained for
CGRS kayaknya Kornepal.
And something we haven't really discussed too as DRX take a tactical timeout. I think it bodes mentioning that one of the big reasons why DRX have been able to run Zest is that they lean back on old compositions, old strategies. They haven't had much scrim time with him. They've only started playing with him. Termi was saying in a press conference, basically as soon as he started subbing in the lower bracket finals against T1, they weren't practicing with him before that. So that's not very long to cook up a deep playbook with a new composition like this, one that they haven't played before. I feel like, I could be wrong here, but I feel like every other map we've seen them play an old composition or something that they played recently, something where Zest would be comfortable and understand exactly what's going on. This is different, and their attack side still looking decent, but it's a deviation from the norm of how they've been able to maintain success whilst messing their roster around.
So here's a difference maker. It's been slow all up until this point, but now our Trailblazer leading them in.
Side,
forcing out the snake bite, nade towards the back, and a flash. Devi is in a lot of danger. Low enough But it's a stray bullet to Buzz as well as he does lead the charge for his team.
Minum dulu kan.
Towards elbow. CGRS, what?
That's unfortunate.
Mako, crazy.
That'll happen.
Wow.
Still, nade in the hand of Jing. He's cleared out towards main. Wondering if he is going to get refought out. Seeker is broken. Here's the nade. Rebounds over towards the side, trying to force this fight out. Again, Mako is just elite. Only
Nice
the one before
nice
it's traded.
trade.
Mind Freak, 1v3. Doesn't know where anybody is.
Nice
Buzz
try.
seeking as well to collect and wrap around entirely.
Ku mengatakannya Nastrai.
DRX attempt to mount a comeback. That's a fast pop where really the round should have been. Yeah, I mean, take a look at that. He barely sees him and flicks around. It's one of those instances where it's unfortunate for CGRS. I mean, he's 5-14, but it makes sense. He's a substitute player. He's coming in here.
Nice try guys ya.
Without any scrim experience apart from what they've been able to put together just recently.
Ente guys ya.
They played him for one map, I believe, in Pacific.
Let's see if PRX again get away with murder on their half-by. This is exploration into mid. Deep contact play at the beginning, seeing if they can hunt for a kill, but don't get too much done. In fact, just spotted out. No reaction from DRX, but now you're starting to see them go a little bit. Boombot, Dog, either way, making sure to clear some of those angles. Devi still playing his life. Going for any sort of one and done, so they give them the side entirely, while this flank also starts to really pay off. This flanks again on flanks, because Zest is also just in the middle of mid.
I mean,
way far apart.
every A-hit, Zest has just been sat AFK in market playing the pull and then going for the latest lurks possible. So, I mean, that's how they're working him in this roster.
Retaking that main control, pushed up. Devin now, heavy group up onto the side. These DRX players, could be some danger, absolutely. Satchel plays still with the rifles.
Minta iklan dong. Oke, iklan.
To stop from this aggression, they double face though, and they have handed Forsaken. One of them with the dash back online, rips out the Sheriff, tries to take the fight. RB, it is magnificent, but they don't know where Zest is.
Mantap bang main break. Freya tinggal satu giftednya.
It's been played well.
The final layer.
The final
Zest just having so much faith in the rest of his team
countdown.
that he'll be able to go on these long, late lurks. And RB stepping up. Forsaken couldn't quite get the reload off there.
Yeah.
His mid-reload dashes and then swaps over to the Sheriff. Stops him from being able to get the trade kill off properly. But then again, he hit that one, so you can't be too mad with what happened.
Nasty shots. I think as well the time pressure there. They know that Zest is playing with the pull as well to delay. They have to go fast. So that's apparently where the right call to make in the moment. And almost doable, but yeah, Zest playing RTS mode.
This is a major comeback for DRX. High-low setup for PRX.
Hari-hari 11-10.
Just that one round, as you mentioned in Josh. Bring it nice and even. What a comeback. The high-low setup. It pays off, doesn't it? It's an opening kill onto RB.
I love that. PRX have been running it in Pacific too a lot of the time. Very good against the DRX team that's going to try and take that space before bursting.
Just an innate understanding of the timer of that one with the boombot. Duck to the side, but the purpose of it was really just to fake that A pressure and presence, and it's a re-clear called again by PRX. They're just contacting down into mid.
Yeah, CGRS also missing his flash there, so they're worried that somebody could be deep into A heaven. They're actually giving, or being forced to give DRX all of this space.
That's the second flash used. This time a bit of an
blinded,
indicator, but no more to play off of. They don't know if Heaven's compromised. You can see how scared they are of this while this flank comes through in and out of sewers. Stacks with the gun at hand. Ready and waiting. And now he immediately runs up onto the side. He realizes, I've got the spike. I've got to try and play for this. Satchel forwards, Buzz. He swings out wide. Jing still in the fight. The rocket let loose a little bit too close as well. Doesn't really get any damage.
Jing, kamu gegabah.
Heaven control. All three players now grouped up as well. Starting to see the util sails through the sky. It's a snake bite. Looks off the one angle there. Shots. It's an absolute firing range for Mako. And he gets the ult off online. Spray down from Mind Freak.
Very weak.
Damage done. Mako is low. A single bullet and burst will really bring him down, and the whole defense will come crumbling. Still Buzz holding down the one extremity here into elbow. It needs to be that random kill, and the random spray. The last bullet finds it, isolates it, knows what Buzz is, and he wins it.
Bang Aaron wadah butuh duit.
Just insane. These are the moments that are making the difference in this match. And Marco's reaction says it all. What are you supposed to do there? That's almost the exact same
Bang Aaron.
that we saw.
Bang Aaron. Bang Aaron. Bang Aaron.
12 rounds ago, something
Bang
like that.
Aaron.
And this time,
Aaron wadah butuh
guides
duit.
the bullet straight into Marco's head.
Yo, bisa yo, bisa yo.
Closer to taking the map.
I mean, just ridiculous scenes. But yeah, you're right.
Do love a fake comeback.
Nice.
Love a fake comeback, but I want to see DRX bring it to OT. Catching just onto the model.
Yeah, Zest's cape almost just drifting away there.
Fine playing as well with the judge. Now there's a star at his feet. There is a lot of danger here. I'm pretty sure that will pull him if they choose to use it. That's a recall. Oh, well, okay. Just a start. Propped up.
Nice.
Takes the timing. Right on the side there with
nice.
RB.
Nice back up.
Zest.
Aduh.
Obtaining this deep push as well. Fights all over the place. Missing the shot. Forsaken. Smoke up.
Untung dia punya dash anjir.
Does he really want to try and get back onto the angle? Zest has got the read on this. He's actually got his crosshair on it.
He's in astral form.
Yep. Star.
Wow.
Up smokes.
Aduh.
The space being gained, but that could be a play to make as well. He's going to be making a call as well that everybody's rotating away.
Yep. That's going to make
Yo, kelarin yuk. Yuk kelarin yuk, 3v3 yuk.
Spots before, but Jing's been excellent with it.
GRS bersinar lah.
It's one thing to be aware, it's another thing to stop it. They know
GRS.
drawn to A, all that space was gathered. There it is with the flash! Re-swing from Jing! And it's up to Zest to try and extend the play. There's no chance in hell. It's 4 to finish for Jing. And map 1 is PRX's.
What a turnaround. Great attempt at a comeback there from PRX2. But I think the damage was absolutely done in the first half.
Akhirnya flashnya si GRS berguna di
Jing was
Kadif.
consistently amazing throughout.
Akhirnya.
So yeah, that has completely flipped my expectations.
Akhirnya si GRS punya flash berguna.
PRX out here today. And you know,
Ada, ya
filled
Lord.
the gaps on their attack side in terms of using that utility. Defensively, struggled a little, but overall was not.
See ya after the break. copyright lagi. Map 2, map 2. Musiknya seru juga nih, Watch Party. Watch Party emang itu musik dari sananya cuy, bukan dari gue cuy. Asli cuy. Turu dulu bang, nggak usah, nggak ngantuk gua. Kalau nonton PRX mah gua seger guys. Nonton PRX seger gua, tenang aja. Main salah satu map warsnya DRX. Yo 2-0 yuk. Yuk bisa yuk 2-0 yuk adik manis yuk. Yuk. Bisa guys, percayalah sama PRX. Percaya, believe. Nothing is impossible, man. Nothing is impossible. Nothing. Believe. Ding. Aduh. Satu. Ding. Anjay, Bang Alek.
Got a little dicey
Bang
there for a
Alek.
moment, but it looked good. Real fast, so you knew you weren't going to have something here, so you weren't going to be necessarily at full strength. What were the contingency plans that you guys had put in place to get ready for this match against DRX? But also, I'm curious as well, like, what are you proud of the boys as far as pulling off that victory goes?
As far as contingency plan goes, I mean, we knew that maybe he might have a chance to make it, so we started the first half of the practice in Japan with a little bit of practice when he's in Singapore. Yeah. Then we changed that once we knew that the visas were unlikely to happen for at least the first 2 games. In that case, we practiced with Kla, cigarettes. Yeah. He managed to, I mean, he's been playing very well in practice. He's very, very calm, and I think he gives a little bit of a veteran presence. He's played professionally in a few games, so I think he brings a good energy and a vibe to the team.
That's awesome. And as far as, you know, what were you proud of with the boys? What do you want to take away from that last win?
I think it was very difficult to play against a comp that we've never seen before. I think nobody plays Neon in Asia on Split, so it's something very new for us. And I think I'm proud that they managed to adapt without really much of my help, my input. You know, most of the time my tech force I actually spend calming them down rather than anything else.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for the insight, brother. Appreciate you. Back to you guys.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Alex. Now, Bod, I like the veteran experience point because this is a team full of kind of mental, lunatic style player youngsters. Maybe
Absolutely.
CGRS being there kind of calms them down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, and you actually kind of felt that style from them. I think, especially on their attack side, it was a lot slower. There were definitely moments where, you know, you have the microaggressions that we know and love with PRX, but yeah, maybe that adds to it. I think CGRS definitely struggled a little bit in this game, but you have at least the rest of the players able to cover it up in some sense.
Yeah, but Kukuka, DRX, they nearly brought it back.
Yes. It was insanely close, and I wanted to take a look at one round, actually the first round of that second half. Of course, after a 3-9 scoreline, things, get dicey. The most important round is the pistol round. You need to get those numbers on the table, and I wanted to take a look at what DRX is going to be doing here. After working a little bit around the map and actually only given the bit of information that there might be someone around B lobby, they decide to go on this execute. And the cool thing about it is how important and how decisive they're going to be with the utility usage. We were talking about the Neon, about what she can do. We're going to see stun use here and here, plus a smoke that is going to be just instant, but not fully onto Heaven. And I want to play the clip directly so we can dive into it, clearing that early space and actually giving that first kill that is going to go on this direction, as you can see right now. And the moment that they freeze inside of this smoke, acknowledging the strengths that they're also on the side of PaperX and how important this round is. Now, look at the minimap. We still see how Jet is going back into A, saying like, okay, there's such a big freeze time into when nothing happens, and all of the players, a couple of them coming from mid, take that space and take that moment of a little bit of disjointing just because of the utility that is being thrown onto B that causes the right exact amount of chaos for them to take that space without actually any casualties.
It's crazy how well that freeze worked, and they dove into the smoke too. That was PaperX's. That is just perfect. That's like really giving PaperX a sense of what is going on. And I think almost every single round had an element of that from DRX as well. For me, the game plan was really good. They started abusing that B side. They went there like 5 times after that pistol, and then they started abusing that A side where CGRS is struggling to get the information so the rotates can come in time. It's just a bunch of hero plays, and like Josh was talking about on the cast, a lot of really lucky moments as well, like that spray through the Viper's pit.
Yeah, but we're going to move on to map 2 now, and I'm really excited about this. I know it's a rematch, but this is where I feel like DRX, they're going to want revenge, Kukuka. This is where the final map of that grand final as well, but again, very different players this time. We still don't have something. Yeah, there's a lot of questions.
I think that's the biggest question, because one of the craziest compositions that PaperX has on their map
cuma karena analisnya cakep enggak cuy, karena dia bisa nge-freeze momen penting terus dikasih panah, dia bisa jelasin apa yang dimaksud gitu-gitu, itu keren tau. Not everyone can do that, bro.
Now we have seen CG Ravers playing on the Sky on Split. What is the team going to do on Bind?
It's really interesting because to me something on that Reyna actually played quite isolated on this map. And
you can. I mean, it's Reyna.
You definitely can. He goes for like a lot of like late lurks, all that sort of stuff. But to me, I'm thinking if you put Forsaken back on Jet, you know what's coming.
I don't want to take him off the harbor. I just don't want to think of a world where we have to take him off of that. But let's hear from DRX's coach Termi before we head into map 2.
Woo! Hey guys, here with Coach Termi. Of course, Jen's here as well for the translations. This is a familiar team, Coach, that you guys have played time and time again. How has the preparation been different, knowing as well that you're facing a PaperX team that doesn't have a star player on there, but yet now everyone's stepping up?
일단 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 많은 경기를 치러 왔었는데 상대편에는 이제 썸띵 선수가 없잖아요. 근데 이렇게 많이 만나본 팀이 다른 라인업으로 경기를 준비할 때 좀 DRX의 경기 준비 과정이 많이 달라진 점이 있을까요?
Translatornya cakep banget.
준비 과정이
parah bro.
썸띵 선수가 없어도 충분히
cakep banget bro.
파워가 넘치는 팀이기 때문에 굉장히 그런 부분에서는 좋은 팀인 것 같고 준비하는 과정에서는 딱히 서로 잘 알고 있는 거 빼고는 다른 건 없습니다.
Well, we are pretty familiar with each other, but PaperX, even without something, I think they have plenty of firepower and they are a strong team. But our preparation doesn't really change because of that.
Yeah, makes sense. What are you telling the team as you're getting ready for map 2?
이제 2세트 들어가면서 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주실 건가요?
첫 번째 경기라서 사실 선수들이 몸이 안 풀린 것 같았는데 2, 3맵은 충분히 이길 수 있기 때문에 선수한테 그런 점을 조금 준비시키겠습니다.
I don't think they're warmed up, but I'm pretty sure that they're all warmed up after the first set, first map, so I'm not really too concerned about what's going to happen in map 2, 3, so I'm just going to tell them you guys can do that, stay confident.
All right, well, Coach, I want to thank you so much for your time, my friend. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Jen as well, back to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Tammy. Well, it doesn't really affect their preparation, but how do you prepare for a team who is playing with a sub, Kukuka? We don't even know where they're going to run.
Listen, I think that also after DRX going through the group stage and knowing that you don't really have the time to prepare specifically for each opponent that you have, because this is not like the regular season. You do not get a week to prepare. It's literally day after day. Maybe you get a day break, and that is all. So the best thing that you can do if you want to have a strong map pool is literally play for yourself.
I mean, even if that wasn't the case, I think throughout the group stage,
unless you're
they've been struggling. And if they've been struggling, they need to focus on themselves. They just need to focus on themselves. And you're right, though. I mean, there's nothing you can do to prepare for what's going to happen.
As you guys can see in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, Cigarette is going to play the Gecko, his main.
I like the Gecko, but I'm not super happy on sticking with the Forsaken Harbor. I think it's okay to not have a a second duelist here for Jing in most cases, especially when you're replacing Arena. But that does lose an element for Jing. That guy is really good off of playing with timings of other players, and without having like a Forsaken on Yoru or Forsaken on Jet, we're missing that.
Changes on DRX here as well. Now going on to the fade, we saw the KO, the double info now is swapping back and swapping around, probably trying to counter a little bit of that harbor, of that well, not the breeze exactly, but everything I think is going to be on Bass, because the ground is going to be completely prepared and suited for him.
Yeah, they've gone back to the comp. They played against Optic back at Champions in 2022, so they do have experience on this. I can't wait to see what we're gonna see on this map as well. What do you guys make of this, Brandon Seisho?
Hopefully it's looking quite fleshed out, honestly, as well. I mean, DRX, they've been trending back to some of their old compositions when they've been running Zest in the lineup as well. And so, as you guys were mentioning.
On the other side, though, is the more interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's like T1's Gecko comp, except they're running the Brim instead of the Viper.
Yeah.
So it's weird. It's definitely weird. It's somewhere between the
Halo, I'm back. Tadi sempat ngebuffering dikit. Kalian bisa dengar gua?
But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully Cigarettes will have a better individual performance.
Flash pull and a satchel to take up Shower's control for DRX early on in the pistol, and there's a molly that meets them.
Oke, sorry ya, tadi agak DC gua tadi.
Entirety of the front section of A, including lamps, has been given up. The reflank CGRS is already straight back into Showers, and they're going to try and get the squeeze onto them. Buzz is alone, surrounded on every single front.
Devai is still here on B.
Yep, and Devai could be the difference maker. Surely, there's one kill found. So with the Flash wants to take the fight to them. Everybody's blinded. Hopping and skipping. Zest survives. Still, Boombot in his face, low enough. A single bullet will do it. Jing runs him down.
CGRS,
what a statement.
Okay.
Ayo CGRS.
He's got half the amount of kills he got.
CGRS, ini saatnya lu bersinar. Gua percaya sama lu.
Yeah, that's a fantastic.
CGRS, let's go. I fucking believe in you, man. Alisson.
I would imagine that if PRX is going to play bind, it's been something that they've been scrimming quite a bit and putting a serious focus on. They instantly had a reaction there as DRX took Shower's control to molly the front of it, Brimstone molly at the front, CGRS at the back. So it's quite a light Shower's crunch, but it was still a crunch.
One of the big questions I had, I think, when I was seeing this PRX comp.
Whoa!
Called Star.
Whoa!
The free shot. Do you really want to be taking this fight into them? Of course you do. PRX. Oh my goodness.
Oh, mantap Bang Jing.
They don't back away from any sort of challenge, do they, Josh?
No, they don't, but now Jing is getting pinched. He's got to be worried about Hookah. You can soft, silent drop out from Hookah now.
Haunt was timing ever so slightly. Reveals him still.
Nice, Jing.
Takes his hold onto it, tried to satchel him back as well.
2v1, 2v1.
Away from me, Mako, but the spike's in his hands. Smoke dropped. Got to expect that there could have been rotations in this time, but lots of time in the round still to make a play. Where have I seen this one before?
Mako can definitely win these.
He just waits it out. It's a luxury that he does have. Picks up the Bulldog as well, so there is plenty of chances. Forsaken playing is particularly safe. I mean, the man's just jump spotting through the back of their halls, but they're worried as well that he's rotated all the way through B long.
Yeah.
Nggak planting kah ini? Bang Mako?
At least Forsaken is.
Wah, Forsaken sama Mind Freak jauh banget jaga-jaganya. Kenapa poinnya PRX masih kosong? Enggak, satu kok.
10 seconds. All right. Back of the site. Yep. There's a plant. PRX.
Aduh, timing.
Mind Freak jumped
Aduh,
out.
timing.
Oh, wow. No sound cue off that. spam into it. Yeah, that's just unfortunate timing.
Mantap Bang Aron.
Silent drop, I guess, from Mindfreak.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Yep. I mean, that is a massive meta change on Bind, really. It's a small adjustment, but it makes a huge difference to the way that you run your B holds. Tell you another thing that's like a very meta thing that PRX do. They push sand a lot with this, you know, with their former composition that has the Reyna in it. And I'm wondering whether they're going to do that because they don't really have a player that's going to want to play in that position as aggressively as something would on Reyna.
You know, take the duel, dismiss out because you're confident you're going to win the fight. But he often does.
Absolutely dominating DRX in the way that they want to play. Obviously, DRX don't play with the Cypher or a chamber, anything like that can watch behind them. And usually, your defaults are going to be slightly weak in that area. Well, we haven't had one of these in a while.
No, we haven't. It's escaped a lot of it.
It's been
TGRS semuanya panas. Berapa? Bagus.
But yeah,
panas terus.
Have a little technical pause here as one of the
panas terus kalau bisa. Technical pause.
The way that PRX have been playing this, they've been playing both initiators over by B long, and you know, really heavily playing for that area of the map. CGRS has been wanting to fight a lot. I'm intrigued to see how they time it. It seems to me like they're playing those players over there so that they can go for showers crunches a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in the pistol round, right? It's,
right.
Either the dog or a flash to set it up through the TP, but if you hold on to B long, in theory, it makes it much easier to squeeze any players that try and play in showers with a new form of bind. I mean, the TP's way closer with this new iteration. So, I mean, we are really nerding out about this. We can get into podcast mode if you want.
Well, the other thing that really intrigues me too, if you haven't had the pleasure of watching PRX on this map for a while, you might be thinking back to the aggressive stuff that they would do with their Yoru comps in the past. Forsaken on Harbor throws the most bizarre Harbor utility compared to everybody else. I feel like every other Harbor player went to the TUI's school of learning Harbor. Very diligent walls, always placing them as accurately as possible. Forsaken's cooking up weird stuff in the server. One of the things he really liked to do, play around the lamps area and throw his high tide through the teleporter to support his team going for sand pushes. And they'll try and fight aggressively for sand and fountain control on defense. Now, how many teams do you see that do that?
It's very creative. I mean, they are really pushing the limits. Forsaken loves to play Arbor as well. Spoken to him about it.
Yeah.
I've had instances as well where the entirety of the team was trolling me on social media.
True.
And I was saying, has anybody tried Harbor on Ascent? And then they were all like, oh, we'll try it. And I'm like, okay, well, sure. And then they pull it out in the playoffs, and
yeah,
it's just crazy. But Forsaken loves it. He you know,
yeah,
it's one of the things that allows him to be that third player in, rather than one of the primary initiators, and allows him to slow it down, think more, and just collect up some of those kills. But
look, he's doing the high tide. Oh, he's doing a different high tide here. One that goes, again, though, through the teleporter and threatens like you could be pushing out sand.
Yeah.
This, though, is a bonus round strategy for PRX, where they want to fight showers, pick up Thrash. What's the play with the Thrash, though? It's only Devi over towards B. It looks very weak, and they're banking on DRX just playing slowly.
That's incredibly weak. Flash spotting out at least one of the players. Dog also being forced out. What was that? He just lobbed through the TP.
I think that was his pistol. I think that's his,
okay.
I think that's his reliable sidearm.
Yeah, that is. That's funny, honestly. Okay, here we go. Thresh being used together. That is the Taman just on the one around the corner.
Jing, let's go!
Behind the box. This will not be escaping.
Mantap, TGRS.
And immediately pick back up again.
They're picking it up. They're not worried that there's anybody coming to help.
Yep.
And punish them for it. All right, so now they're going to have Thrash again.
They can have a go of it. Still the nade as well to clear through into the back of the side. It's going to be a Dizzy. Broken. Here's Thresh. There's a nade as well. Slams it on both sections of it. It's up to Stacks and RB to really hold their own. Rooted to the ground. Wingman falling. Hop up. CGRS not favored with there. Just couldn't quite get the rifle cooled down enough to take a shot. Mindfreaks worked his way all the way around. Oh, okay. It Stacks actually. Still Mindfreak is alive in the fight, but well, not for long. So the bonus round was a cute idea behind it. There was a lot going on.
Almost is never
and you can see CGRS is actually playing
enough.
like a ranked Gecko. It's like a very duelist Gecko. He's using his Wingman and his Dizzy in order to help give him better crosshair placement. He throws them out just to see where they get shot from, so that he knows where to pre-aim as he like drops out of hookah or something like that. You can see here he knew exactly where RB was
Round
playing.
mahal buat DRX. Round mahal. Gak apa-apa. Ekonominya hancur DRX,
Very
bos.
cute idea. Get to see one more of those creative plays. And this is that high tide I'm talking about, where they fight for sand and fountain control potentially.
The Haunt lands all the way over the top. I don't believe it tagged onto anybody. Not sure what the purpose of it was. Dizzy over the top. Broken. Shot out of the sky. The high tide, I mean, yeah, it makes it easier to fight over that sand control. There was no intention of that, though, from the PaperX players. Flash pushing them away. They still have control of Hookah. Jing is holding close. I think... Oh, my goodness. The Dizzy.
With the mosh pit lineup as well.
Just got to get out of there.
Mosh pit
went all the way over
lineup.
the wall and landed right about where the ult orb was. So, cute trap play again.
Some very nice ideas.
Doesn't actually gain them anything, though, but it does tick time off the clock. There goes the Dizzy again. How many Dizzies has he used in the round so far?
It's 3, I believe. He's throwing it straight up in the air, so he's able to get it back immediately towards safety. Trailblazer, that is a stun that latches. Nade all the way through. That's a TP crunch, but it's just Forsaken. Is it really a crunch if it's just a one solo player? Forsaken going for it. Up through it to be long. Last player standing is RB. Can't see a bloody thing.
And it looked like Jing was aiming at Divide there towards the end. Seeing if he could do some extra damage. He looks disappointed he didn't get the final kill.
It's like I wasted my ult.
I mean, he'll definitely be disappointed that he wasted his ult, but I think PaperX had a great idea of commitment there. They stalled out DRX for so long while getting consistent information that DRX was still around B, and then when the hit started, off the back of, I think, like Stax' Trailblazer or something coming through, they just, boom, instantly tried to collapse on B. Love what they're doing.
You really can see how so much of the strategy of PaperX, it centers around that B long control. It was so difficult.
Wave crashing.
I mean, the amount of util that was coming out.
Oh!
This time,
Hampir mati tuh, Mako.
it's the eco, it's the half bite. DRX.
Oh,
my!
nice
That one is
Jing.
traded.
Nice
Does well
Jing,
for
nice
it.
Jing.
Prowler
Nice trade, nice
in
trade.
his face,
Nice
crunch through
the
into the showers. As well, right through the TP. RB though takes care of Divide. Mako's just running and gunning right through the smoke with the Judge in his hand, set up for it. Close, shoulder to shoulder, running backwards.
Nice.
All over the place, isn't it? DRX with the wingman dropped down, immediately broken 2 pieces, but they still maintain control of showers, and that causes the early exit. DRX, they do not want to fight it.
Masih ngambil dulu nih.
They know that.
Tuh kan, si CGRS ngambil dulu utility-nya kan.
The trail, TP's right behind them. The fight there.
CGRS, ayo keluarkan kebun binatangmu.
CGRS, the substitute, left in a 1v2.
Aduh.
Tries to find a timing. Past the Trailblazer.
Timing.
Good as util.
Quite gonna manage it.
Nice try.
The high-low setup, yeah, thrifty.
Nice try.
Scary.
Kamu nice try.
That's a big error from PaperX. I mean, that's one of those rounds where Coach Alex is going to be slamming the desk. All of their players decided to play like one-and-done situations. You had a player just pushed up, really aggressive, isolated in showers. That was Mind Freak. And then Forsaken was jumping around towards short. I mean, no reason for him to be playing that riskily on an anti-eco. It offers DRX an opportunity back into this one. The ults are starting to build up as well here, Brent, for the attacking side. So DRX are going to have a round. Maybe this one, maybe the next.
I love this development of the meta, where people are just trying to headbutt the util that flies over the top.
Yeah, there's only a few lineups where you can punish it in that way.
Here we go. i4 gives them showers control all the way through. Again, you see the orbital strike being used right through main. Satchel to avoid it. Damage is done though.
Fine
Freak. It's able to beam
nice
through. Jing through the back of the site. It's on top of it. On top of the truck. It's 2 kills. Jump spot. Wide swing wants to take the fight. Spike drop down. There's really no reason. Try and give Stax that one, but he does it. Confidence is there with Jing and uptime ball. That was a really rapid flank while all that was going on.
Good
CGRS.
shit. Good
Divide.
shit.
They didn't take the TP, they opted to just run all the way from Fountain.
Good shit,
Mind Freak was asked to do everything in that round too. While we were focused on Jing getting the kills, Mind Freak pops off his ultimate, was stunned in a corner.
Rapi. Nggak sih, sebenarnya agak chaos sih, cuma good result lah, good result yang penting.
His ultimate timing is going off.
Yang penting good result ya.
A lot of PaperX's defense here is them fragging themselves out of really uncomfortable positions. but they're also putting enormous pressure on DRX getting through the first choke point. They're not trying to hold the backside of A, as most teams would. They're not trying to fight heavy for showers control and play retake. Retake, what does that mean? Retake? I've never seen a retake.
Yeah, I do love it though. I mean, I think PRX have got a really clear idea of this. I was just about to talk about it in one of the prior rounds before there was just an absolute explosion occurring across the screen and bodies were dropping all over the place. But this heavy B long pressure is excellent. We saw how hard it was for DRX to take it. It gives them easy access to showers. They can push deep out of it as well, like they did in that last round, if they want to. And that gives you good information if DRX are playing slow.
And once more, let me reiterate that DRX have historically not been good at this map. Every time they've come to a global tournament, they, you know, in the past used to play this double flash, double duelist setup. That ended up getting countered at the global level. Then they tried to copy other teams, have never been able to make it work. Something about the way that this team plays and the way that they think about the game does not gel with Bind. They're constantly readable and end up getting flanked and pushed and shut down. So PRX have a fantastic opportunity to keep this one going. And 2-0 DRX without something even being here in Tokyo. And that would be so crucial for them too, Bren, because it buys time with this visa to potentially get sorted.
Yeah. One of the things we haven't really spoken about, but it's so important. I mean, if PRX ended up winning, it would just be, you know, even if it's an extra couple of days, could be all the difference if they can get their full roster together. Here's DRX, flash in their face, Forsaken. Oh my goodness, okay, backing away, covered his feet just to try and survive. Interesting usage, rocket, sails and lands. Onto the top of the truck, Forsaken though, out to the one side of it, and here we go. Entertainment as well. Thresh was coming right through the TP showers. Control is theirs, but there's that late lurk that's still occurring from RB. Plan, jump spot, right click, not enough to claim the kill. Mako's got his ult, Viper's Pit, now in play, flashed up, blinded up, goop in his face, nobody can see a bloody thing. It stacks, left again to contain and control the stalwart defender.
Zest hampir itu.
Over the top now, Horn going to be spotting quite a bit as well. All three players
scan-nya bagus
towards
banget.
the back of the site, and RB needs to be.
Scan-nya bagus
A bit of a
banget.
difference maker. Does he want to swing and take the fight? Just holding his ground. The plant's down. Gives a bit of a breather. Holding towards the back. Zest with only the one kill before being traded. It's a 2 versus 2. They need this pit to go down. And Mako's still alive. It's a real nuisance to get through. The fog settling in.
Nice mind freak. Dah lari.
Away, but it's a consolidation kill. The round win goes to PRX. Heavy investment. Scrappy all over the place.
And I feel like PRX had an opportunity to completely flip this on their head.
Good shit.
Right when that Dizzy came through, as the plant was being stuck and Mako was ripping his ultimate, the Dizzy came out there.
Good shit. Good shit. Aduh.
Can't exactly recall who it was, but they had their opportunity to take down Mako instantly, drop the Viper's Pit and make this a sensible retake, and they just couldn't quite land the shot. DRX get another. Extremely back and forth so far this map.
Yeah, making it more even.
But that's what I said, DRX were getting so close to those ultimates and decided to spend them all in that round. And it has knocked the economy for PRX. It's an important, pivotal, economic swing round. But we saw PRX being excellent on the Thrifties in map 1.
Yeah, you cannot count them out. Even with the Stingers, a rifle or two, they will make plays, they will take risks. And they'll win their aim duels.
Especially when they have the Reckoning to work with and Jing one away from a showstopper. Oh yeah. If Jing finds
I
a kill,
suggest you move.
then the ultimate situation can turn the round completely.
Yeah, I suggest you move.
DRX are holding a very strict, slow default to start this round. And now they've backed up.
It's because they're scared, but the more time they waste, the worse it's going to look. They haven't bled out the molly. Grouped up towards A. Here's the wall going up. Mindfreak is close. He actually needs somebody to spot this for him. There's a Reckoning being held at his back. He hears the dog. There's a molly. There's the ult trying to buy time. And a Dizzy! Buzz! He's blind as anything, man. Screen completely obscured. Stuns there. Can't set up Mako for the kill. And a wide swing the trade stacks is eventually brought down to his knees. Out to the open, though. DRX might be able to salvage this as well as Zested. Claim control of showers with the stinger from that range. CGRS.
Wow.
Pulling it out
Just
of nowhere.
wow.
RB round the back, spots it, and well, can't take the fight to him.
We were being kind to CGRS in the first map because he's been put in such a difficult spot, but he's both warmed up and looks more comfortable here. The utility support for Mindfreak was beautiful in this spot. The Dizzy comes through, catches onto Buzz, then a Wingman comes through there again, and it catches onto Mako to set him up just to anchor this spot. And then not only does Cigarettes provide value with his utility, he also picks off 2 with the Stinger towards the end. This is PRX playing with, 5 people having impact, compared to having to pop him in the backpack.
And it's whimsy.
Anjing juga nih orang.
Smiles from the PRX players. I think they can go into this match as well, probably thinking near the beginning, guys, okay, let's just have fun with it. We're not playing with our active roster. We've only had 10 days of practice. Let's make the most of it.
God, the fun buff goes crazy.
It goes crazy, I'm telling you. Every event, there feels like a team that's just like, guys, let's just have fun with it. And they pop off, they do well. Here's an attempt from DRX. They do take that Lamps control. There's a pull. It's really mistimed a little bit. An attempt to re-clear into Showers. Over the strike, pushes Buzz really far back into it. Lined up. Zest lands that one shot with the Sheriff. Rocket up in the air. Jing. Oh my goodness. It's an easy target. The rifles.
Kena itu Mako dikit.
Away to the round
Mako kena dikit itu.
Still alive with 70 health. It's a 1v2.
Abang Jing, ribet.
Times we said that one, and it does shut it down. It's safe enough.
Mantap.
Shake of the head there for Jing. I would have a heart attack coaching this team. I would have a heart attack being a fan of this team, Bren. The way that PRX play the anti-ecos has got me sweating. I mean, they are
kasar.
just
Ada
again isolated in showers.
Kumel.
Really weird showers hole. Jing just bouncing around.
Mantap.
Looking like he's giving opportunities to
Jing
these
ini
guys.
temannya Reporsi nih.
And yeah, they clean it up.
Nice.
Jing ini temannya Reporsi ya guys ya.
I do see it. Now this horn, I do want to see where this one goes. Because it was being thrown before by Zest, bit of a lineup. Oh, okay, into B long. Well, a fight gets taken by Jing alone. There wasn't really any util to set him up.
Yeah, that's nice though. It combos with the snake bite from Mako.
Yeah. So an actual good attempt here to take that B long control, which DRX have already just vacuumed up the space.
Yeah, and you were talking about how important that area of the map is for PRX.
By denying it now, you do reduce the amount of options PRX have, but they've immediately rotated 3 of the players now over towards B.
Force tapi tanpa judge bener. Sudah Pai. Dapai.
Aduh,
jangan drive pick.
Why? He's not there to set up for it.
Why? 为什么 you drive pick? 为什么
He takes those fights, a bit of a timing. CGRS.
为什么 you drive pick?
Spotted out by the dog.
Hiya.
Over the side, a bit of spam as well. They seem to be aware of it. That was, where was that from? All the way back into spawn. The wallbang kill onto Buzz, and it's caused a full rotation. Backing away.
2v4.
Don't want to give away anything in a 2v4.
CGRS is one away from Thrash as well. I think that's why they were fighting so heavily over that B-long ult orb. But now, he's going to need to kill in order to get it online. And will he even have time in a clutch situation like this?
Mako is in the middle of nowhere, but the rest of the players' positions for DRX is actually quite nice. Covered up in lamps, late hold into showers, even the pull. That RB, he's got the star, you can see it sitting there on the spike. Lovely job showcasing that. Too many layers to get through, and so
Meja Alex kena gebuk tuh gara-gara pick itu. Ya, itu meme dari mana sih yang meja Alex gebuk ke?
That's an unfortunate one. I mean,
Itu kapan sih kejadiannya? Sampai di bawah terus anjir jadi meme gitu.
Jing, his cash might be strapped just a small amount, but if you save a rifle, I actually think I'm in favor of CGRS just running in and dying here. Because you get Thrash online for a potential play in round 11, and you actually don't get punished with the economy. That's not going to happen though. So we might see another big clash over an ult orb. We've seen PRX fight a lot. They also on the bonus round when they made that play off the Thrash, were fighting showers to try and set up CGRS for the ult orb. Obviously there's only 2 to play for on this map, but my point being that they have at various times stacked over towards them just to be able to claim that reward. Yeah, and now they've got 4 players ready to fight over it towards B long, and DRX also have 3 players.
Oh gitu.
So this might end up just.
Setiap kali PRX main gebuk meja si Alex. Buset.
Look at the snake bite though.
It's over the top.
Oh. Whoa!
Oh my God! Just run him over.
What the hell?
Oh,
Dipus 4 orang,
No,
coy.
not making it out alive. Not even a single player going down. Listen, there was some
Buset.
damage done, but it's Mako and RB.
And that's the spike. You saw the same high tide being thrown there from
Round's
Forsaken.
over.
It's done.
Buset.
Tend to talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, pick a topic.
Okay.
Tawuran coy, di push coy, defender tapi nge-push coy.
I'm afraid I'm not brushed up. I mean, what on earth do RB and Mako do?
You just save. You just save. The spike is not retrievable here.
They've got money though. That's the weird thing for the final round. But it's just over. What an incredible play, though. I mean, PRX want the ult orb, so DRX are going over there to try and deny it. PRX know that DRX are going to try and deny it, so they're like, okay, let's stack 4 people over there and run at them. I mean, I love the way that these teams are thinking about each other and playing. And this is a stimmied up destruction.
Gila.
It's just prime PRX.
Defender rasa attacker coy.
He's gone and collected the other ult orb.
Yeah.
So they weren't even required to use the thrash.
Yeah. I do love the decision to run the replay as well when there's like 30 seconds left in the round. It's like we all know what's happening.
Disengin. Jason dikagetin anjir.
We gotta hit a comms after that.
Hari-hari Jason ditembak sama Davai.
Oh! Attempt to punish.
Yeah.
Quick little reminder, Mako is still him.
Oh god. This game is a delight.
What a difference in the faces. I mean, DRX are not even that far behind in terms of rounds, but they're feeling the stress.
Oh, of course they're feeling the stress, yeah. I mean, this isn't their map pick, and like I said earlier, it's all fun and games for PRX. But DRX are kind of in a lose-lose situation. If they win, people are just going to say, well, they wouldn't have won if something was here. And then if they lose, they're in a disastrous spot.
Last play. It's the last round for it. Fresh going forwards. Barreling into it. Right foot short. There's a rocket exchange as well in the races. But I don't know what's going on. Might take it though. Jinx still alive in it. Brings down the adversary. Seekers as well. Just pushing them back, but they have lost that shower's control. Can Zest do anything with it?
Buset Bang Bus.
Flank through cave. CGRS. There was somebody watching, and I believe that was RB for just a moment. There's a real chance for some timings to be taken. That was fight.
Oh, nice
set it up.
Jing.
Nightfall as well. Scattered us across. Jing can't hear any sound cues. Just trying to buy time as well. Create and hold the space. Zest out in the open. It's got to be called. Jing close with the reload.
Jing. Nice Davai. Nice
Jing. His fights by swinging close to the site, but yeah, PRX just unrelenting. Not willing to give up a semblance of map control towards Showers.
8-4 bos.
First map, a 9-3 half from PRX.
First half lawan 4.
From PRX.
Bisa ini.
They're playing so well with the team.
Lagi panas nih PRX nih.
Of playing with this roster. And Masters Tokyo, if they had it their way, you know, CGRS wouldn't be in the lineup. No shame to him. He's just not their normal.
Gila.
Insane beginning here to buy. Let's send it down to the
Nice banget Bang Porsaken. Gas Bang Porsaken sama Bang Jing.
Another dominant half, Kakuka on a comp that we've never seen before.
Exactly. No time before this we have seen this specific comp. We know that it's a little bit of special, having the Brimstone, having the Gecko, and having the Harbor. To me, the most impressive, alongside that Gecko, has been Jing putting up the same performance that we saw on that first map.
Jing's movement is insane, but you can tell CGRS is so much more comfortable on this fourth round where they go for really cool bonus, by the way, with the Thrash. He's just reclaiming his dizzy so many times. They re-clear again as well with the dog coming through, and there's so many pieces of util that he's finding so much extra value with because he's able to pick them up, bouncing it off of the truck, you know, being able to re-clear space, re-pick up the wingman.
Mantap CGRS.
It's really nice, and he's fragging with it too.
This of course comes to
PRX sudah tamat belum dari map 1? Belum.
And I can picture him calling these things. Hey, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna DC this. You can pick this. I'm going to throw the mosh pit. You know how to use your ultimate that I think was so valuable for them in so many.
Ini gara-gara Harbor sama Gecko ini. Kalau DRX tuh pakai meta agent ya. Jadi kayak orang tuh udah tahu cara kerjanya gimana, line up-nya gimana. Kalau PRX nih pakai Harbor sama Gecko cuy. 2 agent baru yang notabene bukan metanya di buy. Itu lumayan, dan untungnya mereka berdua jago pakainya. Itu lumayan bikin pusing cuy.
With this first half from PRX, it's a really dominant one. DRX, while they've reverted to some of their comfort, I still don't think they have it right now. They just do not look super.
PRX win mapnya 100% di buy nih. Belum ketemu optik dia, belum ketemu NRG.
I mean, DRX, if they want to avoid that elimination match this early on at Tokyo, they have to bring this half back. Bren and Saisho is now or never.
Definitely now or never, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, these 8-4 half for PRX. It's sheer domination.
Apakah Gecko bakal di nerf? Nah.
Put together some sort of a
di nerf sih enggak. Yang main Gecko nggak banyak kok.
Bring it all the way into OT, but right now the way PRX are playing, it just feels like they are, you know, improvising, throwing out plays, whatever the team wants to do, making calls, playing with confidence. It's all there for them, and you're seeing it once more manifest. They are straight up through into B-Long. Cove to get them in as well. Nade towards the side onto the one angle. Molly on top of it. It's all coming together. And where's the defensive utility? They need to slow them down. Mako.
Dalam box.
They don't have control of elbow. Satchel's pushing it back and away. Okay, and a call is made. Is DRX want to try and flood into this one right through the smokes? It's successful.
Nice DRX. Nice defense.
DRX needed that one.
Nice.
Imperative pistol in order to avoid a disaster of slipping down to the lower bracket. And what a crossfire they had between those two initiators. Stacks playing an elbow and Zest slipping into the site here. Usually they're going to have Jing.
Frenzy-nya lagi pada nge-wave semua nih, Frenzy-nya nih.
Jing's going to be double blast packing in. And that breaks those kind of crossfires. But on a pistol round,
Frenzy-nya nge-wife. Frenzy-nya nge-wife.
Approach into the site. DRX going for that bonus round buy.
Oh, they're going to be meeting.
Di push balik lu sama DRX lu. Ayo lu, di push balik. Pusing kan lu di push balik kan?
Give up and concede that space into Shower, setting up Jing into a 4 position, but still with the weapons, they should be okay.
Oh,
there you go.
Nice try, nice try.
Left it up to just Forsaken and Devi, and doesn't really feel likely that they're going to be able to get too much done.
Aduh, lagi jalan dia.
Looking like all 5 players surviving from DRX. So it will be flawless.
Dapai.
Dapai can do a bit of damage. Ping onto the ghost. Flash
nice.
Okay.
Nice Dapai. Ambil bulldognya Dapai. Nice. Reload dulu nggak sih Pai? Daripada megang pisau.
That'd be huge.
He's just going to save the bulldog.
No, he's not. And Stacks is making a beeline for it too.
Damn it.
Throws him his.
Nice try.
Oh, he was trying to throw it over the edge. Yep. Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, they got it there at the end though. So this is going to be a bonus round with some serious sting to it. DRX have got a chance of getting the rounds essentially level here.
Cara mengalahkan W Gaming adalah dengan W Gaming, guys.
Yeah. On the attack side, it's so different to all the other harbors. The high tides he goes for, often using his cove, not to get the plant, but to get them out through choke points. It's very unique.
Essential beginning. Bonus round conversion for DRX would put him in contention once more.
Yeah, I mean, this is a weird high tide.
It is, it just rips its way through. It grants them a bit of a pocket to play through, doesn't it? Oh, okay.
Line up mosh pit.
Over towards the top. That's into
triple. Gede banget ya, mosh pit ya.
Snakebite used just on the default box angle. They have Showers control as well. They're taking up pretty much all of this one. Now Wingman going for the plant. Fast flank through now. Prowler and a Trailblazer used at the same time.
Main flicknya keteteran guys.
For it. Flash into the corner. CGRS can't see a thing. And cross placement's just not good. Bit of a wraparound. Buzz, is he going to miss this time?
Jason.
Fight two.
Nice.
Oh my.
Nice flank, nice flank.
Straight on the short. Mako and RB. What can they get done now? Noise cues cut away. Yet device still remaining sharp. In control as well of lamps. Making sure nobody can walk past any of those high tides. So there is no conversion. A decent try by DRX, but PRX still holding on to this lead.
Nice.
Yeah, sick round from PRX though, really is. They segment off the site into little chunks.
Untung Jason nge-flanknya bagus tuh. Timingnya pas dan untungnya juga aimingnya Jing bagus tuh. Nge-hold angle di mid.
Hold his ground in pocket, slow people down so that Forsaken gets the backstab.
Bukan mid sih jatuhnya A short.
Really tough to deal with what PRX does on the A side of the map. Their B hits tend to be a little more standard, but A.
Oke, sekarang udah sama-sama full buy ini ya.
All 5 players grouped up.
Aduh. Serem banget.
Wah,
udah ketahuan ada 2 orang tuh. Oh, kena. Kena.
Nade at his feet. Mosh pit over the top. It's a full util tap.
Nice.
And the mosh pit lands the kill. Spray transfer from Buzz. Almost landing the third. That is absurd.
Nice. Oh, speednya ngebunuh anjir.
3 versus 3. Spike's trying to get planted. Snakebite rebounds. They're in the close corners here through the smoke. Lovely movement from Arby. Enough to jiggle as well. It makes it a favorable fight for him. It's just down to Divide. Flash, 12 seconds. Is he even going to have time to really play for this one? They know exactly where he is. Back onto the corner.
So many moments like that in this game.
Yep, there's one. 5 seconds till the flash comes through. Ping on 2. The tap already onto the spike. It's halfway through. Arby just sticking it. And yeah, just couldn't quite land the shots. Thought he was
Flashnya masih di dalam smoke.
Put in enough damage, but was just not quite landing.
Sayang banget flashnya masih dalam smoke itu.
Comms there too. The plant was tucked into a corner. There wasn't really possibility that the player could have been on the left-hand side of the spike.
Nice try, bro. Nice try.
Yeah, not really communicated to him in that situation.
Ku menyebutnya nice try.
This one was weird.
I did think you were about to set up a cast the curse. As soon as I saw them grooving up towards hookah, I was like,
Ente guys, ente.
It was an odd pop.
It was, yeah.
What I meant was that Jin tends to double blast back through.
Yeah.
The rest of them follow out, but
more standardized. But that was just
the high tide makes that one really odd.
It is an attempt to clear out towards showers. Buzz is one away from the ult.
Bombayam.
Doesn't go for the orb though.
Yeah, bit strange, but he just wants to get back to short. Have they got a Season 8 combo or something? Zest is definitely holding utility. Could be a prowler though for RB to peek off.
Here we go. Talking about set executes. Here's another one. Reckoning. Stuns landing. There's a mosh. Towards the side of triple. Still this time, Showers control is maintained. Arby will fall at the back of the side, but
nice
two players
Jing.
need to hold this ground from DRX right now. It's on to Buzz and Zest, Forsaken, eager to take the fight. Satchel, yeah, that's Buzz. Set up nicely for it.
Secel. Wah, Jing ketahuan coy.
Jing still needs to
Jing ketahuan Jing.
down into lamps, make sure that nobody can cross.
Ayo Pai.
As well, is going to be trying his hardest, but with the
Pai nggak ada plank Pai.
Close to the corner, flash and a seize, and the snake bite. It's all combo together. That is beautiful.
Ooh.
Okay, showstopper, maybe a little bit overkill. Potentially the kill was already theirs, but it's brought an ult of his own up close into the face. Damage is done, but they all fall down and tumble.
Nice try,
So
nice
damn
try.
close with the timing, but it is DRX winning that round.
DRX are just about holding on in these kind of situations, only just. The crucial element to me is the fact that they managed to maintain.
Kasihan Aron di 4 util, Aron udah mati bos.
Throws kind of segments off triple and showers so that they don't have to worry about that. They can take lamps, they can take backside.
Udah kena poison, di ulti race, kena blind juga. Udah lah. It's over.
I've really been missing him that much today, to be honest.
We'll see how the series plays out.
Ente kan?
Now once more, it's DRX who are mounting that comeback. This time, similar scenes. This mosh pit looks like it's going to land on the backside of B long. Where's it going?
For you, Mosh.
There's the Seekers. It's a pull into the mosh, but it's all a little bit mistimed. And enough of the defensive utility of DRX that it does stave them back, stave them away.
And just a little set play, potentially for a pick, so that they could commit afterwards. Still a Thrash to work with here, and they're hoping that they can barrel over somebody from DRX that's pushed through showers or short.
Satchel into the face.
Good
trade.
Yeah, with those guns, are they going to take the DPs? They are. Long control is being held this entire time by Device. Still, they don't have any real idea of where players are onto the site.
And now Device making noise, which makes them think they've gone B, but actually Forsaken stayed to get a rifle, and now he's calling them to come back.
Yep.
It's layers on layers, running rings around DRX.
My brain is struggling to keep up here. Wingman, send them charging in, going for the plant, so that's going to be
30 seconds left.
Finally getting themselves into this post-plant situation.
Devi is miles away currently, but DRX are not starting this quickly, waiting for the high tide to fall perhaps.
Try and play aggressively with the Thresh. I mean, they still see GRS playing into showers. He has the ult, but with Forsaken falling, they might not opt to actually use this one. No, he still does. It's being used close to detain, up in the air. Did it actually catch? Stacks. Oh, he covers his teammates back. Buzz can't get the weapon out. Bit of a tap onto it. It's left down to it. What is that? The flick to the side. Zest.
Wow.
Lovely once more with the movement. Shots need to be fired off, and with the Sheriff in his hands, doesn't have the gun for the job.
Sengit gun, sengit gun.
Like that. Another stick. Onto the fuse, 9-9 being that scoreline in terms of the rounds. DRX have really dragged this one all the way.
It feels very similar to map 1. The sides obviously swapped around, but DRX have mounted a comeback here, and PaperX are struggling to get anything. Now, it was about at this point on Split where we saw PaperX have an adjustment that allowed them to pull out a couple of their own and get across the line.
Jantung, senam
At this point, despite the fact that PaperX are getting
jantung.
aggressive, putting pressure on DRX, getting plants down even, they're not actually being able to get aggressive in post-plant spots like I'm used to seeing. If you think back to Split, they would get the plant down and then they'd all be fighting a heaven, for example, or you know, someone's making a push, someone's making a play to stop DRX from having these nice set retakes. And I haven't noticed that too much here. I think, if anything, more aggression might be the name of the game instead of dropping back and playing post-plant.
I think part of the problem they might be running into as well is that they are committing a ton of util with the first layer, first wave, just trying to push back and take the site.
Yeah.
I don't think they've really got anything in the tank to try and refight again.
Yeah, it's
and take space further because they are using everything when they're going for these XX.
Yeah, it's a really great point. I mean, DRX are just allowing them to util dump on the site. And as long as DRX don't get caught in those anchor positions, then they have a massive utility advantage to be able to retake with.
This timeout. Maybe adjustments can be made here. 9-9. DRX have themselves back into it. Here we go. It will be a fight that's going to be taken pretty quickly now as we are jumping back into the action. Only point, seconds to spare. There we go. On top of Truck, Buzz going to be holding close to the corner. Heavy group up into short from PaperX. Might want to play with a bit of aggression. Here's an orbital strike as well at play. Trailblazer, Cascade, High Tide rips through. Tons of util being used in conjunction. There's a Dizzy and there's a kill. Buzz just trying to vacate, trying to drop off the backside of Truck, but he paid for it with his life. Wingman out. That plan off, a bit of spam as well. It's a hard target to hit, and now the showers lurk all the way through into the back. Zest was aware of it, but already the back of the site. There's that aggression at play. Giving up control of showers, and they'd rebound to the side. Zest is an absolute difference maker, but he will go down to the util regardless. It's up to RB.
Wah, nice. Di sebelumnya bagus for second Giling.
Awesome adjustment by PaperX. You know, they don't use as much utility to be able to get into the site to start with, which is what you were mentioning, but the piece that they do use, the Dizzy, CGRS's entering off of it is absurd. He jumps through exactly as the Dizzy is landing, and then Jing plays aggressive, and they have a double late reflank through showers, so even after the first player dies, Devi is there to be able to mop it up. Cool adjustment, excellent entry, and you can tell this guy's a Gecko one-trick. I mean that in the best way possible. I mean, his utilization and timings of his utility are really good.
Crunch towards showers potentially. There was a flash there. Grouped up. DRX, they gotta know there's players out here. You're gonna just push right through the smoke. Nothing to set this one up.
Wow. That is a bold read from DRX, and there was nobody there. I don't know what that's based off. Maybe the fact that Forsaken was throwing utility over towards B. Maybe the fact that there was, you know, no Cascade used at the beginning of the round, considering that's normally how they take showers.
PaperX have been playing quite grouped up, so maybe just expecting to catch the late lurk player, but, well, potentially salvaging it. I mean, this was a half-buy round, remember? And the rifle was salvaged by Buzz after it fell on the opposite ends of showers. He didn't let that one fall into enemy hands. Seconds left. DRX feeling like they've got the read. Skunk's dropped down, cutting up a decent portion of it. There's Dizzy, RB close though, and he's gained as well an upgrade for himself. Picks up the rifle. Here's the wingman. Any sort of covering fire? That's going to be denied. Surely, no, still planted. No, brought down. Spike dropped down. No fight taken here with the Satchels. Right into the smoke with the Shorty, and the Sheriffs are going to be in play once more. Mako ripping off, firing off.
Hectic banget, cok.
There's 15 seconds left. CGRS, they know where he is, stunned up. They're going to be hunting him down, making sure that he can't get away with anything at all.
This round has just saved DRX on this map, potentially. This is going to draw things level at 10-10, a thrifty that they've pulled out of nowhere, despite the fact that they lost a player right at the start of the round. They were so confident in this read that it was going to end A. They saw Forsaken throwing high tides and cascades and all sorts of stuff on the other side of the map and just did not buy it. 3 players stacked over here, focused on short. They get the pick on Jing, no punish, and then Forsaken's throwing wiggly walls all over the place towards short, completely alone. Again, the way that PaperX plays anti-ecos is fundamentally too risky for me.
It's fun.
Pusing nggak kalian nontonnya guys?
Yeah, unless you're a PaperX fan or Coach Alex, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's just going to be causing
Pusing nggak lu pada nonton nih, huh?
Here we go. Nightfall's going to be used as soon as the first wave of utility jumps out towards short, so Prowler's even as well, chasing them all the way into market. Even the C's used on top, so a lot of util used in response by DRX here.
Sengit gini guys, 10-10 guys.
A judge if he decides to go for a double blast.
Apakah menuju map 3 atau 2-0? Ayo CGRS. Kapan lagi kau bersinar?
Rebound off the wall with a cove. Oh, get him in. There's a flash into the corner. Hands over the rifle. Here's the ult. Online rocket.
Gila ada. Aku ngelihat cosplay ini bang.
Repositioned. This is absolutely gorgeous. And CGS gets off of it. Plan going off still.
Untung CGRS cepet.
Killing a trade in the middle of nowhere. The fast reactions. Nade rebounding. Forces him into the fight and forces him into a 1v1.
Trending guys ya.
At that. How do you expect Divide to be in this spot? There's just no way.
Wraps all the way.
You think he's long or elbow?
He's waiting to hear a sound cue from the drop. Hears it, and that's when he strikes.
Mantap bang Dapai.
The difference that CGRS has made from map 1 to map 2
Gila
is
CGRS.
fabulous. I know that this is still a really close map,
CGRS.
but it's just been night and day. Getting him on the Gecko on
Mantap
maps that make
CGRS.
sense might be a major win condition for PaperX. I mean, look how much more confident he looks. That pick, delightful. This punish on Mako, who'd made a phenomenal play around the cove. And then that! Grabbing a third onto Buzz while he's under pressure from the nade. He's just won them the round.
It's crazy.
Yuk 2 lagi bisa yuk. Match point dulu yuk. Match point dulu yuk.
Consistent. Here's
Aku yang deg-deg sergi ini brengsek.
With their own spin on things, it's a showstopper straight down short. They cleared all the way out through A, and a reaction from PaperX. Still, he has to fuse. Rocket right through the TP. No damage done. They're already into the site.
Wah, itu berani banget anjing. Itu berani banget.
Even the wingman as well should be able to get that plant down and opting for it. Still watching onto the flank. My claims to kill into Zest, but will he expect the second player that's late lurking up here? It is Buzz, elbow control. This is the adaptations that you start to see from PaperX. They love to change up their positioning. It's aggressive, fighting towards the back, not letting DRX set themselves up nicely. Even with the Thresh picked up as well, that's going to be pushed all the way deep into the spawn. DRX, they've got nowhere safe to stand.
This has got to be a save, and it's going to allow PaperX to get up to match point here. Using a substitute, playing against their rivals.
5v4 or 5v3.
End of in the last couple of matches. Doesn't matter which roster DRX have used, Foxy9, Zest. Either way, they have fallen recently.
Oh.
Historically, DRX has been
Jantung udah ngepam nih guys, ngepam buset dah.
They've taken on challenges like PaperX and turned them into mincemeat with their more disciplined style. But
jantung berdebar-debar. One more, PRX. Ya bisa ya PRX sih, one more ya.
These players are going to change their names and put in a formal complaint or something.
That one wasn't even deliberate.
Satu lagi nih.
What a day this is.
Satu lagi coy.
And what a disaster for DRX though.
Coy, satu lagi coy.
DRX in the roster. When are you going to get your wins?
When are you going to get your wins? Oh, one more round. That's all it'll take for PaperX. And I mean, 5 players. They're grouped up once more. Towards sand. Trailblazer, high tide. Clears it through. It's an interesting.
I suggest you move.
Sails through with the mosh pit all the way. Things over the top. Dizzy right behind him.
Jing nggak ngeliat lagi.
Plant will go down here.
Orang.
Lost control towards the back of the side. Jing's already there. The counter spam. The new is on that angle, so they do trade it out, even though they couldn't see where he was. Volley towards their feet. Nobody can.
Yo.
Towards the back of the side. The DRX need to salvage it. They need to find a way back in. Deep smoke placed. Haunt broken. Pushing them off. Cosmic Divide as well. They choose to play up close. This is PaperX making an in-the-moment call. It's agile. Spray trans are not connecting shorties and play with the rifles.
2v1. 2v1, boys.
The world.
Boys.
The team in it. The extension of play isn't there. Not quite at all. PaperX.
2-0.
Josh.
2-0.
Whimsy ruled the day.
2-0 PRX.
What a performance from this team. just playing some gorgeous Valorant, and bitter disappointment on the other side of things. Not even a third map. A 2-0.
2-0 bang.
Just bewilderment,
2-0
I
bang.
feel, coming from that side of the stage.
Emang ini ya,
DRX dropped down to the lower bracket
Without
where they will
bocil
have an
tank
extremely
Rusia, bang.
tough game against NRG. Coincidentally, the last time we saw
Masih
them play
tetap
bind with that
gahar.
composition up against NRG. And
DRX pusing, DRX pusing.
Ended up getting eliminated.
Turun kan dia lower bracket kan, yang masih main di lower.
Turun dia, ketemu NRG.
Serem-serem lagi yang di bawah.
Oh, ini semua udah serem-serem sih. Kalah menang juga lawannya serem.
Berarti dia lawan itu ya, next ya. FNATIC ya.
Ya, PRX lawan FNATIC, DRX lawan NRG, EG lawan EG lawan tim Liquid,
FNATIC juga saat
Edward Gaming lawan Loud. Mantep banget. Gila.
Saatnya tidur siang.
DRX off guard.
Saatnya turun.
But he also looked more confident in terms of how he was taking fights.
Ini udah yang terakhir kan hari ini?
Ya, ini udah match terakhir kok.
More value for the team overall.
Udah kelar.
I think
Besok baru ada lagi jam 10 lagi.
I believe it was in the press conference where Buzz was saying that in the game, in the grand finals, and in general their matches against PaperX, he felt like it really highlighted a weakness in their
Alek ganti meja baru besok.
So
Alek ganti meja baru anjir.
And to be honest with you, Brent,
Ya,
this
nggak
is
dapet.
cool issues again for me. DRX just can't get wins on Lotus and Bind right now. So if they end up also losing map 1, which is split.
Gak respect streamer. Nggak, gue seneng 2-0 udah biar nggak jantung gue nggak deg-degser guys.
Really is looking brutal for DRX, but listen, today celebrations for PaperX as well.
2-0 boys, PRX boys.
That lifeline. That's it from us as well. We'll send it to a short break on the other side of things. The desk to break it all down.
Bocil-bocil PRX.
Bocil-bocil dajal PRX.
Si Main Freak juga makin gila ya mainnya.
Oh, ini 3 orang yang nyala ini, Main Freak,
Forsaken
sama Jing.
Oh iya, Jing ya, gue lupa.
Iya, Jing sih nge-push race-nya mantep. Forsaken juga JT tadi mantep.
Emang duelisnya ini gila sih.
Untung aja nih nggak ada bocil Rusia tetap menang anjir. Ada. CGRS map 2 jangan lupain ya, CGRS di map 2 sangat membantu si utility Gecko. Gecko itu just untungnya dia di backup juga cuy. Cuma CGRS sayang di map 1 nggak nyala. Jadi kalau yang gue bilang overall tuh Jing map 1 map 2 nyala. Forsaken map 1 map 2 nyala. Aaron di map pertama nyala, map kedua oke. Kalau si CGRS map 1 burik, map 2 bagus dia. Besok lower bracket atau gimana? Yes, besok itu jadinya nggak usah kita refresh. Nih di bracketnya kan bisa lihat. Jadi besok itu pertandingan DRX lawan NRG jam 10 pagi. Sama Edward Gaming ngelawan Loud jam 1 siang. Gua nggak tahu. Besok hari apa sih? Oh besok hari Minggu, gue bisa. Hari Minggu gue bisa nonton dua-duanya. Yang gue nggak bisa nonton itu hari lusa, PaperX lawan FNATIC tuh gue udah pasti nggak bisa nonton. Kalau tim Liquid lawan Evil Genius mungkin bisa. Nggak, gue DJ-nya kemungkinan sore ini nih.
Oh diganti hari ini.
Iya ganti sore ini kemungkinan. Besok yang besok ganti hari ini. Oke guys kalau gitu. Apa?
Sambil di gereja lah.
Watch
party-nya.
Ya ibadahnya jadi ini sore, makanya gue mau tidur sore dulu. Jadi terima kasih banyak semuanya yang udah nemenin aku nonton. Besok malam kita streaming seperti biasa. Besok kita streaming lagi 2 match. And ya sampai jumpa lagi di streaming gue yang berikutnya. Jangan lupa kasih like, share, subscribe, dan join membership buat yang belum. Terima kasih yang sudah. I'll see you all again definition. Cheers guys and bye-bye. Thank you semuanya. Bye-bye. Peace out. Bam.